We're ready. Good morning. Friday. Yes, the very end of the week. Oh, we've almost made it. Just a few hours till the evening. Oh, but everybody's got some weekend plans, something to do. Well, today, what we heard yesterday, Judge Newman's going to open with Rule 404B, more testimony from Creighton Waters in regards to bringing in the testimony in regards to previous crimes, the financial misdeeds of Alex Murdaugh, to show motive. Sandy says, do you think the judge will let it all in? I think the judge is going to enjoy listening to more of it today and even at the end of the day. First thing in the morning, jury comes in at 11:30. He gave Creighton Waters 2 hours to present more of his case. Then we're going to do some regular trial. And then we're probably going to end of the day with more. And he wants to make sure he hears everything and nothing else is going to slip by, whatever. He's following protocol. Yes, Beck, BCE, big Creighton energy. He has been bringing it, hasn't he? Yeah. You think he's going to bring it in? Yeah. I think it's still iffy yet. I think it's still a little iffy, although I'm a big Waters fan lately. I'll tell you that. When I watch the prosecution just stand up and like they're gonna push back a little and they're like, why bother? And they're just like, okay. you know, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. Okay. Well, we learned a lot yesterday. Yeah, we've been little things been coming put out in front of us. We learned how they found Maggie's phone, the process that they followed, how the cane of custody could not have been messed with. We heard from the Snapchat legal person, first thing. There was quite a bit back and forth with the witnesses. The biggest one, first we had that Heidi Galore, right? She was the Snapchat. Then we went into Rule 404B with Jeannie Seckinger. Okay. And then after that, went on for quite a few hours. And we had a lunch break. And after lunch, we went right back to regular jury. and we had Mr. Hightower, Dylan Hightower, Katie McAllister, then we went back to a break again, and the jury was asked to leave while we listened to Michael Gunn and Chris Wilson. Chris Wilson, who clearly defined it, was Alex Murdaugh's best friend. And he let it be known that's not the case anymore. Yeah. And then we had some more talk from Creighton about what witnesses he would be bringing forth and when he would be ready. They still, they discussed all that would be presented and that it, needs to prove state of mind. And I believe yesterday we were asked about the jury. And I did find, well, of course, we know it's 12 people. There's 6 alternates, okay? We know that 12 people got seated for the jury. I can tell you that currently I don't have the actual ages, just the range in the mid 20s to late 60s, and that there are 6 white females, 2 black females, and 4 white men. That's it. That's the details. And they're very careful. Oh, remember, the judge did receive a note right from the jury, too, reminding everybody about their names and keeping everything about them to themselves. Yep. 404B, Rule 404B. 404 page not found. Seriously. They keep going from 403 to 404B. And like we said, there's only specific ways they can get the evidence that they want in regards to the financial crimes in front of a jury, and that is one of them is motive. You must clearly had to affect his state of mind clearly as to be involved with the case that way, and the judge wants to make sure there's enough there. And he allowed the questions to come in regards to the defense, asking about the boating accident and stating there was no possible way that Alex Murdaugh could do these crimes. Oh, well, I'm looking for more. So this is day 10 based on 2 days of the jury selection. This is day 10 of the trial. Oh, and I saw that the judge, originally we thought we were going to go, like he said, as long as to the 17th. So we would have had another 2 weeks anyway. But he has recently added to the budget another 2 weeks. So, wow, this trial could really go. But it was really scheduled to go until the 17th at least. Now there's talk that it will go longer. Hello, good morning, Pete. Hope they get Maggie's texting earlier that day on June 7th about Fishy. Yes. Yes, I recall that. Sounds like a reasonable range of demographics. 10 days. Wow. Allie, I'm sorry, and I'm glad are you out? If I hope so. And I also hope that, recovering completely, feeling more yourself. Do I sound sleepy this AM? That might be because I am. Yes. I will confess to hardly any sleep at all. I tried. I really did. But I could not fall asleep. I could very little. Less than usual actually. Sandy's got it right. Sandy has it right. I'm a not Alan. Sometimes I'm up for days. And I do sound sleepy a lot. I do. Hopefully it's not too distracting. And Pete Hutchinson says, now that the door has been opened, just want to say the prosecutor testifying when he doesn't have a right to do it at the time is, well, I'm glad you are. Thanks for the coffee, Allie. That reminds me. I did not bring up my emojis. Good morning, Halko. I think all of the chat needs coffee this morning. I don't think it's just me. There we go. Coffee for everybody. I'll share. Good morning, Maya PJ. Good morning. Mm. Yes, me too, Big. Enjoy. I've got a nice cup of black coffee here that I am just trying, well, in between. And I'm waiting to hear sound. I do see the logo, but I don't hear any sound yet from the courtroom. Oh, it's only 9:29. We got a minute or two. Do you think on Friday they're going to start right on time? I'll bet you they do because the judge wants to get this testimony for the Rule 404B underway. There's only 2 hours to present before we bring the jury in at 11:30. Nice. A cup of Yorkshire tea, huh? Oh, custard creams. Sounds delish. Oh, that's right, Hako. It's early evening by you. Mm. In England, it's about, what, 2:30, Liam? In the afternoon. Mm. In New Zealand, it's like 3:30 in the morning. That much I know. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, I kind of get used to the times all over the place. Well, what kind of muffins are you making this morning always? And I'll bet you that house is going to smell so good. So good. I love the smell of like warm cinnamon. And when things are baking, warm baked bread or anything with cinnamon in it, even like apple. I still hear nothing from the feed. Mm. I don't see. I know I'm being very, very quiet. I'm sorry. Kind of got distracted on the feed. I'm just trying to make sure that, you know what? I'm just going to pull it up. Yeah, nothing yet. I'm sure when they do come in, it'll be, hey, Jingo J, long time no see. You're on a, I'm on a mobile phone, so I can't tag people, but hi, everyone who said hi to me. I hope you're all doing well. It's so good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, that does sound good. Lemon blueberry. That is a great combination always. I do like that one. I do like lemon, and lemon with a little fruit is always delicious. Good morning, Andrew. Am I sounding tired, Turtle? I'll just have to have some more coffee. I am sounding a little laid back, I realize. Yeah, I'm saving my energy for throughout the day. It's a long day. Mm. Breakfast tacos, yum. Mm. What do you put in your breakfast tacos? My favorite is avocado, scrambled eggs, bacon, yes, and chili, garlic, salt. Mm. Mm. Now y'all making me hungry. Y'all gonna start talking about food. Liam's talking about blueberry preserves on toast. You know what I had? I had a pear one, Liam. It had just a hint of cinnamon. It was quite good. I had that yesterday. Up, the feet is moving. See that? It was like an earthquake. We are all foodies here. I could talk about food with everybody. I could talk about food every day. Oh, I wonder what color jacket Alex is gonna wear today. Yes, it's a love language always. It's most of us. Ooh, kale, mushroom, onions, vegan shredded cheddar cheese, vegan taco meat, and corn tortillas. That sounds delicious, Andrew, actually. I am a big kale fan. Like me some kale. Yogurt's delicious. Is this the the Headness Anonymous meeting? It could be, Halco. It could be. Hmm. Still nothing. It's good. They're starting late today. Okay, a little later than usual. Hmm, that's got me curious. What do you guys think it is? Do you think that Judge Newman needed an extra cup of coffee? Or do you think perhaps like they're just not ready with witnesses or they didn't put the live feed on yet because they're all going at it, talking about something really juicy and legal and we don't get to hear? Either way, they're giving us a little wait. It's going to be a long day. I want to see more come out. Like, I don't know. The, all of the cell phone data, for one thing, like even now, I'm trying to sit here and place all those times. But here, I think I do see movement. Hopefully, we're going to hear something shortly. Did you just see somebody like walk? I did. I think they're all getting seated. Sometimes when we don't get the live feed right away, it's because the transcriptionist isn't in place. That has to be there for documenting everything. I know, Anna, the legal stuff we don't get to hear, like the stuff we really want to hear. Yeah, maybe transportation issues. That could be it. Maybe they, had people. They found people with cell phones. Remember, they don't let anybody bring in cell phones, any kind of recorders, nothing like that. With the courtroom, I hear. Here we go. Judge Newman coming in, coffee cup in hand.
Morning. Yeah. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Jan Malinowski. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
In this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. State your name again for the record.
Yes, ma'am.
Spell your last name.
Jan Malinowski.
Malinowski, how you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Good. If you would, introduce yourself to the court just a little bit. Obviously, we're not in front of a jury, but just so the court knows who you are, tell us just a very quick history of how you got to your current position.
I'm currently the president and CEO of Palmetto State Bank, headquartered in Hampton. Started my banking career out of the Citadel, 1977. Went on to graduate school at the university. Upon completion of master's program in Columbia, joined the Wachovia Bank and Trust Company, went to Zurich, Switzerland. From there, went to Barnett Bank in Miami, Florida, and subsequently traveled Europe with the old Barnett. Moved to First Union National Bank in Savanna for a brief period of time. And then in February of 1991, joined Palmetto State Bank.
And currently you serve as the CEO, is that right?
That's correct.
And how long have you been the CEO?
Since August of last year.
August of 2021?
Yes.
And who was the CEO prior to you?
Russell Lafitte.
And was he terminated not long before you became CEO?
Yes, he was.
Back in June of 2021, what was your role at that?
I was the executive vice president and responsible for branches in Beaufort. We have 2 branches in Beaufort.
And were you also a member of the board of directors of Palmetto State Bank?
At that time, yes.
And you mentioned that you were in charge of some branches in Beaufort. Could you explain just a little bit to the court about sort of how it operated then with the branches in Beaufort and the branches perhaps in Hampton or elsewhere?
Yes, sir. At the time, we were about a $700 million asset bank. We have 7 branches, operated somewhat decentralized. I was given responsibility in '91 for the 2 offices in Beaufort, as I said, one in Burton location and one on Ladies Island. Other officers of the bank would be responsible for the other branches, Hampton being the main office, and then with Allendale, Fairfax, Estill, and Bluffton.
You say are a little bit decentralized. Is it fair to say that for the most part, you were primarily responsible for the operations in Beaufort and someone else was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Correct.
And who was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Russell Lafitte and his father, Charlie Lafitte.
And when you say somewhat decentralized, obviously there was a board of directors that looked at the institution as a whole.
Yes.
But in practice, there was kind of a deference to the local folks on scene, you being in Beaufort and the Lafitte's being in Hampton. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to explain just a little bit, though, about the board of the directors and the executive committee. And again, if you could briefly describe to the court what those 2 entities are and how they operate so that we can understand the next question.
Well, the board of directors of the bank has the absolute authority and responsibility to run the bank, but they delegate the day-to-day managerial responsibilities to officers. Charlie Lafitte was long-serving CEO and chairman. Russell, COO, subsequently became the CEO. I was executive vice president and ran the 2 branches. But board of directors would delegate as I said, the day-to-day control to the executive committee and certain senior officers.
And when it came to authorizing loans, what was the role of the executive committee in authorizing certain loans? Was there a threshold, and how did that work?
There is a threshold. The board of directors would authorize individual loan officer loan authorities on an annual basis, branch managers having a certain level of authority, and then executive officers having a higher loan authority, and then organizationally, 2 executive officers could approve a single loan or up to X million dollars, and then once it got beyond the threshold for 2 executive officers, it would go on to the executive committee, which would review the loan request and either approve or deny any loan that exceeded $1.5 million.
At the time in June of 2021 or thereabouts, in that area of the year, were you the secretary of the executive committee?
I was.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that document. And Your Honor, I have a copy for you. I provided one to the defense. Would you mind handing that to the judge for us? Is that excellent?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
It's the minutes of the executive committee of August 12th of 2021.
All right.
And a number of topics were discussed, but primarily the relationship of Richard Alexander Alex Murdaugh and his total relationship with the bank.
All right. And this is on August 12th, 2021?
Correct.
Can I get the elbow, please? All right, so these are the minutes that you're referring to, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and there's a discussion right there, including reference to a memo that was distributed outlining the bank's relationship with Alex Murdaugh. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reference also to the total indebtedness that Alex Murdaugh had to the bank at that point in time.
Yes, sir. As of the day of that memo that was presented to the executive committee, Mr. Murdaugh owed directly or indirectly $4.2 million.
$4.2 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I forgot to ask you this, but tell me real quick, when do the board typically meet and when does the executive committee typically meet?
The executive committee typically meets on the second Tuesday of every month, and the board meets on the third Tuesday of every month.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 385 for the purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize that document.
This is a copy of the minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank, describing what took place at a board meeting on Tuesday, July 20, 2021.
All right. And who's the secretary that authored those minutes?
Ray Henderson?
And you were present as a board member for this discussion?
I was.
And what's the date again on that particular one?
July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. At that time, was there any discussion or any record of a discussion of any loan for $750,000?
No, sir. There is not.
All right. Again, that's July 20th, 2021.
That's correct.
All right, going back to this August 12th, 2021 executive committee notes. I want to walk back just a little bit and tell me, was there, did Alex Murdaugh have any discussion among the board members prior to August 12th, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Tell me about that, how that happened, please.
On August 9th, Norris Lafitte, a board member, sent an email to members of the executive committee and the board asking for a full accounting of Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
All right, and can you pull that mic just a bit closer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and what happened after that? Did that spark any particular activity?
Sparked quite a bit of activity, conversation, and then activity inside the bank that day.
All right, and explain that to the court. What happened?
Shortly after Mr. Lafitte, Norris Lafitte sent his email to members of the executive committee and the board. A deposit was made to Mr. Murdaugh's account in the amount of $400,000, which cleared up an overdraft, a large overdraft, which had been in his account that day.
All right, and who caused that deposit to happen?
Russell Lafitte.
All right, and so there was a significant overdraft in Alex Murdaugh's account?
On that day, yes, sir.
Was it over $350,000 overdraft?
Yes, sir.
And so Russell Lafitte caused a $400,000 to be deposited into his account?
Yes, sir.
And that was after the email from Norris Lafitte asking about Alex Murdaugh on August the 9th?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that time, that Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into Alex's account to cover a over $350,000 overdraft. Were there any loan documents or any sort of application or anything in existence supporting any such disbursement?
No, sir.
Just put the money in there.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned other activity. What other activity was sparked by that August 9th email?
There was some activity to create an application to go through our typical loan approval process through one of our underwriting programs, software driven.
Okay. All right. And we're going to look at those documents here in a minute. All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State 356 and see if you recognize that.
This is a photocopy of a page 2 of a deposit checking account statement
And that's,
in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
all right, and what does that reflect on August 6, 2021, what the balance was in his account?
A overdraft balance of $347,784.67.
And what happens on August 9th, 2021?
A deposit of $400,000 is made to this account.
All right, and we see after that, there's a transfer to checking of $20,000 that's done as well.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the purpose of that transfer was?
No, sir, I don't.
So right there on August 6, 2021, Alex's account was negative $347,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then off the books, Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into his account. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk more about that. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 357 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank dated August 17th, 2021.
Okay. And who was the secretary for these? Do you know?
Gray Henderson.
No. And were you present for these board meetings?
I was.
All right. And these minutes accurately reflect what was discussed at the board?
Yes, sir.
We'll turn over to the second page. And was there a discussion at that time about, and again, this is on August 17th, 2021, was there a discussion about loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There was.
All right. And is there a reference there of Alex's intention to sell the farm?
Yes, there is.
All right. And then is there a reference in there to the extent of Alex's liability in total loans?
Yes, there is. $3,544,897.
All right. And was there then a discussion of additional loans that Alec had that had been charged off?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And very quickly, are you familiar with two entities called Zero United and Red?
They are.
And are those loans that in fact the bank had charged off?
That's correct.
All right. And explain very quickly what a charge off is without too much detail for these purposes.
Certainly. In a situation where a loan is deemed non-performing to the point where the bank's executive committee and or senior management decides that it's time to take it off the books, you charge it off. It's an accounting treatment, but it doesn't remove the obligation of the borrower, or in this case, members of the LLC, any legal obligation to repay the loan.
So Alex Murdaugh was still on the hook, required to pay those loans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there real properties associated with both of those loans?
Yes, sir.
And in the event Alex Murdaugh had tried to sell those properties, would the bank expect to be paid any outstanding balance plus interest and all the rest of it?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, was Alex still paying on those notes even though they were charged off?
He had periodically, yes.
And so the ultimate liability to the bank for Alex was somewhat larger if those are included. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's discussion in here about a $750,000 loan in this particular board discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And this is on August 12th, 2021, I believe. Is that right?
The date, I think it's 17th.
17th, excuse me. Had you been aware of any sort of $750,000 loan to Alex Murdaugh prior to these discussions coming up as you move to the board meeting on August 17th, 2021?
Only to the extent that $750,000 loan had been referenced during the executive committee in the memo that was referred to in my executive committee minutes.
Which would have been shortly or a couple days before this. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir, preceding week.
All right. And at the time that the $400,000 had been dispersed back on August 9th, there was no loan paperwork in existence at that time. Is that
No,
correct?
not.
All right. Was that the only disbursement made pursuant to this supposed $750,000 loan?
It was not the only disbursement.
All right. Well, stand by for me. First packet I gave you. I'll show you what's been marked as States 358 and see if you recognize that.
It's a wire request form on our standard documentation dated July 15, 2021. The Palmetto State's going to wire funds to South State Bank. The beneficiary of the wire is the Wilson Law Group, LLC, to their IOLTA account in the amount of $350,000.
$350,000 to the Wilson Law Group.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next page in this document?
Are the wiring instructions to the Wilson Law Group.
And does it have contact information?
Contact information is to Chris at wilsonlawgroup.sc.com.
All right. And is that Chris Wilson, the lawyer in South Carolina, in Bamberg, South Carolina, excuse me?
As I currently understand, yes, sir.
This is on July 15th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
$350,000 was wired to Chris Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Was there any documentation, loan application, any sort of paperwork whatsoever justifying Palmetto State Bank sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
All right. And then whose benefit was this sent for?
Alex Murdaugh.
Alex Murdaugh's. All right, let me ask you about this, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. And right now there, it says sender information. And what does that say right there, please?
Palmetto State Bank, LNOS.
All right. And can you explain very what says what that is?
It's an account the bank maintains. It's called Loans Not on System.
Okay. And should this wire have listed that as the sender?
No.
And explain that to the court, please.
Had loan documents been signed that day, the sender would have been the borrower on the loan. In this case, it would have been Alex Murdaugh.
But that's
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as 359 to your testimony and see if you recognize this document.
This is the customer copy of the cashier's check in the amount of $400,000 that was deposited to Alex Murdaugh's checking account.
All right. And is there a sticky note on there, a copy of a sticky note?
Yes, sir, there is.
And what does it say, if you would, please?
It says Alex Murdaugh, $750,000, one share of Green Swamp Inc. stock, and the date is 7/15/21.
We'll talk more about that in a minute. got states 360 and 361. Just real quick, I'm going to show you those and see if you recognize those.
The top document is the checking deposit slip for credited to a $400,000 to be credited to account 69406092. The account holder name is Alex Murdaugh. The date is 8/9/2021. And then we see a copy of the cashier's check dated 8/9/2021 in the amount of $400,000.
All right, and then the next exhibit, 361.
Next exhibit is the debit to the loans not on system account in the amount of $400,000, which was the source for the cashier's check in the same amount.
And the date on those again?
8/9/2021.
That was the same day that Norris Lafitte sent an email to the board directors asking, making an inquiry about the bank's relationship with Alex Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Just a couple more. You've already testified that there was no loan application or loan paperwork or anything like that supporting the bank disbursement already of a total of $750,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was a wire in July 15th for $350,000 that went to Chris Wilson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a $400,000 disbursement on August 9th after Norris Lafitte sent his email to the board of directors.
Yes, sir.
That covered a negative $347,000 overdraft in Alex's account.
That's correct.
A little bit extra for some walking around money, another $50K or so, correct?
I can't answer that.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as it states 362 and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of a promissory note, commercial, single, loan number 6996048 in the amount of $750,750. Note dated 7/15/2021.
Just real quick, what's the $750 for?
That's a note fee we charge.
A note fee?
Yes, sir.
$750 for a $750,000 loan?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical?
Possibly in the Hampton office. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to let you hold that one for a second. Look at the back page and tell me, is that application signed?
Yes, it is signed.
And who is it purportedly signed by?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what is the date on that application?
The date on the note is July 15/2021.
All right. And is that the same day as that wire to Chris Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to examine that document and look at the records of the entity for which you're the chief executive officer?
I have.
Have you had a chance to look at the loan number?
I have.
And are those loan numbers sequentially generated by your system?
They are.
And in looking at that loan number, is there any way that document could have even been in existence in July of 2021?
No, sir.
And in fact, it had to have been generated after this ninth email and after these disbursements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll show you 363. Just give me 1 second while I put this on the screen. And just real quick, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that the loan number, the sequential loan number you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then that's the signature and the date that you're talking about.
That's correct.
All right, that last exhibit I just handed to you. Can you tell me the number on the back of it?
6996048.
I'm sorry, I was talking about that number. 363, states 363. No, that was my job. I was asking you to do my job. All right, tell me what that document is, please.
It's a business purpose statement.
All right, and
It accompanied the loan, 6996048.
what is the supposed purpose for the loan that's listed on that?
Business expenses.
Okay. See that? And again, this document's also dated 7/15/21.
That's correct.
But is this the kind of document that also would be generated along with the application that we just saw?
It would in the note documentation system. Yes, sir.
All right. The application that you said could not have existed in July of 2021.
That's correct.
Let me go back. We had a reference to the board minutes. From August 17th, 2021. And there was some discussion of this particular loan at that board hearing, board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And there have been discussion at the executive committee meeting not a little bit prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your understanding at that time from those meetings, what the collateral was supposedly for this new $750,000 loan?
It'd be a mortgage on each house and a share of the Green Swamp stock.
And is that the Green Swamp that was referred to on the sticky note that we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what is your understanding, though, as things developed as to whether or not that collateral actually was able to be used for this particular loan?
Certainly, the second mortgage did not exist or was not placed on the property. The property was in the name of Mrs. Murdaugh.
Okay. And what about the Green Swamp? Was that already collateralized?
It was cross-collateralized with other loans.
So this loan was heavily under collateralized. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For me one second. There's been some discussion about whether or not an appraisal had been ordered prior to June of 2021 for this supposed $750,000 loan. Was there an appraisal that had been ordered prior to June of 2021 on the Edisto property?
There was.
Had anything at all to do with some sort of loan for $750,000?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 364 and see if you recognize that document. It's an email, but there's an attachment.
Email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who's the bank's appraisal officer, referencing 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto. And it's an appraisal request form dated April 22, 2021. The intended use of the appraisal is for a refinance.
Okay.
And the balance is $200,000.
All right. And so it's for a refinance. Explain what the refinance was for, if you could, to the court.
At the time, the mortgage had matured, or the mortgage loan had matured, and we needed to renew it.
All right. It had already matured. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this was an existing debt, not any sort of new debt. And so the appraisal was because you have to renew this note that had already matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or it has to be paid off, one of the two.
Correct.
Right. Can I approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 365 and see if you recognize that document.
This was the memo summarizing, or this is a copy of the memo that summarizes the relationship of Alex Murdaugh with the bank. It was prepared and presented at the executive committee meeting.
Okay. Again, I'm going to put that up on the screen, but this lists some of the indebtedness that Alec had to the bank that you previously described earlier,
Yes, sir.
and including the Zero United with outstanding $307,761.
Yes, sir.
And then outstanding and charged off, not only Zero United, but also $362,896 for Redbeard.
Yes, sir.
A few more. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 366 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a document produced from our loan accounting system, and it lists all the notes, outstanding notes in the name of Alex Murdaugh, and also co-borrower with his father, Randolph Murdaugh III.
All right, and that it lists the balances on those particular loans as of June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
It does not include the charged off loans, Zero United and Redbeard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So on the first one, is that balance right there, $104,119.80?
The principal owed, yes, sir.
That's the principal owed. These are not deposits, correct?
That's correct.
Owed by who?
I think for the 104,000 was Williams Islands.
All right, but I mean, what borrower owed those?
That would have been Mr. Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh. Yes.
And this next one, what's the balance on that? How much is owed for this loan?
$806,666.26.
The next one, how much is owed for this loan?
$195,171.64.
How much is owed for this loan?
$999,650.94.
And this is actually $1 million line of credit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty much maxed out, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, this one right here, what's the balance on that?
$91,368.90.
Just a few more. All right. Last set of documents here. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Stand by for a minute. All right, I'm going to show you states 367, see if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of a bank statement, Alex Murdaugh farm account.
And what is the balance of that on June 7th, 2021?
June 7, 2021 shows a deficit balance of $2,458.23.
Negative balance?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked as 368, and do you recognize that?
Again, it's a checking account statement, Richard Alexander Murdaugh for account 6092,
All right, can you tell me what the balance was on June 7th, 2021?
$2,185.23.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 369 and see if you recognize that.
This is a, again, statement for a health savings account, 3094, in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and what's the balance on that?
$540. Yes, sir.
For purposes.
I think the latter, the medical purposes.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 370 and see if you recognize that.
Again, a bank statement, copy of a bank statement in the name of Alex Murdaugh, account number 6649. And the balance on 6/7 would have been $62,115.06.
All right, and then finally 371, if you could, tell me if you recognize that.
This is a account statement, interest checking account in the name of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh, number 5109. And the balance on 6/7, $3,900.04.
Just have a couple more questions for you, for the purposes of this hearing at least. It's fair to say that of June of 2021 and the months after, the indebtedness to Palmetto State Bank from Alex Murdaugh was very, very large.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say it also had charged off loans in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If it had come out at any particular time from, let's say, 2010 on up to June of 2021, or at any time, that Alex Murdaugh had been stealing money from his partners or stealing money from his clients, would this bank have continued to loan him money?
No, sir.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
By the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Just to be clear, Mr. Malinowski, on June 7th, 2021, Mr. Murdaugh was not overdrawn at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
No, well, June 7.
Yes, sir.
Do you have his bank statement?
Well, we just went through them.
Right.
Well, there was one statement, the farm account was minus $2,040. There was an account that was plus $2,185. His health savings account, Exhibit 369, had $7,540. Exhibit 370 had a positive balance of $62,000 and some change. And then Maggie's account, Exhibit 371, had $3,904. So
Yes, sir.
so there's one account that was
Overdrawn.
for $2,000, but positive balances in all the other.
Yes, sir.
And Alex Murdaugh had been a customer of Palmetto State Bank for many, many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had he ever been denied a request from Palmetto State Bank for a line of credit loan up until September of 2021?
To my knowledge, no.
And in July of 2021, apparently he got $750,000 loan that was approved according to the documents here by 3 members of the board of directors. Do you remember that? If I can find that. Left it back over there. Here it is. Is Elmo up? All right. Can you see the highlighted language there?
I can see the highlighted language. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And this is from, let's be sure we know what we're talking about. Minutes of the Board of Directors meeting, August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And here, there's, says Charles, Chairman Lafitte reviewed the loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Russell Lafitte stated that his intention is to sell the farm. We have mortgages on the properties that supersede the property being transferred into Maggie's name. Now, what does that mean? Tell me about that. You have mortgages on the property that superseded the property being transferred to Maggie's name. Do you remember that?
I guess it would reference the mortgages, the date of the mortgage and the date they were recorded on previous loans.
So at some point in time, Alec transferred the Moselle property into Maggie's name.
It's my understanding, yes.
And before that date, your bank already had a mortgage on the property.
Yes, sir.
Is that Moselle property? Are we talking about Moselle property here?
If you're referring to the farm, I'm assuming he's referring to Moselle. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then at the last sentence of this paragraph, it says, Elizabeth Malinowski commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee. Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan. Do you recall that?
I recall it.
And who are the 3 of the 5 members of the executive committee that approved the loan?
We've been Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, and Russell Lafitte.
And do you recall Charlie Lafitte telling you at some point in time, maybe around in here or even before, that if Alex Murdaugh wanted to receive a loan from the bank, that he would get it?
That was Mr. Lafitte's opinion, yes.
And who was Mr. Lafitte in relation to the bank in June of 2007?
2007?
Excuse me, June 7th, 2021.
He was chairman of the bank.
Okay. And was Russell Lafitte related to Mr. Lafitte?
His son.
Okay. And who are the members of the executive committee?
The executive committee, Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, Russell Lafitte, Scott Swain.
And so Mr. Lafitte, Mr. Charlie Lafitte's opinion was if Alex Murdaugh wanted a loan from the bank, he would get it. Is
That was his opinion.
And on the $750,000 loan, he was provided, apparently without a lot of paperwork done on the front end, but it was approved by Mr. Lafitte, his son, Russell Lafitte, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his daughter, Gray Henderson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that there was some, in June of 2021, there was some $4.2 million or something outstanding. I don't have the exact number, but let's find that. Do you know how much was secured and unsecured in when you reviewed the indebtedness?
Do you have a document I can refer to?
I'm trying to find. I'm going to put on the screen here. Maybe talking about the same document we looked at, and I have the highlighted language. It says here, well, let's just refer to it says Norris Lafitte had found a mathematical error which will be corrected to $3,544,897 total loans. And those are total loans to Mr. Murdaugh, is that correct?
To another memo that came.
Okay, so much, was it all secured?
Without seeing the memo, I couldn't tell. If you've got the memo, I'll certainly go down the loans.
I don't have the memo, I only have what I was provided. Thank you. Does this memo set forth the collateral for the indebtedness, Mr. Murdaugh? And I'm referring to Exhibit 365.
Can you pull down that memo? There we go. Thank you.
Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Zooming in without putting too many shadows on it. And so we went through that. Is that the collateral for those loans?
As stated in the memo, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some loans have been written off. Are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh was still paying on the loans that had been written off?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you mentioned that, and had Mr. Murdaugh always paid the bank interest, monies he owed? And did he ever go in default? And let's put it like, did he ever go in default on any notes issued to him by Palmetto State Bank?
Redbeard and Zero United.
And those were the ones that were written off,
Yes, sir.
but he continued to pay those, correct?
He periodically made payments. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that on the day Maggie Murdaugh was murdered sometime the night of June the 7th? Are you aware that she was scheduled to meet your appraiser at Edisto on June the 8th?
No, sir.
The Moselle property was titled in Maggie Murdaugh's name in June of 2021, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The bank had filed mortgages on the property that predated whenever that was transferred to Ms. Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
The Edisto Beach House was titled in jointly in Alex Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh's names, correct?
At one point,
Before her death.
I believe it was in her name solely at the time of her death.
You do? Are you sure about that?
I believe so.
And what information are you relying upon to say that?
Looking at the Colleton County deed records.
One second, Your Honor. Does the bank undergo routine FDIC audits, Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And had Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank ever been flagged in any audit conducted by the FDIC or their contract auditors?
To my knowledge, no.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Malinowski, just a few more questions. May it please the court. Get that 365 back that we were just looking at. This is that memo that was prepared for the board meetings, correct?
This was the one that was prepared for the executive committee.
And what does it say right there at the bottom, the purpose that's being reported that the $750,000 is for?
To remodel of the house in Edisto.
Does it say anything about sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson to try to make up the funds that he had diverted from his law firm?
No, sir.
Does it say anything about $400,000 to cover a $347,000 overdraft?
No, sir.
After June 7th was the first significant activity from the bank to Alex to provide that $350,000 off the books with no application whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
And after June the 7th, did his account run negative $347,000?
Yes, sir.
And the bank kept paying.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the most generous overdraft policy ever seen.
Quite possibly.
You were asked a little bit about Zero United and Redbeard, which are up on the screen. The bank did not foreclose on those properties, is that correct?
That is correct.
So Alex Murdaugh still owned those properties, correct?
He and partners. Yes, sir.
All right, but if he were to try to sell them, could he have sold them without having to account to the bank?
He would have had to pay back the monies he had borrowed from the bank.
And we see that we up on that screen, what happened to my move? Back in 365. If he had tried to sell those properties, would he have just had to pay the bank those amounts lived there, or could it potentially be much higher than that?
Potentially much higher.
And explain to the court very quickly why it would be much higher than that he would have to satisfy before he could sell those properties.
There would be accrued interest and any late charges and fees accumulated since the date of the charge off.
Once y'all charged it off, it no longer was accruing interest and penalties and fees on the books at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you were to, if he was to try to sell that property and the buyer came to you or to see how much they needed to pay y'all out of the proceeds before title could transfer, y'all would go back and look at all that interest that hadn't been paid over that time.
Yes, we provide a payoff statement, which would have included principal accrued interest or lost interest to that date and any late fees and charges.
And he would be unable to sell those properties and transfer title until some arrangement was reached with the bank.
Yes, sir.
We just, you were just asked about whether or not Maggie was going to be meeting an appraisal at the Edisto property, but you've testified in no uncertain terms that that appraisal was to renew the mortgage that was already in existence that had matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had nothing to do with a new 750.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about the negative $347,000 overdraft policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In 2 months, his account had went to negative $347,000.
Yes, sir.
If it had come out that Alex Murdaugh had been diverting fees from his law firm, if Alex Murdaugh had been forced to resign from his law firm, if it had come out that he had been misappropriating money from his clients, would the bank have continued to pay charges coming in on that account?
No, sir.
Nothing.
No, sir.
No uncertain terms of that.
No uncertain terms.
So all this testimony about the relationship in the bank, if the truth had come out, it's a new ball game, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the wake of all of this, Russell Lafitte was terminated and you became CEO. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now there's a new sheriff in town at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, Mr. Malinowski, how much interest did Alex Murdaugh pay to Palmetto State Bank over the years?
I don't know.
It's excess of $4 million, isn't it?
I don't have a figure.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Your Honor.
We'll stand just a moment while that next witness is coming.
Okay, everybody, you know the rules. Stretch. Everybody breathe. Stand up and stretch. You know Judge Newman. He wants you healthy and happy. I do love he has them all do this. I do not understand the cross of the witness by Jim Griffin the first time. Not the recross, but that just happened, but the cross. Wow. I agree, Liam. We're watching them. They look very concerned.
All right, everything in order? Call your next witness.
State calls Tony Satterfield.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Say this in the witness name. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit close so we can hear you good. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
Work at Griffin Morning Hospital
And where'd you grow up?
in Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm Just got a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we were in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter and everybody needs to hear you. Who was your mother?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yes.
And is Gloria still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
2018?
Yes, sir.
And who did she work for when she passed?
Alex and Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes. Right there.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? It's a camera.
Yeah, where is he? Where is he?
What was that, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
All right.
Right,
Can you tell me what jacket he's wearing?
A navy blue jacket.
it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did your mom, roughly, how long did she work for Alex? Do you know?
I had to take an estimate, I guess, 20-something years, maybe, give and take. I don't know the exact years.
Okay. And slide up just a little bit more. Talk right into that mic. There you go. Just a little bit. You need to get up on the mic so we can hear you. All right. What did your mom do for Alex?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she'd been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
So that you got his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
She fell and hit her head.
And where was she when that happened?
She was at Alice's house in Moselle.
At Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she felt or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with Alec about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with Alec?
I
What did he say? Go ahead.
barely remember, but it's like, let me go after my insurance company for this or whatever, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Okay. So he said he was going to go after his insurance company
Yes.
and get medical bills for your mom paid?
Yes.
Did he say he might get any money for you and your brother?
Yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No.
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
Yes.
And who did you consider your lawyer was in all of this?
Alex.
At some point in time, did he bring another lawyer in?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, I can't do it myself because conflict of interest. I'm going to send you to my buddy, Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
After he brought in Corey Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was
Alex.
the whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Westendorf.
Okay. And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot or just?
One time I can think of.
Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
Of course, indulge us 1 moment. We'll show you what's been marked as states 372 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell me what that is.
That is a cover sheet that I banked that I sent him, Alex.
And what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paper about your mom?
Bill.
It was a bill?
Yeah.
And who did you send that to?
Alex Murdaugh or the law firm.
All right. And why did you send it to Alex Murdaugh?
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer.
Yes.
All right. And this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
Yes.
As time went on, did you have conversations with Alec asking him about the case and what was going on with the case or anything like that?
Yes, not very really, but a few months or so.
And what would he tell you just generally?
First, it was hard-hearted, like it was making progress, and he kind of left it at that.
He said it was hard, but they were making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were to get any money after the medical
He
bills were paid?
said he was hoping.
Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said trying to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you, you and your brother?
Yes.
At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June 21.
21?
Yes.
Around the time of the murders?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but if making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year.
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $500 and $5,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about Forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did you give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Ultimately, in the of the correct?
Yes.
And a large portion of that was diverted by Alex Murdaugh. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alex Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
And it took, after this happening, and it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that
Yes.
right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him, but yes, I talked to him in June 2021.
You talked to him in June of 2021. And it was in the media about that settlement, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
By the defense.
Morning, I'm sorry.
Morning.
Long week. You had a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where that article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published, that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, once they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it, and, yes, and I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
It was on his cell phone, normally that's how I called him, yes,
So you called him on the cell phone?
yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect, how many times did you call him?
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
Like, once, twice, three, we talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
And when you called him after reading some article of settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Next witness.
Your Honor, can we have just a very quick break to get the exhibits ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes or so.
Well, there we go. A 5 minutes or so, meaning if he needs more, he'll give it to him. But we got 5 minutes. Goes to the clock. Almost 11. And remember, jury comes in at 11:30, according to the time that Judge Newman stated yesterday. And he likes to keep things orderly, so they're only going to get in as much evidence as they can fit until then. Oh, gosh. It is heartbreaking to hear what happened to the Satterfield boys. And the housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield, she'd been with them for a very long time, raised those Murdaugh boys, Buster and Paul, with Maggie and Alex, many, many years. They were all on vacation. They were there. And apparently she fell down a flight of stairs at the family's place. Apparently something about a dog tripped her at the top. And Alex was there when it happened. I noticed it was pretty light this morning. Liam is asking about the attendance in the courtroom. I didn't see a lot. I did see people spread out taking notes all over, but maybe because there's no jury, they weren't as interested, because this is matters of law. They call it, could go in or not. It's all for the judge. Hey, Mrs. Cassandra. Just stopping in with sustenance, are you? What do we have today? We've got waffles, bacon, pancakes, lots of pancakes. Look at that. What is that next to the bacon? I can't tell what that is. Well, thank you. And extra coffee this morning. Extra coffee. Yeah, the more that this goes on and the more testimony coming before, you see how damaging it is to character, which is going to be the balance between what the Judge Newman is looking at. Is it so prejudicial against his character, but does it prove motive? Does it prove state of mind? Remember, that's the only way it's going to get in there. If it proves state of mind at the time, if Creighton Waters, who is fixated on the fact that it was the financial pressures that Alex Murdaugh was under that would actually lead to these murders. That is part of the motive. That's what he's trying to present. Now we can look at it and we could see the huge picture, but how much of that was actually weighing on his mind at the time? And I know I keep harping on it, but I still want to know if he actually talked to Chris Wilson on the 7th. And if he did actually speak with him on the 7th, I want to know what they talked about. Because I can imagine if there was pressure there from Chris Wilson bringing his best friend, that would have added to the pressure or what he was feeling about the House of Cards collapsing. We've heard testimony today about Maggie having an appointment with an appraiser. Appraisers value your property. If Maggie went to sell any of the properties that are in her name, Alex Murdaugh's collateral chain would be broken and loans would be recalled because the properties were what was holding up the value of the loan. He would owe that money instantly. That alone is not pressure. And surprisingly enough, that was dropped by the defense. That was dropped by the defense. I don't understand why. That was so surprising to me, why he would point them in that direction. And the bank official actually just, ticking his head to the side a little and going, I don't know about that. Like, why was that brought in like that? I just noticed something being very off today with the defense. Oh. Yeah, I know they had to know about all of this, but what about the appointment with the appraiser? Nobody has mentioned this before. Jim Griffin just dropped that like and I'm like, why would you want to point them in the fact that Maggie was actually going to be selling properties? Doesn't that make it worse for Alex at the time? Yeah, I'm just shaking my head a lot this morning. I really am. Yes and no, Beck asks. Claire, do you think Maggie would do whatever Alex wanted just to stay in the money? Yes and no. I do believe, after all those years, that Maggie had enough things in her name, money wouldn't have been an issue. But I also believe that the culture was there, the environment was there, between how they believe life should be led, man, woman, married, that there would be a little bit of hierarchy there that's just ingrained in life in that area. I could see a little of it, but I think she would have been okay if she walked away. And I'm really curious to find out at what point their relationship was actually at. Now the defense, Dick Harpootlian, has put it out there in his opening statement and sprinkled a little bit here and there when he could, that their relationship was top notch, the absolute best. Who knows? I think they started realizing they messed up by bringing up the financial crimes, and now they're probably purposely making mistakes so that Alex Murdaugh can cry bad lawyering and do a retrial. That is sticking out to me a lot this morning because their style has changed. His style has changed. He goes back, he speaks to Alex at the desk a little bit. He looks all sad, whatever, and he comes back and he says something dumb. Like, is Alex feeding him the information to set it up that way, or are they coming to the conclusion together? I don't know, but it does look a little odd. Either way, they look very unprepared this morning, and yet they know of all of this. They're representing him in those things also. They know all this. Maybe he is reserving a deserved it for messing with the good old boy's money deference if they can't prove his alibi. Maybe. But I was looking on Twitter and I retweeted someone because they put up the Jenny Seckinger's testimony, and they said that how she forever will be the meme for if around and find out because she nailed it yesterday. Oh boy, did she! And she had that look on her face when they tried to mess her up in the testimony or push on her about something, and she'd be like, "Nope, mm-mm. It's like this. Let me tell you how it is." She didn't budge. And yep, in this, yeah, I see that, and even in other places too. I mean, there are just some relationships that they just believe in that hierarchy with men and women in marriage. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Although she seemed to have an independent life of her own. Um, and it does seem like a lot of things were in her name. I'd have to research her family, but I don't think she came from uh maybe not as rich a family as the Murdaughs. I'm not sure, but I don't know if the money would make us stay. I mean, really, what's going on here with this? We already have seen evidence that blows apart the alibi. I don't know. I don't believe it will delay the other prosecutions at all. I don't. And this is why, because murder and financial crimes they're unrelated. He's in jail now, and he has had to be called in for other hearings, say in the Lafitte and the Smith trials. They're criminal, and that was on other parties. Okay, I do believe they are waiting because they were focusing on this, but it appears that Creighton Waters has a lot of the information all ready to go. True, Liam. They're just they're sowing seeds of doubts, but they're not showing innocence at all. So many strategies needed which do not include proof of innocence. Yes, Halko, I agree. 5 minutes is taking just a wee bit longer than 5 minutes, is it not? Because we saw the clock stopped at 5 to 11 at 10:55, and it is now 11:06. I guess they're getting that evidence, all of the documentation and everything ready to present. Hmm. Sandy, I'll drop you a link to a New York Post article from last November 2021, actually, about Maggie's life. They could tell you some things. It appears that she was just staying at home, raising her children, which is a fun job. And we are still waiting for the court to come back in. Hmm. We'll see you. We'll see you in a while, Beck. Thanks for joining this morning. It was nice. Yeah. She was Maggie Murdaugh was apparently a very devoted mother. She was at every PTA meeting. They're saying she's very active in the community, everything with her boys. And as we heard from several of Paul's friends who testified in the last few days, she was looked at like a second mom. She was always there for them. They always had what they needed. Um, they enjoyed hanging out on the properties. This is interesting. I wonder what the delay is on the information that he's gathering. I wonder if we're just going to go right to jury trial when they get back. Was it 20 minutes? Yes, it does sometimes appear that the justice system is greased by money, Sandy. I do see that in that sometimes, depending on how much better what opportunity you have as far as etc. I mean, public defenders are awesome. They're all lawyers, but it's time constraint, how much time you have for the case. And we're back. Here we go. With more coffee. I like this, Judge.
Call your next witness.
State calls Carson Burney.
Do you affirm the testimony about the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And to take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Good morning, Mr. Burney.
Good morning.
Still morning, just barely.
It is.
Where do you work, Mr. Burney?
I work for the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
And what is your job and title at the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
I am the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, and how long have you been a forensic accountant?
Approximately a year and a half.
All right, and what do you do as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
As a forensic accountant, I identify, compile, analyze different financial records to include bank statements, credit card statements, loan documents. I also trace from source to ultimate disposition.
All right, and what did you do prior to serving as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
In 2019, I joined the South Carolina Department of Revenue as tax auditor, and I was there for a little over 2 years.
There are a variety of other niceties, but because it's an in-camera hearing, we'll cut straight to the chase. As a forensic accountant for the state grand jury division, have you reviewed any documents in relation to a Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I have
And what sorts of documents have you reviewed in relation to that gentleman?
similar documents, as I mentioned earlier. They would include bank statements, loan documents, wire information, money orders, and other various things.
And what were you asked to do in relation to those documents?
I was asked to trace the alleged stolen funds and ultimately show where the disposition of those funds ended up.
Now, you said trace. What is tracing from a 10,000-foot view?
Tracing is simply just following a fund. In this example, these are the alleged stolen checks. Primarily that went to forge account, and following the money through to see where exactly it was ultimately spent out of those accounts.
And so in analyzing records and in coordination with law enforcement, were specific instruments identified and asked of you to trace where their ultimate disposition was?
I was.
Now, when we say ultimate disposition, can you follow that same dollar forever and ever onto eternity, or is there sort of a line where you have to just draw it and stop it? That's as far as we can go.
You have to draw a line. Obviously, you follow money forever and forever, but for the purposes of my analysis, I looked at when they ultimately went out of an account controlled by Alex Murdaugh.
Did you also draw any lines when they went into any sort of loan statement or credit card statement or anything like that?
That's correct. If it was a credit card payment or a loan payment, I would stop there for that particular trace.
And have you prepared documents that you were tracing?
I have.
And just very briefly, there's a variety of different ways to trace money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just very quickly, which methodology did you apply in tracing the funds?
Right. So you do have to have some rules when you are tracing funds to stay consistent. So the method I used was a first in, first out method.
And what is the first in, first out method?
It's exactly like the name implies. The first money into an account would be the first money out of an account.
I'm showing you a document that has been labeled for the purposes of this in-camera proceeding as it states Exhibit 373. Very briefly, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing of funds regarding the $792,000 with the Ferris case.
May I please have the honor? And Burney, can you see that?
I can.
All right. And so explain very briefly here at the top, what is this green table at the top?
The green table at the top indicates 3 instruments I was treating. So the first being a check in the amount of $192,000 with the date or day 10th, 2021. Second instrument that was ultimately negotiated on March 3rd, 2021. And the last is a instrument in the amount of $225,000 that was ultimately negotiated on April 20th, 2021. And there you can see the bank number account that it was deposited into.
And what were the last 4 digits of that bank account that it was deposited into?
6779.
And what was the descriptive holder of that account?
Alex Murdaugh.
And what's that next column, the from column?
The from column is where the check was from, and you can see it was a Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
And in preparing this document, did you have to review a consent records and prepare it?
A lot of bank records.
A lot
sir.
of bank records.
Yes, sir.
And specific instruments, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And down here below, what is this blue table?
The blue table is a pivot table, which is just a summary in Excel that shows the ultimate disposition of where that money went. And you can see at the bottom, it will total out to the initial amount of money that went in.
All right. And not to call out any too many specific transactions because we are in a in-camera hearing. But we have here, for example, C.E. Smith, $507,561.63. And then the number 26 next to that. Can you briefly explain what those different columns stand for?
So the first column, you can see where it came out of the bank account. Those descriptors are what was written on the check or what was done with the check, as you can see with cash withdrawal. And then the total amount is in the total column. And then finally, you have the number of checks in the last column.
And another thing we have here is what appears to be the name of an attorney in the amount of $150,000. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
And then we have it broken down into 2 separate subsections. What is the distinction between those 2 different subsections?
Just different bank accounts where the money was ultimately disposed. Money would transfer from one bank account to another bank account. So I try to differentiate those 2 different accounts.
And I jumped ahead of myself a little bit getting into this first tracing exhibit, but it just generally upon your review of all of the different bank accounts associated with Alex Murdaugh, what was the general flow of funds? Did they primarily go into one bank account or did they go into one bank account and then into others or how did it work?
So with the forged checks, typically they would transfer out to other accounts. Alex Murdaugh had a few different Bank of America accounts in addition to the Palmetto State bank accounts. They would go over there as well.
So he had a bank account at Bank of America that was labeled Richard Murdaugh Forge. Is that correct? And did you also have another bank account at Bank of America that didn't have any mention of forge? Is that correct?
That's correct. The second bank account you're talking about appeared to be a personal checking account just in his name.
And so would account and then in that checking account, or
So it depends on the instrument. For example, these 3 checks went into his personal checking account because they were named to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
and so here coming out of that Bank of America account ending 6779, that is the checking account, ultimately 747,000 out of the $792,000 was dispersed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then and how much was dispersed after being transferred into Palmetto State Bank account 6092?
$42,000.
6092 is that a particularly active account for Mr. Murdaugh?
It is. It's one of his most active accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And then a little bit further down here, we have something that's labeled PSB 1646 Alex Murdaugh Farm. What was that account?
That was, it's just labeled a farm account, and it, from just looking at account records, seems to primarily deal with the Moselle property.
Money of these was dispersed.
$3,000.
Flipping on that facial summary page, we're not going to go through line by line here, but we have every single individual transaction that is summarized in that covers pivot table. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of the details on those pivot tables, if the date on the check, the date it was negotiated, the amount, and the account number.
And then what we're looking at here, the $102,000, is that one of the instruments that you were tracing?
Yes, sir.
And then this next page, $375,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes.
And then the next page, the $225,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burney, I am showing you a document labeled at this time as States Exhibit 374. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing summary for a check in the amount of $403,500 from the Skun and Fleming client trust account.
Is this identified in common parlance as Satterfield money?
Yes.
It's a little bit tiny. I'm going to see if I can zoom in just a bit. Never mind. We'll just stick with this. All right. So on what date was that $403,000 deposited?
January 9th, 2019.
And I said the number, but how much money are we talking here?
$403,500.
All right. And then how much was ultimately into what account was it deposited?
It was deposited into the Forge account ending in 7625.
And in descriptive terms, which account is that?
The Forge account.
The fake Forge
that
account.
was DB. Yes, sir.
All right. And from that account, were any funds ultimately dispersed?
Yes.
How much?
7625. You can see a cash withdrawal in the amount of $12,500.
Right.
Those are different transactions.
But otherwise, was that money moved into other accounts?
Yes, primarily yes.
And from the Bank of America checking account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
$3,970.07.
And then was that money further transferred into other accounts? What account was it primarily transferred into?
Into the account ending in 609 Palmetto State Bank.
And out of that Palmetto State Bank account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
If you could move it down a little bit. There we go. Looks like $387,029.93.
I'm not going to go through all of these payments that were made, but there's a cluster of payments here at the top: payment to loan, payment to loan, payment to loan. What are those, generally speaking?
Those are loans that were held at Palmetto State Bank that were under Alex's name, at least some of them in part, some of them in solely him.
And these items in parentheses, are those just sort of descriptors of those particular loans?
Yes, they're for my notes, so I could identify which loan number went to which.
And you specifically reviewed the loan documents in relation to each of these loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the supporting documentation for what they were collateralized by.
Yes,
So here at the top, we have a loan for Redbeard, correct?
that is correct.
And a payment on that in the amount of $47,000 some odd dollars.
Yes, sir.
And then for Zero United in the amount of $55,684 and some change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then a payment on a Moselle loan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that one?
$65,238.92.
And then a payment on a GMC Yukon. How much was that payment?
$75,099.35.
And how much was paid on this Moselle note?
$104,056.51.
And then once again, as with before, in these yellow tables, you have the specific transactions that you traced using that first in, first out method, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the instrument that you traced?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you a document labeled as States Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a tracing summary of a check from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account, roughly in the amount of $2.9 million.
And when was this instrument deposited?
That was May 15th, 2019.
And you indicated it was roughly $2.9 million.
Yes, sir.
And into what account was it deposited?
Into a Forge account ending in 7625.
And here we have a summary table of all the various expenses that $2.9 million funded. And the sum total, this first account appears to be the farm account. How much money was ultimately dispersed from the farm account?
$147,247.
And this next one would be for the checking account. Is that correct?
That is correct, ending in 6092.
And how much money, this one's a long one, so we have to flip over. How much money was ultimately dispersed from that checking account?
$1,429,753.
And this next one says 6649. Is that an additional account at Palmetto State Bank?
That is another checking account under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
$13,000.
And then here we have 6779 BOFA. Is that the checking account at Bank of America?
That is a personal checking account at Bank of America.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
If you scoot it up just a hair,
I keep looking down and you're looking up. My bad.
$1,208,449.89.
All right, and to identify just a handful of specific transactions or specific individuals who received some of this money, here we have a C.E. Smith. We actually have a variety of names here. In reviewing the instruments, did you see any sort of pattern of differentiation of checks all going to the same person?
I did. I saw it in different names. Just off the top of my head, it was over 10 different variations of that name.
Okay, but all of those different variations, to your understanding and working with law enforcement, who is it your understanding all those checks refer to?
Curtis Edward Smith.
And so here we have a line that says C.E. Smith, and how much went out of this money to him?
So under the name C.E. Smith, $132,687.03.
And over how many instruments was that money effectuated?
24 different instruments.
And then a little bit further down, we have a Curtis E. Smith. And if I can read lines correctly, how much money was dispersed under that name?
$56,765.48.
And over how many instruments?
Your highlighter's covering it by 12.
And the next name down, Curtis Eddie Smith.
$6,404.
And that was a single instrument.
Yes, sir.
Curtis Edward Smith.
$4,725 over one instrument.
And Curtis Smith.
Curtis Smith, $23,823.03 over 4 different instruments.
We additionally had a payment to a credit card here in the amount of how much?
$7,570.50.
And did you ultimately get the records of that credit card?
I did.
Did you attempt to trace any further what specific purchases that money went to?
I did not. I just ended out the payment to the credit card for my own sanity primarily.
And here we have Randolph Murdaugh III. How much money went to Mr. Murdaugh?
It was $385,000 in one instrument.
And then additionally, right below that, we have the name Scott Harriet. How much money went to Mr. Harriet?
$84 over one instrument.
I think the mention of Buster definitely caused a sidebar here. Did someone hear that name Buster? Could someone just repeat for me in the chat exactly what was said? Yes, these sidebars, like, they looked concerned. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't want this mentioned. Yeah, they're Richard Murdaugh III. That's what I mean, like when they were reading it back. I heard Richard Murdaugh III. What is Buster Murdaugh's real name? Richard Alexander Buster Murdaugh Jr. He is not the third. The third could have been the father or the grandfather or another relative. He's Junior.
Your Honor, we'll see if we can accelerate this process a little bit. Mr. Burney, I have handed you a series of exhibits starting with states 376 and ending in states 397. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
And are all these exhibits from 376 to 397 documents that you prepared tracing the flow of funds from instruments involving going through the Forge account, through checks negotiated in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and from the Ferris fees from the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir.
And I think we actually already got through the Ferris fees from that truck case. So these would be what went through the Forge account, correct?
Through the Forge account, there's some Palmetto State Bank checks in there as well. In addition to, I believe there might be a check or two in the name of Alex Murdaugh in there.
And throughout all of these tracings and all of these summaries, do they reflect that the money that Mr. Murdaugh took went to his personal use and benefit?
They do.
And these are ordered in, roughly speaking, reverse chronological order, correct?
Correct.
Going from 2021 all the way back to a date of deposit on December 20th, 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I understood correctly after briefly conferring with counsel for the defendant, that they would be willing, for the purposes of this hearing, to stipulate to the admissibility of these documents for the court's in-camera review. Have I stated that correctly?
You have.
All right, so stipulated.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I would present these documents to the court as admitted.
Provide the original to the court reporters and provide the court a copy of them.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
And that would be no further questions.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Stay ready for the jury, stand defense.
Your Honor, one moment, please.
Oh, and again, a matter for the court, but the audio turned off?
Now, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so it appears if they said Randolph Murdaugh III, that is definitely Richard Alex Murdaugh's dad. That much we know.
Okay, if you bring the jury.
Okay. Whatever was remanded there, whatever was talked about by the defense, went up to the judge. Did a matter of law. I just heard Creighton Waters agree to it, but we don't know what it was. Okay. Creighton Waters, sorry. Jury's being brought back in. We're going to have regular testimony on the trial now. Remember, he said that at the end of the day, we may do more of the Rule 404B testimony. We heard testimony previously that this bouncing thing that Alex Murdaugh is seen doing on camera is not new, or this a tick that he's had for a long time.
Thank you. Be seated.
Okay, we're muting.
All right, good morning. All right, welcome back. Day number 10. State's case, next witness.
State House Tom Darnell.
Court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Thomas Edward Darnell. Last name is spelled D-A-R-N-E-L-L.
Good morning, Agent Darnell.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I am a fingerprint examiner at the State Law Enforcement Forensic Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for SLED?
Approximately 30 years.
Can you tell us some of your training, education that you've had?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from University of South Carolina, where I graduated in 1982. I started my employment with the Richland County Sheriff's Office in Columbia, where I was employed for about 8 years. I started my career at SLED in 1990 in the late print crime scene department. During that time, I completed an in-house training program that dealt with all aspects of fingerprint science. I've attended a number of courses across the state, as well as out-of-state courses that dealt with all areas of fingerprint science, to include how to process evidence for fingerprints and how to compare fingerprints. And I also trained under the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in the same area of fingerprints. I've also trained other examiners to do the same job that I'm doing today.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Tom Darnell as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
Says the defense. He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Agent Darnell, could you just kind of tell us in general about fingerprint evidence?
Well, basically, fingerprint evidence can be most anything. It can be items that are porous, items that are non-porous, items that come to SLED and where we get requested to process them to see if we can identify any fingerprints that might be on the surface. Fingerprints are primarily moisture. About 98% of the fingerprint that may be left on the surface is nothing more than moisture, perspiration, or sweat, if you want to call it sweat. And then once we determine the type of evidence that then we try to develop it. We try to enhance any impressions that might be there. One thing to keep in mind is that in most cases, the fingerprints that we're trying to develop are invisible, basically latent. A latent print means just that, hidden or invisible. So it would require some enhancement.
And how, or what is the process of finding these hidden fingerprints?
Well, we have several different techniques that we can use, everything from super glue fuming to alternate light sources to fluorescent dye stains to different chemicals that we can use. There's also the black fingerprint powder, which is still being used. We don't use a whole lot of that in our laboratory today, but we tend to go with the fluorescent dye stains and the different light sources. It just depends on the type of evidence that we're trying to process.
And now you mentioned, was it, you say super glue fuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how that works?
Super glue, what we do is we take the evidence. First of all, it has to be a non-porous surface. That
And can you
evidence,
give us an example of a non-porous surface versus a porous surface?
not non-porous would be like a can, a gun, a cartridge case. Porous would be like paper, a paper cup, paper plate, like a handwritten note or check or something like along that line. But the super glue is a commonly used process across the country, in fact, across the world. And the super glue is simply heated and it creates a vapor or a fume. And that vapor will affix itself to any impressions that might be present on the surface. It enables us to see it better. And it also enables us to use a different technique or a different step of the process when it comes to trying to enhance the impression.
Okay, and when that print, I guess, is revealed in the fuming process, what do you do to analyze the print?
Well, once we get the print developed, we I'll have it photographed. We have the luxury of having a photo studio within our laboratory, and we have a photographer that will document that for us photographically, so that we can then compare it to any known standards that we may be asked to compare it to.
So you would use the photograph for comparison purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any kind of lifts of the pen or anything like that?
I've done lots of lifts over my career with the black powder and the clear tape, which is what most of you are probably familiar with. But in this case, black powder was not used. I was working strictly off of a photograph.
I received some items to test in this case for fingerprints.
I did.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. For those 300 blackout shell cases that you received to process for fingerprint evidence,
It is.
and did you find any evidence on those cases?
Actually, I did not. There was what we call the result that I used with these items was that there was no fingerprint evidence was observed.
Would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on fired cases?
We don't find a lot of developed prints on cartridge cases. It does happen. We do find fingerprints on cartridge cases, but just not a great deal. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cartridge cases they're exposed to heat, they're exposed to friction, and since fingerprints are so fragile, a lot of times that is probably a couple of reasons why we don't find a lot of prints on cartridge cases.
All right, did you also receive State's Exhibit 33 and 34 to test for or examine for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those shot shells?
I did not.
And again, would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on items of that nature?
We always make the attempt. Sometimes we're surprised when we process evidence that something will develop. I personally I've not had a lot of success with getting prints on shot shells. It's not to say that it hasn't happened.
And you said you've been doing this for about 30 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, have you ever found yourself a fingerprint on a fired case or shot shell?
I can't recall that I have developed anything that I can identify. I have developed ridge detail or I have developed fingerprints on cartridge cases, but I can't recall honestly having a case where I was able to actually identify it.
Did you also receive a shotgun to check for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
That being State's Exhibit 4, a Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. Did you find any fingerprint evidence on that weapon?
I did not.
What else did you do with that weapon while you had it?
There was an additional request to have it swabbed for touch DNA, which I did. I swabbed areas of the shotgun for DNA purposes.
And I will hand you State's Exhibit 307. Are those the swabs that you collected from that shotgun?
Yes, ma'am. It has the date that I collected it. It has my name and my initials and on the envelopes as well as on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time we move State's 307 into evidence. The swabs from the shotgun.
Says in defense.
I'm not sure which shotgun.
From the Benelli that was recovered at the scene.
Murdaugh had.
Yes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And do you recall where on that gun you collected those swabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury?
If I could look at my notes real quick. I swabbed the trigger. I swabbed the rear stock, front stock, and the ejection lever on the shotgun. Yes, and that's the two areas that I swabbed.
And why would you have swabbed those particular areas?
Well, typically in a case involving guns, shotguns, pistols, we typically swab the trigger separately to possibly get a print on the trigger as who might have last had their finger on the trigger. And then we swab other areas of the gun that might be more conducive for touch DNA versus we get something that we have a latent print request and a DNA request. We have to try to determine which area to swab, which area is typically handled by someone that might give us the best chance for any type of forensic evidence, whether it be DNA or latent prints.
And did you also swab the head stamps of those two shot shells?
Yeah,
And those swabs are in States 307 up there with the other swabs, is that correct?
that's correct.
Did you have an occasion to also examine Paul's cell phone?
I did.
I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 309. Are those the swabs that you collected from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone?
These are swabs that I took from a cell phone. I don't know for sure whose phone it was, but these are swabs that I took from the phone, which was my item 25.
And could you refer to your report to tell us what item 25 is listed as?
Item 25 is listed as a one iPhone cell phone, black in color with a clear case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 309.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Did you also examine that cell phone for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on the phone?
I did not find anything that I could identify. I found a very small amount of fingerprint evidence on the phone. The result that I had to render was what we refer to as no value for comparison, which what that simply means is that there was the evidence of someone's fingers having come in contact with the phone. There just was not enough detail, not enough clarity for me to be able to compare it to anyone.
Do you recall examining some other shotguns or rifles in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a 300 blackout rifle, a Mossberg shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and another Benelli shotgun.
That's correct.
Did you find any fingerprints on any of those guns?
Nothing that I could identify. Again, the result of no value for comparison was the result that I reported.
And if a gun has a camouflage print, for example, would that make it harder to find fingerprints on that weapon?
Well, not necessarily. We have some very bright lights that we would use to help us pick up anything that might be on a camouflage type surface. Keep in mind, we're spraying a fluorescent dye stain prior to using the light source. So that does help us see the prints much better. There are some areas on these shotguns that were like textured, which would not be very conducive to prints. But as far as the camouflage area, you know, it makes it a little harder to see, but we do have the means to be able to analyze it thoroughly.
And these items that we've been talking about, when you process them for fingerprint evidence, you use the super glue fuming method.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were processing those guns, did you collect swabs from each gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 308, if you take a look at that.
Yes, ma'am. These are the envelopes that I placed the swab from the shotgun. It's got my date and initials and where it came from on the shotgun.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 308 into evidence.
Good.
Now, did you receive a 30-round magazine that was full of 300 blackout cartridges?
I did.
Did you test that item for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on that magazine?
It was, again, as the shotguns, it was all no value for comparison.
What about each of the bullets that was in that magazine? Did you examine them in any way?
Yes, ma'am. I took each one of them out of the magazine and processed all of them individually.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those bullets?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And what did you do with these swabs that you collected?
Once I collect the swabs, I allow them to air dry. And then once I secure them into envelopes, I seal them, put my date, initials, and then I package them up accordingly, and they ultimately wind up with the DNA department. I believe in this case, I took them down to our evidence control department, and then DNA will pick them up from there.
All right. One moment, Darnell. No further questions from the state at this time. You'll answer any questions from the judge.
Seat court, Your Honor. All these items were processed in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And help me to understand this. You processed three shotguns.
I believe that was right, yes, sir.
You processed, were any of them loaded with shotgun shells?
I don't recall them being loaded.
So you did not process any of the, if they were loaded, you didn't process any of the shells in them?
Normally, when a weapon comes into the laboratory, it's cleared and unloaded prior to it getting to our laboratory. So had they been unloaded, I would have, or had they been loaded, they would have been unloaded prior to me receiving them, and I would have processed what had been inside the weapon at that time.
So the weapon we identified earlier as, as, I left it on the table. I apologize. Yeah, it's right here. Number 22, item number 22, the camo Benelli Super, Benelli Super Black Eagle, the 2 unfired shotgun shells. You processed that at the lab?
Yes, sir.
Was the gun loaded when it came to you?
My notes do not indicate that it was loaded. And as I said, normally when a weapon, shotgun, comes into the laboratory, it's unloaded prior to it coming to me. My notes indicate that it was not loaded.
And the other shotguns, I've looked at your analysis on them. The there were no fingerprints of evidentiary value on the 3 other shotguns, right?
That's correct.
But there's no indication that you processed if they had been loaded and unloaded any of those shotgun shells, correct?
That's correct. I only processed what was given, what was brought into the laboratory.
And you processed those on June 9th, is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes, sir. June 9th.
Okay. Now, the cartridges, the bullet, and then there's a casing on a typical semi-automatic weapon. Were you ever asked to? You were asked to process the ejected cartridges that were involved in the murder, correct? The 308s. I mean, the 300 blackouts.
Yes, sir.
And those had been fired. And what you indicated that once a bullet or a shotgun shell had been fired, it heats up. Is that why you can't get a fingerprint off of it?
Well, that would be one possible explanation. Heat, friction, they're on the ground. You know, weather can have an effect sometimes if it's raining or if it's hot or cold. There are lots of things that could have an effect on whether or not a print would be left.
And I think your testimony is that if not rarely, never found fingerprints on an expended casing. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say rarely, never. I know of cases in our laboratory that have been where they have been able to identify prints on cartridge cases. It just doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Okay, but then you processed a number of, there was a magazine with a number of 300 blackout shells that had never been fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bullets, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And that's a piece of brass, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is a piece of brass conducive to fingerprints?
Yes, sir. It can be. Yes, sir.
Any evidence these bullets have been wiped or something, or just, I mean, please explain to the jury why you wouldn't normally get fingerprints off of a piece of brass, a unspent bullet. Why is that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that a latent print is nothing more than, or mostly moisture. They're very fragile. It doesn't take much to wipe a print off of the surface. The cartridges I think that you're speaking of were in a magazine, so they've been shoved into a magazine, and then you got to get them out. So you got friction there going on, but most any surface that's smooth and fairly clean and shaded or textured can be conducive to prints. I have developed prints on cartridges before. It just doesn't happen very often.
But again, it's a brass surface, almost a polished brass surface. Did you say because it's mostly moisture, isn't there some oil involved in that from the fingers? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, you would have, as far as coming from your fingerprints, from the fingers, or
well,
from?
I mean, the finger that, it's always just moisture.
It's mostly 98 to 99% moisture. And then you might have some other substances mixed in there. But it's mostly just sweat is what's left behind.
You do retrieve fingerprints occasionally, do you not? You find fingerprints on things?
Oh, yes, sir. I've developed quite a few prints in my 30 years of doing this.
And once you develop a print, you can compare it based on how many points you have to do a comparison to make a match.
Well, there's no set number in this country where you have to have a certain minimum number of points. You just have to have a sufficient amount of clarity and to be able to determine that an impression was made by a certain individual.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene of these murders?
No, sir, I did not.
You were not called out that night?
No, sir.
So the forensic folks that went out there, to your knowledge, did they throw any powder down? Did they do anything to find any fingerprints that night?
I honestly don't know. I did not look at their notes from their crime scene or what have you. I really had no real reason to. I was just asked to process the things that they brought me.
So let me ask you this. You got a doorknob right here. Doorknob. I just grabbed it to open it. It's brass. Would that leave a fingerprint?
It's possible. You have, again, you have to consider how much someone perspires when they touch something. You have to consider how soon after the doorknob was touched did someone else grab the doorknob, because a leg print is extremely fragile. It doesn't take much to obliterate a print.
But you would check. If you're on the scene, you'd look.
If I was on the scene and I felt like that area was accessed by someone, I probably would have checked, yes, sir.
I mean, it appeared that there had been a shotgun blast to the victim inside a room behind that door. And you didn't know whether the door was open or closed before that person was shepherded in there or walked in there. You would want to at least look at the knob, right?
Yes, sir. I probably would, but I was not on this scene, so I don't really know exactly what all they had going on. So, but if with your scenario that you're speaking of, I probably would have checked.
And you would expect to see notes somewhere from the crime scene folks that they looked at the doorknob. But you can't just eyeball it. Don't you have to put some powder on it, or don't you have to put something on it to raise the visibility of the fingerprint?
Well, yes, sir. In some cases, you can actually see a print if it's more of what we call a patent print. A patent print is a print that might be left behind with in a residue. Could be in grease, could be in blood, it could be in dirt, anything such as that. So, but ordinarily, when you go to look for prints, you've got to do some sort of processing to a surface, depending on the surface and depending on just what you're trying to do.
So if you had a relatively small room where somebody's head had exploded and blood and all kinds of bodily fluids were sprayed over the inside of that room, you would want to take a meticulous examination of that room to see if there are any fingerprints in blood or other bodily fluids, would you not? Would you?
I would, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see something in some report by the crime scene folks where they actually did such an examination, would you not? Would you expect to see notes detailing that they at least looked at it?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, this is, I wasn't at the scene. I can, but if you're describing this type of a scene, if it was me, I would take notes, detailed notes, because, photographs, notes, sketches, all that kind of goes hand in hand.
But there should have been, well, strike that. You would also expect to see any surface that could have come into contact with a perpetrator to have been processed, either photographed or processed in some way. You would expect to see that in the notes of the crime scene investigators, correct?
I would think in the notes or in their, testimony or anything such as that, there should be something to explain what was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fingerprint person or somebody that had those skills in the crime scene team that came out that night?
I don't know. I know that there was no one from the Lake and Printing Department where I worked at the scene that day.
Do you go out to crime scenes? Do you go to crime scenes?
I've done plenty in my earlier days, but I have not been on crime scenes for quite some time.
You have people in your latent print unit that do go to crime scenes?
Not really. The Lake Print Department, the way it was set up, we pretty much are in the laboratory setting, and we process evidence that comes in from crime scenes. We don't typically go to the crime scene.
And so I guess if I'm summarizing this, everything they had you look at, you looked at in the lab.
Yes, sir. And
you found no, when I say identifiable prints, it sounds to me like you found no evidence of any prints.
Well, I found anytime I report something as no value for comparison, that means that I did find evidence of fingerprints. It just wasn't enough to compare it to anyone. Anytime I say nothing was observed, that means there was nothing observed.
So, I mean, I looked at all these, other than the, no value for comparison on the cell phone. That would mean you saw something, but you didn't have enough to compare.
Yes, sir. And, it was no value. Keep in mind, again, their legs are fragile. You've got weather involved, water, rain, that sort of thing certainly is detrimental to fingerprint evidence being left behind.
So other than the cell phone, everyone else says no fingerprint evidence was observed. That would mean there was nothing, not even a partial, right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that result is in the report, that's what that means. Yes, sir.
Other than the cell phone, you didn't even find any evidence of fingerprints, not a partial, not a smudge, not anything.
Well, I believe there were some additional long guns that came into me where I did get no value for comparison. But the initial shotgun that came into me was nothing was observed. Yes, sir.
And the initial shotgun would have been number 22.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen holding that shotgun, had actually retrieved it from his house, brought it down to the murder scene?
Counsel's testifying.
Response?
I'm just citing evidence that the state's already put into evidence. I'm not testifying to it. These are facts that have been already established by the state. He's an expert. He can opine.
Pardon?
He's an expert, therefore he can give an opinion.
The objection is overruled.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen that evening when first responders came, holding that shotgun, and the state has indicated, that's not in conflict. No one's challenging that, and yet there were he found no evidence of fingerprints. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, sir. And that's prints aren't always left on surfaces when you touch them. Just because you touch something does not mean you're going to leave a print. And there are all kind of variables as to why.
Would you agree with me? You found no prints on any of the items you were asked to examine? Cartridge cases, fired, unfired, shotguns, the shells in the shotguns. You just found no prints whatsoever.
I found none of value for comparison, which tells me that there was something there, but it just wasn't of value to compare.
And it's only on the cell phone.
The cell phone, and then the additional long guns that came into me later.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you, sir. No more questions.
Read that right.
Agent Darnell, you were previously lieutenant of crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. I was actually promoted to lieutenant over the Lake Print Crime Scene Department in 1998, where I was in that role for about 6 years.
And in your experience in that position, are crime scene personnel trained to look for fingerprints at a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. Back when I was a lieutenant over the crime scene department, we used to do the crime scene. We did the printing. We did everything. Now it's two separate departments. We have a lake print department and we have a crime scene department. The crime scene department, as I understand it, they are trained in how to process crime scenes, which would include how to process certain things on its own scene for fingerprints. In other words, if it was something that was large and not able to transport it back to the laboratory, they do get some training in how to process for prints.
And with such a bloody scene, did you get any bloody prints in this case?
I was not submitted any bloody prints in this case.
Thank you. Nothing further from the staff.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Call your next witness.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this court to be the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Blake Johnson, last name Johnsson.
Hi, Agent Johnson.
Hello.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Been with SLED a little over 5 years.
And what are some of the duties of your position?
At SLED, I work for the investigative services in the Low Country region. And as part of that, I investigate crimes within the lower 12 counties to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, cases such as that.
And with your involvement in the investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murders, did you have a chance to collect some buccal swabs in that case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 338 and State's Exhibit 339.
This one is a buccal swab that I took from Claude Rowe, CB Rowe. And
That's State's Exhibit 338.
And this is a buccal swab that I took from Connor Cook.
And how do you know you took these two buccal swabs?
Because of the writing on the outside. This is the exterior envelope. If I open them, the one that I have side would be inside.
All right, and how did you collect these buccal swabs?
I was provided buccal swabs. They come two to a pack in a sterile pack. They're opened and the inside of between the cheek and gum of both subjects are swabbed. They're put back in the envelope and sealed.
And sealed?
Yep.
Okay, they're sealed so nobody can tamper or alter those buccal swabs?
Yep. Evidence tape is placed on the seal and it's signed and initialed and dated.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, this tape moves to Exhibit 338 and 339 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
You're admitted.
And Your Honor, we have no further questions for this witness.
No questions.
Thank you. You may
Thank you,
step
Judge.
down. Your next witness.
Lawrence Wiggins.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony of this court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lawrence Wiggins, Wiggins.
I believe it's Chief Wiggins now, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you the chief of Allendale? Is it Sheriff's Office, Police Department?
Yes, so I'm currently employed as the chief of police for the town of Allendale.
But back in 2021, where were you employed?
I was employed with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I was assigned to the investigative services and I worked out of the regional office in Walterboro.
And at that time, were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was preliminarily.
And did you have an occasion to collect buccal swabs? I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 336 and 337. You could take a look at those and tell us what we have there.
We have buccal swabs taken from Mr. Roger Davis and Anthony Cook.
And you collected those swabs?
I did.
And how do you know you collected them?
My initials and
I'll consent to the admission of these rather than going through the process of how he identified them and collected them. Now, she's welcome to do that, but I'm just trying to save a little time here.
All right.
So, State's Exhibit 336 and 337. Well, Your Honor, we would have no further questions for this witness then.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
The state would next call Chandler Horney.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Chandler Horney, Horney.
And Agent Horney, can you tell the jury who you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a special agent with the Vice Services Unit.
And were you involved in the murder investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I was.
And did you collect some buccal swabs, or in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 340. You will tell us what those are.
These are the collected buccal swabs from Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman.
And how were those collected?
They were actually collected by a coworker, Special Agent Anthony Sampson. In my presence, he took the swabs of the inside of both of these individuals' cheeks.
And then when he took the swabs, he placed them in
this envelope.
Okay. And they were placed in bags that were sealed, not to be tampered with?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 340 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
We have no further questions for the state.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
The state next calls Jomar Albayalde.
right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Jomar Albayalde, spelling my last name is A-L-B as in Bravo, A-Y-A-L-D-E, Albayalde. If it makes it any easier, my peers call me Joe.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. And you did tell me a little trick to pronouncing that last name there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that?
Remember the phrase, I'll be here all day, and drop the here, I'll be all day. You got it.
Thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you work for SLED, is that right?
I do.
Okay, and did you have the chance to collect some buccal swabs in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 342, 343, and 344. Take a look, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 342 is a buccal swab you collected from who?
Thank you. All right, this exhibit 342 is from Mr. Randy Murdaugh.
Okay, and then 343?
343 is a DNA sample collected from a Hippolito Torres.
And 344?
This final buccal sample was collected from his son, Alan Gonzalez.
And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am. These were collected via a DNA or buccal swab kit, which essentially is a swab is a special agent Johnson explained to you earlier. So it's simply a swab from each side of the inner cheek, placed into a secured envelope and then sealed in a evidence envelope, such as this one.
It would be sealed so it was not tampered with, is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
At this time, this tape removes tapes 342, 343, and 344 into evidence.
What says the defense? Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. State has no further questions for the judge. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you for the indulgence one moment. No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next.
All right, next witness is going to be fairly lengthy, and Mr. Fernandez is going to call him, and we'd ask for just a moment to get the exhibits out that he needs and get them in order so it moves orderly before the jury, if we could.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break.
Oh, another brief break. Wow. Okay, those ones went really quick, the last couple, and it looks like that was because they just wanted to get evidence of how they collected the buccal swabs into court, and defense didn't oppose, and there you go. Quick. We should all wait like that when they were entering the evidence, but not always. The next witness will be lengthy. Yep, just, dotting those I's and crossing those T's. I agree. There are no usable prints that identified anything when they were talking about the phone casings and the guns. The guns that they did were the ones that were remaining on the property and obviously not the murder weapon. That didn't, I thought that when they started to mention a fingerprint expert, my ears perked up. I got a little bit, perhaps something might drop. I didn't hear anything, but did anyone else? It is getting towards lunchtime too. I think after the next witness, perhaps they will take the lunch break. Things are moving a little quicker with getting evidence in. Yeah, I saw that, Liam. The defense kind of wasted some time trying to tell the prosecution not to waste any time. Mark Tinsley was to come forward with speaking in regards to the financial crimes. Creighton Waters mentioned him several times. And actually, the judge said he didn't need to hear from him because the testimony pretty much already had been stated. Whatever he would speak to was already in evidence that he had presented. So I'm not sure. Mark Tinsley may come up on other things when it goes before the jury. But if I remember correctly, yesterday the judge did state several witnesses he did not need to hear from Creighton Waters when he listed everyone he wanted to bring forward. Mark Tinsley was one of the names, I believe, that he said, no, I don't need to hear from any more bank officials since I've heard from Michael Gunn, and then he didn't want to hear from that many more. But the name Mark Tinsley was mentioned. I believe Mark Tinsley actually is not the gentleman that's actually suing Alex Murdaugh in regards to the Valerie Beach incident. It's his former law partner. And I think, okay, here's the news here's from Fitz News and their local, a little bit on Mark Tinsley for those of you that are interested. Mark's, yep, shady legal maneuvering for sure going on. There was a settlement that was reached in the, I don't know. He objected to the boat crash settlement, okay? Mostly because there's money that's owed to the partnership by Alex Murdaugh, and by the boat settlement was using a lot of the assets that were being sold. So basically, that was reached. The settlement was a reach, but, Tinsley was one of those that actually objected to it. What's being put forward is that Alex Murdaugh confessed for judgment in both lawsuits. The failed to pay him back, X amount of money for the partnerships, and for Parker's lawsuit in 2021. And his brother Randy also filed a similar claim. Okay, and that he has actually confessed judgment in both of those lawsuits to try to get out of paying both of them, because what it does is it bypasses other creditors. The settlement, they get the money first, and other creditors that are already on the list will not get any percentage of the money. There was an asset freezing injunction that was put into place afterwards, which had to be, manipulated for the settlements to go through. And it just seems that there were emails that say that, Alex Murdaugh and his attorney knew exactly what they were doing when they settled everything all at the same time to try to make the money available for only one and not the others. Parker was a partner at Murdaugh's family law firm. And Tinzel's suing. He's a partner too. They're all. It's so convoluted. The financial crimes. Everybody's indicated. Everybody's got their fingers in the pie. Alex Murdaugh's the one making out with all the money everywhere. And it seems like even in the settlement of his lawsuits, he's still doing shady business here. Yep. This break is going longer than I thought. Fishy, they were having red snapper for tea. Liam. I know they keep bringing up that fishy pop. Hey, Beck, you come up here to keep me awake?
No, I just came up to keep
I
you
know.
company because Sandy said someone
I
hop in
appreciate
there,
it.
and I said,
Yep.
well, I had the link ready for lunch, so it's fine.
Oh, well, thank you, Sandy.
Yeah.
I didn't see that, but thanks, But, yeah, these lawsuits are getting like crazy. Like they're talking about Mark Tinsley, and I'm just looking at some of the documentation because, I pulled the links for everybody and dropped them down there. And that's
Yeah.
just crazy that all the partners are suing each other for the money. It's insane.
I had to make a phone call. What happened with Tinsley? I missed that part.
Nothing. Someone asked why he didn't testify, and I do believe yesterday that was one of the names that Judge Newman mentioned when he said, "I don't need to hear from all of these other ones because I want to hear about Satterfield because it's settled, and Mallory Beach because it's settled. I could just look at that documentation. I don't need to hear from the witnesses involved with that." And Mark Tinsley was one of those witnesses. He's an ex-law partner of
Okay,
Alex
wait a
Murdaugh.
minute. Who? Okay, I suck. Who's Mallory Beach?
Mallory Beach is the young woman who died in the boating incident.
I knew you were gonna say that. I just wanted to confirm. Okay, okay. Now I'm caught up.
I'm surprised I could keep it straight even on a Friday, of all things, because like it gets to the end of the week and you've been talking like 8 hours a day for like 4 or 5 days. I'm sure everyone can hear it in my voice. I'm just like,
See,
Friday.
my voice gets like cracky like that, and it just goes deeper. So it's okay. I don't mind it.
It does. I've got the who is that the actress that whenever I get a sore throat, everybody's all Brenda Vaccaro. Like, it's an older actress that has got a deep throaty voice that they say like everybody get a sore throat, you're coming down with something, you sound like Brenda Vaccaro. But yeah.
Well,
I'm hoping
Sandy,
it's not going to be anything, but what's she say?
Sandy said, "I'm hungry for actual results from evidence. The way they are spoon feeding it all is irritating." Yeah, Sandy, remember they don't allow the jury to take notes in Newman's courtroom. So we think that's why they're going over details multiple times so the jury has it straight in their head, because they are not allowed to take notes or anything. So that's Claire and I's guess.
Oh. Yes, they're not allowed to take notes. Nope. I know I'm very impatient, Mandy. I feel you. I am. When they're entering into buccal swabs and they gotta go, "How'd you take it? What'd you do?" Blah blah blah. I'm like, really? Is that how bad like challenging the evidence is with the defense team? Like, and then the defense has the nerve to say, "Oh, just speed it up." Well, you're the one picking apart the process of how SLED did their investigation. Now they got to prove everything.
Right.
It's like the catch-22,
Yep. He's bitching about, like you guys say, he's bitching about time, but he's holding up the process by bitching about time.
Right. Like,
Aaron Reese said, "Jesus, this guy again. If you don't want me up here, Aaron, just let me know, buddy. I mean, I'll,
come
I'll
on up.
leave."
I'll drop you a link, Aaron. You want to come up too? Like, I will drop you a link. You know,
I think he was talking about the guy in the court, but I just made
I
a
hope
joke.
I hope so. But even if he is talking about you, they got you up here. Somebody has to hold my head up. I'm telling you. You know, if they better have some compelling testimony, or you guys will hear me snoring on mic this afternoon. Guaranteed it'll be clipped and everywhere. Because really, it's getting kind of dull. Yesterday was exciting.
Yeah, it was. Oh my
Today,
God, there
not
was
so
so
much.
much pertinent information yesterday. It was crazy. Yeah, this is all the details that nobody really gives a crap about today.
Yeah.
It looks like.
How dare they hype me up yesterday just
I don't
to
know.
put me to sleep today, like the
On a
nerve.
Friday, I know. It should be
Friday.
exciting, so we're all like cliffhanging until Monday
Mhm.
morning. That's
I
what it
will
should
have
be.
I will have to say though, the judge is running a tight ship. He's like,
Oh yeah.
Like I hear him. He's like, did you hear the grunt? I heard a couple of grunts over there on the deck. I
Yeah,
was like,
know, right?
I hear you, Judge. I hear you. Like, yeah. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, don't even like and when the defense got up and they went and then he goes, okay, I need a minute, and then he goes, no questions, and they hear like that. Because why you got to go back and forth to your desk, go like that, wait those minutes, and then just go, nope, no questions. Oh, here they are, back again. There you
Yep.
go.
Okay.
You could stay up if you want. I just mute.
Okay.
It's up to
I'll
you.
just chill.
Bring the jury. Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please?
Yes, sir.
State calls Paul Greer.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, please have a seat in the witness stand, repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Paul Greer, Greer.
Paul, how are you doing today?
I'm great, thank you.
Take a moment to unpack your stuff if you need to. Paul, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us a little bit when you graduated high school and where you went for education.
Sure. My name is Paul Greer. I am originally from the upstate of South Carolina, went to school and graduated high school in 2009. Upon graduating high school, I attended the University of South Carolina and received a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of South Carolina.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to ask you, if you would, to pull that microphone a little closer so we can all hear you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Paul, walk us through a little bit about your career. With whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which is commonly known as SLED.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your professional career. How did you get started at SLED, and what is it that you do there?
Yes, sir. After completing my Bachelor of Science at USC, I began an internship at SLED in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I specifically did an internship with our Firearm and Tool Mark department. I interned there for several months and ultimately achieved a position there in that unit. I began my employment officially at SLED in March of 2014, in the firearms department, where I began training to become a firearms examiner.
All right, and are you currently employed as a firearms SLED? Paul, Mr. Greer, if you would, walk us through what that required in order to become a firearms examiner.
Sure. In order to become a firearms examiner, there's a lot of extensive training on the job that must be conducted. At SLED, I began an in-house training program that we refer to as the Firearm Toolmark Course of Instruction. During this time, again, it was extensive, approximately 3 years or so. I assisted other examiners who were qualified on the job, prep their cases. I learned how to work those cases. I looked at thousands of fired ammunition components on the microscope and did many comparisons of those. During that time, I also completed multiple written and practical examinations. At the conclusion of that training program, I was given a comprehensive final exam that included some mock casework in our laboratory. I successfully completed all of that training in that mock casework and was able to begin working cases on my own.
In addition to the comprehensive qualifications and testing required to become a forensic examiner, are forensic examiners in SLED also subject to yearly testing as well?
Yes, sir. We do the competency at the conclusion of our training program, but we also participate in proficiency testing each year within an area in our discipline. So that is completed. I complete a proficiency test each year, and that just assures that we're maintaining our competency.
Thank you. Paul, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir, I am.
And which one would that be?
I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, which is also known as AFTE.
Have you had any opportunity to attend additional trainings or conferences under the umbrella of firearms and toolmark examinations?
Yes, sir, I have.
Please explain a couple of those or a few of those, if you would.
Yes, sir. AFTE hosts an annual conference each year, and AFTE, I might add, is an international organization. It's a group of firearms and toolmark examiners around the world, as well as other scientists and members from the academic world. We get together each year, and I attend that when I'm able in order to share information and see what's happening within the field of firearm and toolmark examination. I've attended several of those conferences, and I've also attended some regional conferences that have been hosted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico.
And speaking of laboratory, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the accreditation it operates under?
The SLED laboratory is accredited under ANAB. That is a national organization that follows ISO 17025 standards, and those are international standards. So our laboratory is operating within the same set of standards as other labs in the United States that are accredited with ANAB, and also those who follow the ISO 17025.
And in order to maintain accreditation, is there an inspection process ANAB requires?
Yes, sir.
All right, and explain, if you would, the kind of the couple of inspections that are typically required.
In order to maintain our accreditation, we have a visit approximately every 4 years. Auditors come in to the laboratory to check our casework, review our files, make sure that we're operating within those standards. And they watch us perform casework. That's a huge component. And they do this for all of the disciplines within the laboratory. And that audit every 4 years within that cycle helps to ensure that we're meeting those standards. Currently at SLED, we also have internal audits each year. So even though the ANAB inspectors that come every 4 years, we may not see them every year, there is some type of audit being performed within our departments and in our casework each year.
Thank you. Does the SLED laboratory operate under a policies and procedures guideline for the overall agency?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, and explain a little bit about how that involves the lab.
Correct. SLED in general has a large set of policies that we must adhere to. Within the laboratory, each department has a manual that they must follow that gives information to conduct their everyday work and how to perform casework. Additionally, in following the ANAB accreditation, we have a SLED quality manual that is specifically for the laboratory. We must do that as well. Those are all guidelines to help us to conduct casework.
And in addition to the SLED quality assurance manual, would there additionally be a firearms department manual that you have to comply with?
Yes, sir. There is a firearms manual that we must follow.
Okay, just very briefly, please explain what that involves.
Yes, sir. That again is just a document that gives information on how to conduct our day-to-day casework, what to do with evidence, how we should examine that. It also gives us information into our training program, any type of calibration or measurement, we need to consider equipment that we use. All of that information is contained within that manual that we have to follow and can reference.
All right, and if you would, please explain to the jury what firearms identification, generally the subject matter, what that is.
Sure. Firearms identification is a discipline in forensic science where our main objective each day is to examine those fired ammunition components. So imagine a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet, and we're looking at those in order to determine if they were fired by a specific firearm.
Thank you. How long again have you been working in SLED, in the SLED laboratory?
I've been employed in the firearms department at SLED for almost 9 years.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in court such as this?
I have.
Would that be both state and federal courts?
I have testified in state and federal courts, yes, sir.
Approximately how many times, or do you know how many times?
Approximately 27 times, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, state moves to admit Mr. Greer as a firearms and tool mark examination expert.
Your Honor, no objections to his qualifications.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Greer, I'd like to take the moment to kind of educate the jury a little bit on firearms.
Yes, sir.
And if you would, please tell us a little bit about the, well, first of all, are you familiar with the two kind of cartridge rounds we're going to primarily be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the two kind of firearms we're going to generally be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you would, please give us a little, an intro to firearms, beginning with perhaps a shotgun. Tell us what makes that a unique type of firearm and how it generally operates.
Yes, sir. In general, a firearm is a mechanism that propels through the combustion of gunpowder. As he was stating, there are several different types of firearms, and one of them is a shotgun. A shotgun, if you imagine, is a long gun, typically that is designed to be fired from the shoulder. And that has a smooth bore. And what the bore is just the inside of that barrel. So there's no rifling inside that barrel typically. A shotgun is also different than maybe a handgun that you may be familiar with, and it fires shot shells. And a shot shell is a cartridge, if you will, that could be plastic or metal that can contain multiple projectiles or a single projectile.
When you said barrel, smooth bore, and rifling, would rifling mean sort of the interior of the barrel where the bullet exits is spiraled inside?
Correct. That rifling is in barrels in order to give a bullet that's traveling down that barrel its rotary twist and spin so that way it can travel to a target or its destination.
And does that rifling assist in the bullet traveling in a straight line consistently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The rifling, spinning the bullet, making it go out, does that allow it to travel in a straight line?
Yes, that rifling that's inserted into that barrel, if you'll think of kind of like a quarterback throwing a football, it helps it give it that nice spiral so that it can travel more efficiently.
And kind of the opposite of that would be the smooth bore of a shotgun. How does that affect the pellets or the BBs inside of the shotgun?
So in a typical shotgun, you don't have that rifling that gives it that spin or twist, but that's not the design of the shotgun. So when those pellets or a slug or whatever is traveling down the bore of that shotgun, it is just traveling out the barrel based on combustion from it firing.
And if you would please describe to us what type of ammunition a shotgun will shoot.
Typically, you use a shot shell. That can be made of some type of plastic. Typically, we see that with some type of metal head on it. Inside that shot shell, there can be multiple projectiles. You hear of pellets. We think of birdshot, buckshot. That's what would be inside of a shot shell. Also in there may be units. That could be plastic or some type of paper material, and that would be a wad. And those have different jobs within a shot shell. Those can be to protect the pellets, to keep them together as they travel, to provide some type of cushioning between those pellets and the powder. So they all have different various purposes inside that shot shell.
Mr. Greer, did you bring with you some demonstrative items to kind of just demonstrate generically what you're talking about in a shot shell?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I see that real quick?
Yes, sir.
Handing back these to you. All right. Mr. Greer, if you would, begin with the shot shells. You brought some demonstrative exhibits, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would, just please hold them up, show them to the jury, and explain what it is we see when what we're looking at and what the components are in there.
Sure. Again, these are just two examples of a shot shell. Here you have a plastic body there of the shell with a metal head. On this, that is the end that's going to be up against the breech face of the firearm. And in the middle, you'll see a small circle. That's the primer area, and that's what's going to be struck by a firing pin in a firearm so that it will fire. That's what's going to detonate inside the shot shell to cause it to be fired. Out this end, you see it's crimped on this end. And that the projectile side of the shot shell will exit and travel down all of that.
All right, Mr. Greer, the second firearm, Woody, if you would, talk about what our platform is.
Sure. Something that is commonly seen throughout America. Originally, it was designed by Armalite, and it's just a modular platform, and it's a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle in its normal state, and that's what we have here today.
Okay. And what would be the more common caliber that you might find on the AR platform?
Yes, sir. Typically, what is very common that we see in the laboratory and that you may be more familiar with is it's chambered in .223 Remington caliber 5.56 NATO. That is a very common caliber for an AR-15 type firearm.
And what were some of the items case as far as what the 300 blackout round is, and maybe how it's similar and different from a 5.56 round NATO?
Sure. Again, you may be familiar with the .223 Remington or 5.56 NATO caliber. The 300 blackout cartridge is sort of similar to that. When that was designed, it was designed so that it could be used with a lot of the original features of an AR-15. So the overall dimensions of those cartridges are very similar, with the exception of a shorter case length and a much heavier or larger bullet.
And 300 being relatively, at least compared to NATO round, were some of the components interchangeable on the AR platform?
It's my understanding that when that 300 blackout caliber was developed, it was designed so that some of the components from the original AR-15 type that were chambered in the 5.56 NATO or the .223 Remington could be used with the 300 blackout.
And it is possible, maybe not ideal, but possible to use a magazine that would be formatted for the .223 5.56 round in a 300 blackout.
Yeah, it's possible.
And did you bring any .223 and 5.56 and 300 blackout rounds with you today for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, sir, I have two.
All right, if you please identify the two and tell us, looking at what the differences would be?
To start off, this is an example of a 223 Remington. This is the one that you may be more familiar with. I will show you now, side by side, this is the 300 Blackout. I'm trying to do this so you can see. You can see that their overall dimensions there are a little larger. Excuse me, about the same, with the exception of the larger bullet. I'll give you a little bit of anatomy here of the cartridge. What we would refer to as this item right here is an unfired cartridge. Terminology in our firearms department is very key to us in being accurate in what we do. So we would refer to this as an unfired cartridge. That contains a bullet, which is this portion right here, it's colored projectile, and that's what's going to travel down the barrel of the firearm towards the target. Again, on this end, just like the shot shell, there's a primer there in the middle. You see the circle object there, and that's what the firing pin is going to strike, so that way that it can detonate and cause the cartridge to be fired. When it's fired, we'll have a cartridge case, which is just the brass colored portion here. And that is the cylindrical component there that holds it all together. It holds the primer, the bullet, and the gunpowder inside of it.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Permission to approach, just for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to put it on the helmet. Greer, if you would just pay attention, you have a little video screen there. See if this will work. All right, Mr. Greer, can you see these two bullets on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can see that.
This is not going to work. All right, can you see them clearly?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. What's the big black thing on the screen?
Appears to be a phone.
In your expertise, that's a fact. The two rounds we see there, the top round, can you identify what one that is?
The one that is up against the foam there would be the 300 Blackout caliber cartridge.
And then, as you said before, the below the row, that would be the 223/556 round.
Yes, sir.
And seeing the actual projectile, meaning the item that exits the barrel of the rifle, would that be that tip, the cylindrical tip on the top?
Yes, sir. And I believe, if I remember correctly, those projectiles were copper in color. You can distinguish that on the screen.
And I don't know if you mentioned it, but I'll ask, did as compared to each other, does the 300 Blackout have a higher grain typically than the 556?
It's possible. The bullets come in different grain weights, so that is a much larger bullet, so I would expect it to be heavier.
And when we are going to hear about grain weights, could you explain what that means also?
Sure. Grain is a term that we use in firearms, and it's just a unit of measurement. So when we measure our projectiles, we are going to measure those in grains. And just as a common way to reach that, if you imagine 7,000 grains, that's equivalent to approximately a pound.
Thank you. So measurements and bullets are done in grains, basically.
Yes, sir. That's what we refer to them in.
Going back to shotgun shells very briefly, are there various types of shotgun shells and gauges or calibers?
Yes, sir, there are.
Could you explain a couple of the types that you might commonly find, and then just some of the calibers so we know what we're talking about?
Sure. Some of the more common gauges in shot shell, and gauge is just referring to the size and how we are able to determine what that firearm is chambered in. So a 12 gauge is something that's very common. That's a very common shotgun that I would expect to encounter. You may also have heard of or be familiar with the gauge. That other one that may be common, or 410 bore, which is a type of shot shell as well. Those are some of the more common ones that we would see in our laboratory setting and that you may be familiar with. Again, throughout those, there are all different kinds of shot shells loaded with different projectiles, loaded with birdshot, loaded with buckshot, and they all will serve a purpose within their own risk. But there's projectiles, it could have just one large, which we refer to as a SLED. So there's lots of options, if you will, within a shot shell.
And although this may be obvious, a buckshot is typically used to hunt what type of game?
I'm not hunting often, but I would expect a buckshot could be used for some, as it suggests, a buck. You would expect maybe a larger animal. Again, I'm not a hunter, but that's where I could imagine that.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Before we move on, and speaking about the area of forensic science of firearm examinations, is that an area that is subject to peer review?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what that means? What's the peer review process and why that's important in forensic science?
Sure. Within firearms and tool mark examination, this is something that's been around for years. Firearms examiners have been learning about the firearms identification process, building studies and designs and experiments throughout many years. And part of that process in designing those studies and doing this research within firearm and tool mark, they're going to draft an experiment, conduct an experiment, publish an article on their findings, and during that process, there can be review. There will be a review of the article of the experiment where other scientists within our field or other scientists or researchers can examine that and see what was going on during that process and say whether they agree with it and share their comments. And that's part of that peer review process. We, as an AFTI member, I have access to our AFTI journal where a lot of those peer review articles are published, and they're able for other examiners to look at, for other scientists and researchers to look at and help bolster or their opinions and thoughts on firearms identification.
And personally, do you know how many exams you've conducted?
I do not have a number of examinations that I've conducted while at SLED. However, at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the thousands.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you, did you receive a volume of items concerning this case for review?
Yes, sir. I did receive several items to examine in this case.
And generally, did you have an opportunity, we're going to go through those items very shortly, but did you have an opportunity to, in general, review a significant amount of items for identification, possible identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you prepare a report after conducting examinations?
Yes, sir. I did prepare a report.
All right, I'm going to ask us if we would go through a number of items very shortly. Do you have a copy report, and is it needed in order to refresh your memory and be able to specifically recall each individual item?
Yes, sir. I do have a copy, and I would appreciate being able to refer to it.
Okay, very good. And prior to an opportunity to, well, first of all, generally when items are submitted, do you know anything about the case?
Generally, when items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, I do not have information about the case. I do not.
Prior to today's testimony, have you familiarized yourself at least very briefly with the layout of the scene of the crime?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what specifically paying attention to what on that crime scene?
I reviewed a crime layout in relation to where some of the marker numbers were that are listed in my report. Those just reference numbers, and I reviewed where those were in relation to the crime scene that where the two bodies.
And is that just to assist us when we reference item number X, Y, or 1, 2, or 3? It allows us to then to testify as where that was located.
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, Agent Greer, I'm going to go down the list of items, and I'd like you to identify the item that was received for me, beginning with item numbers 2 through 5.
Yes, sir.
Your items 2 through 5? Did you conduct a review of that item?
Yes, sir. I did look at SLED items 2 through 5.
And while I find those items, if you would, please explain how you receive items in general, how you receive items in the lab, what the condition is before you review them, and then what you do ultimately with that item.
Correct. Yes, sir. So as items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, those can come from agencies all over the state, to include our own SLED crime scene department. Those items are given assignments for multiple departments, depending on what the requesting agency is asking to have completed. We are a full service laboratory, so sometimes the evidence has to travel through to other departments before it arrives to me in the firearms department. Typically, if you want something like latent prints or DNA to be processed on those items, it would go there first, because when I get the item, I may decontaminate it or touch it, and those prints or DNA may not be relevant anymore, because you would find me on it. Evidence travels throughout the laboratory to those departments and through our evidence control department. I receive those items either from those analysts or from our evidence control technicians. And when I receive that item and before I begin my examination, I want to make sure that the item is submitted to me in a manner that I can tell that it's not been tampered with. So we use a lot of heat sealed pouches. So I'll make sure those are sealed, or our cardboard box that it's sealed up, and I can tell that there's either evidence tape or initials of that sealing examiner prior to me. So that way the evidence has been preserved in a manner that I know no one has altered with it.
And just so we're clear, thank you, Mr. Greer. Just so we're clear, when I refer to items, sometimes I'll say items 2. Does that refer to the items that you received them as a SLED designation?
Yes, sir. One other thing about the SLED laboratory, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it receives its own unique lab number that's specific to our laboratory. And it also receives new item numbers. And that's so we can track it throughout the laboratory, and our analysts throughout the lab can report and identify those clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 63 through 68. And I believe they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your report. Would you please take a moment to look at these items and let me know if you're familiar with them?
When we receive these items, I do mark the packaging, and I'm also looking for my heat sealed pouch, and this is how I package the evidence after I examined it. So I'm just confirming that I see some of the information on these items. Yes, sir. This appears to be what was submitted to the SLED laboratory as items 2 through 7 in your State's Exhibit 63 through 68.
Thank you. And did you have an opportunity? I'll take those from you. Did you have an opportunity to examine these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, please tell us for these items.
I determined that each of those items, they were all fired S&B heads.
I'm renew my prior objection to the opinion testimony based upon the hearing we had, just for the record.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
I determined that each of those were one fired S&B head stamp 300 blackout caliber cartridge case, and that was items 2 through 7. That's what each of those items were.
Mr. Greer, an item on the screen in front of you would be what's marked as States Exhibit 63. Is that representative of the items that you reviewed in that batch?
Yes, sir.
All right. 300 blackout round. Were you able to see the head stamp on it? And I can give you back one of the items if you would. Were you able to identify the head stamp and who the manufacturer of that round was?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Who was that?
The manufacturer of items 2 through 7 was Cellier and Bellow, and you may hear that referred to as SMB.
300?
Yes, sir, and head stamp 300 blackout.
Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence already as State's Exhibits 33 and 34. Jim, do you want to see those? 33 and 34, which I believe correlate to 9 and 10 on your report. Would you please take a look at these items? And do you recognize them?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and please tell us what they are.
Which is State's Exhibit 34, is a fired federal premium double
And for your review of the scene, where were items, your items 2 through 7 located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, I was aware of the marker numbers that those were recovered from, and then reviewing that diagram, it's my understanding that those items 2 through 7, the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, were located around or near the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
All right, and I'm referring now to your items 9 and 10, States 33 and 34. Where were those at your review of the crime scene diagram? Where were those identified and retrieved from?
Those appear to be in or around the search room area near the kennels.
Thank you. I'm putting these two up on the screen. Mr. Greer, are these the items you just testified to having examined?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Now, right now we're identifying a number of items. Is it, would it be fair to say that we're going to go over your results then at the conclusion of the identification?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right, referring to item States Exhibit number 4, your item number 22, would you please direct your attention to that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm handing you what's been marked, Jim. Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Please take a look at this firearm. Let me know if you're familiar with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this firearm is unloaded. It's safe for me to handle. I will keep it pointed in a safe direction here. I'm going to look for some of those identifying marks that I placed on shotgun. Yes, sir, I do recognize this shotgun.
All right, tell us what that gun is.
This shotgun was determined to be one Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun in 12 gauge with a serial number of U573210E17.
Thank you. Was there anything that accompanied State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir. Also submitted with that firearm was an accessory, which was the sling, and one unfired Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch 12-gauge shot shell, and one unfired Winchester Super X Game Load 16-gauge shot shell.
Now, I think you just testified that 12 gauge, this shotgun is what gauge?
That is 12-gauge shotgun.
And I think you just mentioned that loaded in it was a 16 gauge. Could you explain what the process was ejecting? Is that the proper gauge for that shotgun?
No, sir. That the unfired ammunition, as it was submitted to me, was received in another package. I did not remove it from that firearm. However, a 16 gauge would not be correct for use in that firearm.
Did you have to manually remove it from the shotgun?
It was already removed when I received it.
I'm handing you what's been marked as states and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 250, SLED item 8. So item 8, SLED item 8, but states item 50. Take a moment to review it and let me know if you're aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. I recognize this as SLED item 8.
Did you have an opportunity to examine and review that item? What did you determine it was or is?
SLED item 8, States Exhibit number 250, was determined to be one fired bullet, and that was listed as a near tire impression at marker 8.
Okay. And you were able to do further analysis, which will get to the results to determine its weight?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So as you testified before, this would be the bullet minus the casing that it originally came in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is just one fired bullet.
And that's what it looks like when it doesn't have the back part on it?
Yes, sir. That's just a bullet without any cartridge case attached.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 20, SLED item 14. This is entered into evidence already. I'm going to hand it to you. Then ask if you conducted an exam of this item.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what are the results?
SLED item 14, which is States Exhibit 20, was determined to be 24 bird shots listed as from dog food storage room.
And can you repeat it for my purposes? These are pellets from what?
Yes, sir. 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
You testified before and you presented what a shotgun shell looks like. Would that be what's inside a shotgun shell ultimately?
Yes, sir. That would be an example of birdshot pellets that would be loaded into a shotgun shell.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been stated in this index. Item number Did you have an opportunity to review this item after you take a look at it?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what it is, please.
SLED item 12 states exhibit 76 was determined to be one fired bullet listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 102, SLED item 11. Already entered in evidence. Please take a look at this item. Let me know if you're familiar with its contents.
Yes, sir. This is SLED item 11, states exhibit 102, and that was determined to be one fired bullet jacket fragment, 3 bullet jacket fragments, and 1 piece of lead, listed as defect in ground, gravel marker 13.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to refer to what's been identified as State's Exhibit 109. SLED item 137. Please review this item and let me know if you recognize it and if you performed an examination of it.
Yes, sir. This is SLED item 137, states exhibit 109, and it was determined to be 1 piece of lead listed as from hair on the item 92 dress.
At this point, State would move for 109 to be admitted into evidence. Moving on to State's Exhibit 110, which is SLED items 67 and 68. I'll direct your attention to that. It's been marked as, for identification purposes, as State's item 110.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as evidence is 110. If you would, please take a look at it. Let me know if you've recognized it and performed an examination on it.
Yes, sir. States exhibit 110 represents 2 SLED items. SLED item 67, which I examined, determined to be 48 birdshot pellets listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. And SLED item 68 was 1 piece of plastic listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
Say where it's from, that's because that's what was identified on the item when it was submitted to you for review.
Yes, sir. That's solely based on how it was logged into our system by the submitting personnel.
All right, I'm going to refer your attention now to 3 items just to speed along the process a little bit. States 111, 112, and 113 marked as identification purposes. SLED item 69, 66, and 104. So if you please take a look at those in your items in your report. I'll be right with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We will Resume in 1 hour and 15 minutes, 2:45.
All right.
Yikes. That was something. Okay. We've got an hour and 15 minutes. Did they just say that they entered into evidence the casings, the bullets from the body of Paul?
I don't know. I missed that part. I was jumping between the trial and
no.
Somebody go back.
Did
Somebody
they
rewind.
Just entered it.
Okay.
It said removed from the body, and I'm like, okay, so now we're going to hear the comparison of found in body to found on property, tying Paul's gun. I've been wondering why they made it so important. All those pictures Creighton Waters showed of the porch outside the gun room, all those casings on the ground that they picked up there. Why he asked Will Loving it specifically to identify that whole area over and over again and talk about the day that they were out there shooting, he and Paul, and explain the rifle that's missing, by the way.
Well, he's been setting this up for a week.
Exactly. So that rifle's missing. They're alluding that Paul's rifle is one of the murder weapons, which leads to what we've all been talking about in chat. What if Paul was out there with his rifle already, and that's why there's two guns? Because opportunity to make it look like there's two shooters.
And by the way, I want to point out the fact that now think about it. Alex Murdaugh, he's on the phone with dispatch and he says, I'm going to go get a gun. I don't feel safe.
Okay.
So he drives to he drives to the house, right? Gets a gun and comes back. What gun did he grab? It was a shotgun. You know what that shows you? His favorite weapon is a shotgun. You always when you're panicked, you grab the one you're most familiar with.
Okay. Eternal Move says it was plastic removed from Paul's shoulder. So I wonder if that's like plastic from the casings of the buckshot or what. Okay, so we're going to hear.
No idea.
Okay, whatever they removed from Paul's body is going to be compared to what they found on the property. That's what it sounds like to me. This is a comparison expert. He's the one that does this. We've been waiting for this.
Well, yeah, Mandy, they've been setting up Paul's carelessness with firearms intentionally this whole time.
Yes, they have been. And, that's been said. And actually, you know what really sticks out to me, Mandy? That Alex mentioned that in his interview first out the gate. Paul's a wonderful guy, blah, 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 all of this. And then, but he leaves clothes here. He leaves his firearm here. It's almost like he was laying it all out. If you go back to those interviews, that's what really sticks out to me. All the extra information that Alex Murdaugh let come out of his mouth while they were talking to him was
you guys have
he wanted us to know. He wanted everybody to think like this is the guy who manipulates. I don't know. I watch too much crime drama. All I can say is go back. I don't want him, if he's innocent, I don't want him to be convicted. But I see manipulation here everywhere. And I'm trying not to be biased and speculate too much. But like red little pricklies are going, like red little alarms are going off all over the place. If you go back to those two original interviews and listen, not to the questions that are asked, listen to the extra information he throws out.
Right. Oh, and what was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, and it would be easy for him to plan it as well, because he knew that every evening before dark, Maggie walked out to the kennels to check on the dogs and to walk her dog. The friends said that. Alex knew that shit.
Yes, you did. But also friends are also saying that she didn't want to spend a lot of time on the property anymore. And then she never went out at dark. And we have to remember the time
this was
of year
before dark, though.
It was because it was June. So it was still quite light out for a long time. That's like summer, like the
it should have been like 9:30, 9:45 on the coast, East Coast, before the sun goes down, I think.
Right. You would be pretty much correct about that time of year. So definitely, when we've been talking about Paul always having his gun with him, both of his friends testified that they often use that gun. That was one of, he used it a lot. He
Yep.
loved to go duck hunting. He always was using it like almost on a daily basis, every other day. He loved the property. He would have, he might have had it with him out there at the kennel. Now it's gone. You see,
Oh,
the thing is,
absolutely.
it's missing now.
Yep.
So who?
And then
Yeah.
and then there's the text
And
message where Maggie
I don't
said
think it
something's
became
fishy.
missing. She did
I
say
don't
that he
think
wants me over there, and he's acting fishy. Like he's acting fishy. Not something's fishy. He's acting.
How
Paul,
long
I mean,
before
not
this
Paul,
happened?
Alex.
How
I
long
thought it was
before
that
this happened
day.
did Paul's and now mind you, by the way, I want to point out another thing. Alex said Paul lost his gun. Paul's friend said it was stolen. There's a big difference there.
Paul's gun
So
stolen? No, he said Paul's gun
that's
was
what his friend
lost.
said. His
His
friend
friend-
said that his gun was stolen. One
The
of them
first
did. I
gun,
can't remember
the
which
first, Yeah, but the first gun. They're not talking about the replacement one. Remember.
one. Oh, the replacement one is missing too.
The replacement one is missing, and that's the
Oh
one. Okay.
shit! I didn't know both of them were missing.
No. I think that camo. No, they said that camo one was. Didn't they show it in the courtroom? Wait a minute. They
No.
said it-
Oh
no,
You're
they showed
talking
a
about the
picture of it.
shotgun.
That's
no,
right.
honey,
they
you're
showed-
talking about the shotgun. I'm
Right.
talking about the 300 blackout.
No,
chamber
I'm not
gun.
talking. I'm talking about Paul's shotgun. Paul's
Oh,
shotgun
that's
was
what's going on.
identified by photograph as having a different camo pattern
Yeah.
than the one that they found on the residence. That wasn't Paul's. They clearly identified what Paul's would look like, but it was from a photograph. They didn't have the gun in the courtroom. So that's what makes me think that that's the gun that's missing. And those are the bullets that they're talking about. Okay, back and forth. And now they're talking about the blackout bullets. But there's casings outside of the door. And I believe that when Will Loving was on the stand, they went through great lengths to identify who was shooting with what gun those casings. And that was Paul with his
Right.
gun, doing most of the shooting with his gun. And that's where those casings all came from. And I thought that that's what they entered into evidence right before they started talking about what they took from Paul's body.
Right. Okay.
But I could
Yeah,
be
no,
confu-
I was
don't
just
know.
referring to
It
the
really gets me confused, all of this gun talk and ballistics. I can't tell an AK from a rifle from a shotgun. Like, you guys throw terms around, and I'm just like, they all go bang and people die. Period. That's what I know
Okay,
about
so
guns.
the AR style 300 blackout gun was what I was talking about, because he had the tan one originally, which Paul said he lost, but his friend said was stolen out of his truck. And then now there's the replacement one that doesn't have the scope and blah 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 on it.
Okay.
That's missing as well. Then is that correct?
Yes, they did talk about that tan. Now, is that the one that uses the blackout bullets? Just
Yes.
clarify that one.
Yeah, the
Okay.
tan one and
All
the
right,
2-star
now-
black ones
now
that
I
are
have it
styled like
straight.
ARs,
Now I
like
have it
the
straight.
big machine
Okay.
gun style. Yeah,
Okay,
those are the
so-
300 blackouts.
So which one is the rifle? The tan one or the camo one? Which
No,
one
no,
do
no,
I
the-
use
the-
the term
well,
rifle?
they're
or
both
shotgun?
rifles.
All
They're
right,
both
so
rifles.
which one's the
Shotgun.
shotgun? Which one's
The
the
camo
shotgun
is
one?
the shotgun.
So the
Sem-
camo's the
semi-automatic-
shotgun.
Yeah,
and the
semi-automatic
tan
shotgun.
one-
And the
and
tan one was
tan
the
one's the
AR
blackout. Is the
300 blackout. Yes, correct.
Okay. Now I think
And the
okay, and
replacement.
you don't worry, tomorrow, kid. Mom and Dad aren't arguing about guns, man. I just need to be educated. I'm not arguing at all because I,
I love
know
it when
nothing.
mom and dad
argue about guns. I'm not
I'm
arguing.
gonna change my name to Daddy Beck. No,
Yes.
never mind.
I
Skip
know,
knows
Mandy.
that's
You should
probably
be up
an
here
issue.
talking guns with him, not me. They all go pew. I'm telling you, that's it. I just know they go bang and people die. Period. That's all I got. Or
They all
Cletus
go
gets
pew
shot.
pew.
Yeah, pew pew. That's it. Bang bang. Whatever. That's it.
Yeah, no, Sandy, it was a pump, but it was a pump semi-automatic, which means it only has to be pumped once. And then you can fire off all 4 to 6 whatever rounds, depending on the shotgun. Most of them hold 5 and then 1 in the chamber, I believe.
I do remember that from the movies. That click click with the pump and then the shotgun's ready. Mostly from an Antonio Banderas movie.
Well, the old ones you had to pump every time. They didn't used to make semi-automatic shotguns. You had to do a pump every single time back in the day. But more recently, I think in the last, I don't know, 15, 20 years or something like that. And more recently, they came out with the semi-automatics. I can't remember when they started
Yeah.
them.
Oh, damn.
I
damn.
asked one of the guys in the chat.
Yeah, I did. I had asked MC Record to join us for launch, but he lost his voice yesterday, like totally. Like his
I
throat
know,
got
which
closed,
sucks
he
because I
couldn't-
was looking.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to talking to him.
Yeah, because on guns, today's testimony, I knew that like based on how they were going, that we were probably going to be talking about guns today. So it was opportunistically like he's available because
Right.
in New Zealand it's Saturday, even though it's Friday here, it's like
Yeah.
Saturday there. So like he didn't have to work, but boom, he can't talk. He can't talk. He can't like he's like down for the count too.
Yeah, so he's like 14 hours ahead of us, correct?
He is currently, it's like only like 7 a.m. in the morning over there, a little past 7 a.m. in the morning. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, so he's probably still, sleeping, Well, yeah, because we
Oh,
were
so
all
he's
playing
just like
cards
12
last night.
hours. Yeah, he's probably like, 12 to. Yeah, okay.
I believe it's 12 plus 6. He's 18 hours ahead of us, if I calculate correctly, because we split, and I'm using that based on when we schedule movie time and stuff. Like, he's 18 hours into the future. Like a day plus 18. Like if I do that. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you guys I'm going to tell you a real quick funny story. So my father, when they moved us out to the farm, they moved us to West Virginia when I was 4, and then we bought a farm by the time I was 6. So when we got our farm, my dad took us all out. He put a bale of hay in front of a big giant oak, put a piece of cardboard on it, and drew a target on it, and took us all out there with a 12 gauge shotgun. And mind you, I was 6, right? And he took us all out there and he had us shoot, and it started from the oldest and went down to me. So I got to watch them all, and I felt more comfortable with it, kind of thing, when he got down to me. And what he did was he held it up against my shoulder. It kicked. Oh my God, it hurt. Left a huge bruise on my shoulder. And he goes, okay, now we'll hand the gun over here. Be safe with the gun, all that. And he's like, let's go look at the target. So he's like, you see it? And I said, no, Daddy, it went through the paper. And he said, okay, well, do you see it in the bale? And I said, I can't see it, Daddy. So he moves the bale away and he goes, what do you see in the tree? I said, oh, there's a hole there. And he's like, yeah. And he said, how hard is that tree? I said, it's hard. And he said, knock on it. And I knocked on it. He goes, how soft is your skin? I said, oh, I'm really soft compared to the tree. He goes, what would that do to a person? And I said, Dad, that'd go right through him. And he goes, right. Don't aim guns at people. And I said, yes, sir. And that was it. From 6 years old on, I've never feared guns, but I've always respected them.
I did like that about this witness. He was very proper about gun etiquette, and like he was telling everybody, don't worry about it. The safety's on. This is safe to handle. I'm not going to point it at. Like while he was handling it, he was like making everybody comfortable about it. He was very well spoken. They were talking on Twitter how they loved his voice, and he was like quite nice, Mr. Greer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he
That's
does
right,
have a lot of
Sandy.
information. He does have a lot of information about comparison, but they're not just saying it straight out.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
but
Well,
that
they got to
often
lead up to
handles-
it, build the evidence.
Yeah, but that often happens in these trials. They're supposed, they're letting you make the conclusions here. They're not like putting it out, but they really need to say it for the jury to hear, so they can put it up. It's not like in the movies when they say, did so and so, whatever, whatever, and they go yes or whatever, and you just don't even have any doubt. Like now, I'm not even sure what they just entered into evidence. Like, really.
Yeah. It's gonna get a little messier here soon.
Mm.
I find it also interesting, by the way, folks. I totally forgot that a semi-automatic shotgun existed. So I find it interesting. How many shots were in, because he got shot with the shotgun and she got shot with the blackout, or is that backwards?
Oh, I don't know.
Everybody's doing something else.
No, I don't know though, but I would have no idea.
Yeah, Sandy said that's
right.
right. Okay. So how many shots did they put into Paul?
Paul was shot twice.
Oh, only
Once
twice.
Once in the shoulder
Okay.
area, so violently in the shoulder chest area that wadding came out, per the testimony that I went back and and calculated, and then he was shot in the back of the head. And Paul was steady enough to walk through his own blood for a few steps outside the feed room.
Yeah, and then fall.
Footprint,
Right.
his own bloody footprints were identified. Okay, Maggie.
Well, of course, because they shot him in the shoulder. It wasn't a death blow right away. He would have bled out eventually.
I believe that Maggie was shot 5 times. She was shot in the legs, she was shot in the chest, and then when she was down, she was shot in the back, but I don't know how many times. I mean, not the back, but the head.
The head. Yeah, back
Right.
to the head. Yep.
Right. But she was shot up 5 times, I believe. I believe they have 5 extractions from her. I did hear 5 several times. Paul, I heard 2. They always talk about him being shot in that shoulder underarm region up there near the top part of the chest, and that it was so close that it pulled all the wadding out, like all of the
Yeah, right.
like
exactly.
everything from, which means everything from the inside was on the outside. In case you, yeah. And then he was actually up though when shot. That means he was standing. He had footprints. Okay. When Paul was shot, he was standing. I mean, I'm just inferring that from the fact that there's footprints, because there's footprints, right? So he was standing and he was moving after being shot. Now, whether that's just the body moving, I don't know. But there were a couple of footprints, they said, in the blood.
He could instinct is run, right? So if anybody's going to shoot him, he's going to try to run away from before he goes down anyways. I mean, he's a young man who's strong. He can easily run a few feet before that shot takes him down. And if they were talking, and the way they were talking about him being spun around, he was wearing sneakers in the kennel video, which means he didn't have big, like, grippy boots on. He easily could have slid in mud, and that shoulder shot being that close on one side could have easily spun him around, make him take a few steps before he falls. Like, that's I can see that happening totally.
Right.
So
I
don't know how muddy that area was where he was standing, though. I have no idea. But I know where he landed was full of water and shit. Yeah. Yeah, right, Pete. Exactly. I mean, right outside where he stepped, I don't know what the area looked like there, how muddy it was or whatever. I saw the inside of the kennel. It was dirt, but it didn't look muddy in there. It looked like the dog's flooring was, ground was dry.
Yeah. Now this, they've got a picture of us plus.
No, it wasn't Buster. It was, what was that dog's name?
Cash.
That she
was the one.
No,
the
one
with
the chicken.
Bubba.
The chicken. Bubba. Okay. Bubba. That's it. It wasn't Buster. Yeah.
Because he's going Bubba. Yeah. No, it's
Yeah,
Bubba.
that's right.
I remember that because I'm like, they named the dog Bubba. Like.
Yeah. No, Buster's the son, and he wasn't there.
Buster's the son. Bubba's the dog. Cash is the dog the brown dog in the kennel. Bubba's running around with a dead chicken in his mouth that Maggie thinks is a guinea hen, and everybody has to stop and correct her. Paul, correct her. Alex, they all correct her. Like, mom, that's chicken. Okay. Yeah, Mandy has the picture from the Snapchat of the long. Remember, we made note of the long pants.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so let me just pull that up. Since Mandy was so kind to send it. Okay.
Thanks, Mandy.
Thank you, Mandy. They're saying, now the reason that she's sending it to me is they say this was 7:00. Okay.
Right.
This was 7:00. Long pants, shirt, which is not unusual to change into, something. But I have this video in some other things. You know what? We have time too. I'm going to show this, but Mandy sending me this is that this was from his Snapchat, 7 p.m. This was marked. Yeah. And then there's been talk. We have talked about this in the chat back and forth about you can save a Snapchat video. It doesn't have to go right away. You have to actually push a button to send it. And then at
Right.
that time, when you send it, that's when it says, like, there'll be a creation, but like everything gets altered. There's a creation button, a send button, like a receive button, like, you know what I mean? Notations all the way through all of these files in the metadata. So
Right.
you're saying, Mandy, then this was sent out at 7 o'clock or created at 7 o'clock? I don't know. Because, didn't one of the friends testify to receiving this? Actually, was it Will Loving or was it Rogan Gibson? Somebody. I think Will Loving was talking about this video, and of course Rogan was talking about the other one that he had requested about the dog, and that they were trying to FaceTime and they couldn't do it. Correct?
Right.
I think,
Right.
yeah?
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah,
All right,
I'm pretty sure it was Will that was the tree guy.
All right, I'm going to change this just a little bit based on a diagram that I wanted to send you guys to show you guys that someone had put on Twitter yesterday, and I grabbed it because I just found it interesting. Let me just see if I can. Yeah, it's the steps. Somebody trailed the steps of Alex Murdaugh that were documented. Now, I don't know how accurate this is. It's speculative at best, people. Like, I know that. Like, don't worry.
Yeah, just a general by the steps what
yeah.
he could have
Like,
done.
this is not evidence. This did not get entered into the trial at all, nor would
We
it.
are not lawyers.
Right. We're not lawyers.
All
We're not-
disclaimers.
I'm not saying anybody did anything. Well, not much anyway. I'm not saying it very strongly or accusing anybody, but
We have not said anybody killed anybody yet.
exactly. Well, we know
For
people
sure.
are dead. No, we know people are dead. I mean, we'll be real about that. We know people are dead. And definitely, I know people are dead, but I'm not saying like how it happened because nobody's told me yet. Nobody's told me exactly how this happened. But I thought, especially you, Beck, when we were talking about this, would think this is interesting.
I
Let me
said
add
the
this
same
up.
thing, man. I was thinking the same thing, Mandy. He was in his work clothes out messing with trees. I wouldn't wear that to my mom's house either. That'd be embarrassing.
No, he
Okay.
didn't. And he changed. There's probably likelihood why he changed. I know, Mandy. And I do appreciate you always have to make sure that we are trying to be as unbiased and we're putting everything in. There's two sides, if not 3 or 4 sides to everything. Okay. But anybody see this little thing out on Twitter? Is this
Walking
not-
speed and time.
Yes.
That's weird. Okay.
Yes, and they're saying that Alex is walking increased double the time.
3.5 times average. 3 times as fast, which means he was speed walking. Like speed
A little
walking,
bit.
almost running.
Somebody must have been agitated, either that or the other one's like way laid back. But somebody took the time to do this based on the data that was released on the steps. Wow. Okay.
Agreed, Sandy. Agreed.
Mhm.
But it's probably just a respect thing. Like if my mom was still alive and I went to visit her, I'd make sure I looked, really nice every time I went.
It's
Just
true.
out of respect.
It's true because like when I was taking care of my ex mother-in-law, when I was taking care of her, and she had dementia, she didn't know who I was. She didn't know who her husband was. My ex.
Well,
but
yeah.
we were there. We were there all the time. You don't know when they will. Like they have these moments, and you don't want to miss them. Basically, like the stories, she would make up stories about him having all these twins and all these other people, and like, I don't know, being related to the Pope. Like she would go on really, really wild with stuff and hallucinations and everything. But you can't, even though they don't really know it's you. You just have that doubt that they're going to have a moment of clarity, and you just definitely want to be there for them. It's a horrible disorder. I feel for him.
It really is.
In regards to his mother.
It's horrible.
Yeah. I really
And
do.
if she comes to and remembers him, do you think he'd want any child would want their mom's last memory of them to be them like sloppy and dirty and their hair not combed?
Exactly.
Like, no.
That's
Yeah.
the thing that you do when you have someone that's dealing with that in Alzheimer's, dementia, or anything with the memory or going in and out. What you want to do is keep things as consistent and calm as possible, so the routine is always the same, because you'll get more moments of clarity if you do. There's more breakthrough.
Okay.
Yeah, and the only thing I don't really, it's always worse in the evening for some reason, and I think that those that work in healthcare or with the elderly in the evenings, the evenings are worse. Like, it's better
Yeah.
to go during the daytime. The evenings get a little bit yeah.
Yeah.
Bye, Peter. Are you going? Okay,
Bye,
it was lovely
bye
having you
tomorrow,
here.
kiddo.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, the judge extended trial, so we're here all next week and probably the week after that, and maybe even into the third week after that. He extended funding for another 2 weeks after the 17th.
Okay.
I don't know, but that doesn't mean active trial. That could just mean post-trial duties, papers,
Yeah.
motions, So it doesn't mean active trial, but I know he said that it could be at least until the 17th. Ox, I
Right.
know. I didn't know he had true crime. Now I got him into a court watching nerd.
No, Ox. I
He
used to
was.
watch court stuff all the time back in the day when, I had no money, but I had cable TV. I used to watch that shit all the time.
Mhm.
I have watched probably every Law and Order episode at least 3 times. I've watched all the CSIs up to like the last season, and watched them multiple times. Like, I'm just love. And then like Claire was saying, the true crime shows and everything where they go back and dig up the old cases and solve them. Oh, with
I love
DNA and
that.
shit. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
We tried to do that with John Bonet. We ran a couple of weeks, my murder minions, when I came out with my true crime series. Jay was helping me. Jay
Yeah.
used to run the Nevermore channel, and then we found out that he was a big true crime buff too.
Oh,
He
I know
started
Jay.
first. So you know Jay, and Jay
Yeah.
and I would talk about serial killers and how the FBI formed the BAU and how we analyze serial killers, what is a serial killer and not, but we would go through all that. We put the John Bonet case up for a couple of weeks, and we did it twice a week, and we had discussions, and we went over the evidence, the autopsy, everything, and that's all down in there too. I should pull it out, just those particular videos, and make a playlist for it. But that was
Right.
pretty cool, because it was a post-crime that we were all, and you know what? There were so many theories of it. Like, we couldn't really decide, but those were great conversations. If you like that stuff, like the people in the chat, we all had theories on it. We also did Jack the Ripper, me and Jen and Jay. We went
Nice.
back on the Jack the Ripper theories, and Jen was pretty sure it was a woman. Okay. And Jay thinks he died there in England, and I think he came over here to America and just waited a little while and started another happy episode with
Right.
different technique, because he learned everything he could learn with the bodies after that last victim was completely dissected the way he did. I do believe he had some kind of medical interest, or he was in training, or he was not allowed to be a doctor where he was, or had some kind of bad experience that they got rid of him. He definitely had some medical expertise of some type, but it was
Right.
fun. I mean, yeah, as you can tell, I get passionate about these old things, but yeah, we should bring.
See, but if you look at I'm sorry, I had to go back to this timeline. If
Yes,
you look
please.
at the timeline for the murders, that's exactly the timeline I said. Well, I said 8:49 to 9:05. That's when I think they happened. And look at that.
Look
It's
at that.
8:49 to 9. Yep.
Well, that's what they're saying. The murders happened because they're going by the phone records when the phones stop being active by a human.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
They're saying there was activity with the phones afterwards. Somebody picked up the phone and moved it, but nobody was pushing buttons, answering calls, texts, or doing like the
Well,
normal stuff.
you got to think of it like this too. He said Paul's phone was out of his pocket. Paul's phone could have slid out of his pocket 10 minutes after he was laying there and just slowly slid out and then hit the ground. And it could have said, "Oh, orientation change." You know what I mean? Like stuff like that can happen.
It could, or
So-
orientation change could be somebody picking up your phone and just like mishandling it a little bit too.
Or setting it on your leg.
They said it tried to open, but it couldn't open because no passcode. But here's the thing: Alex Murdaugh has his wife's passcode, didn't he? Like, who gave
I
the
have no
passcode to
idea.
Maggie's phone? I think they contacted a family member. I don't know if it was Alex, but Paul's was
I don't know.
locked up. Yeah.
I think he did check their pulses. I think right after he unalived them, that he checked their pulses to make sure that they were gone, and then he left. And because if he, like he said, I checked and even picked up Paul's phone and put it on his leg, but had no blood on him. We all know there's no way he got away with that. So the only thing that makes sense to me is the phone fell out of Paul's pocket, and he's just out of habit picked it up and stuck it out on his leg like he was trying to save the phone. Because people do that all the time with phones because they're like $1,000.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, he said that he was worried maybe there were fingerprints on that phone because he did mention that immediately to them. That he did touch the bodies and all, but he was so clean, and it just really made them suspicious how clean he was because they saw the murder scene. And there's nothing on his shoes. If anything, his shoes should not have been clean. I can understand him being clean because he didn't like touch, like maybe he stayed away from the gory areas, you know what I mean?
Right.
Or whatever. He was really careful, but that scene was bloody. And they were
and
talking
his
about
shoes
blood
were
all
spotless.
around. Right. And his shoes were spotless. Exactly.
Yep.
And they made note of it. Several of the investigators at the scene made note of it, including the people that first got there. The very first ones, first responders made note of it. Later, the interviewers made note of it. Everybody was making note of it because that's how much it stood out. And that's why they keep focusing on it. Everybody's like, oh, well, it's not unusual to change your clothes. Well, if you're talking about everything else you did, why didn't you say you changed your clothes?
Yeah. Right. Sandy, you know, that you're right. Why would he check them when he just shot them? He knows they're dead. Maybe he was just saying that to account for the size of the footprints that he would leave versus anybody else in the household.
Maybe because he's a lawyer,
taller
he knows
guy.
that. Yeah.
Guaranteed, he's got way bigger shoes than his sons.
Maybe because he's a lawyer, he knows that they're going to say, like, did you check? And then if you didn't, they're going to go, oh, because you knew they were already dead. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
maybe
That's what my original thought was, but then Sandy kind of made me think about that too.
Because he's saying he touched the bodies. He's saying that he touched that phone and he moved it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Where the pace increasing could be time grabbing his phone and running to the bathroom. It could be. It could be. You're right. Because we do.
It
we
is
do
a
have to
long.
go. Yep.
It's a long trek back to the house from.
It sure is.
From the kennel.
It definitely is. But anyway, I thought that was interesting.
Yes.
Just
Very.
to you know, I like to bring up a little bit, but I noted the long pants as soon as they put that video up. Like, I'm like, why are they showing this? It's more than just the time. And Creighton Waters was showing us the outfit he was wearing, I'm sure. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh, that's sneaky. They sneaky sneak. Why don't you just say it? No. Just like he mentioned before.
Just
bringing the
accidentally
testimony.
show it.
Yeah, when he mentioned Chris Wilson the day before, like, you should do your best friends right? And you get the witness to say, yep, you really should. So that when the testimony of Chris Wilson, the best friend, comes out, everybody's like, well, he didn't do him right, you know, like he just didn't. That didn't happen. Yep, nope, that didn't happen.
I didn't
at all.
do him right.
No.
That is one of the lines that makes me think he went after Maggie and Paul just got in the way or something. But he knew Paul was there. Why would he shoot Maggie? He knew he was going to have to kill his son.
The theory is he was going to be involved in the lawsuit with Paul, okay, and that, you know, Paul can't be tried if he's not here, and that he needed the Maggie's assets sold. And then what was that with Griffin dropping about the appraiser the next day?
Oh,
Why?
I know, right?
Like, that just, to me, that was like not a good thing. Like, what does he mean? And then about the name, everybody's been saying that the name of the property is in Maggie's name. Why did Griffin act like he didn't know that? He went, are you sure?
Idea.
He goes, are you sure? And the Palmetto rep is like turning around and go, yeah, the deed says so with the property records. Like, didn't you look, dude? Like they were acting, that was acting like a little weird there. Okay, so you want to know that Maggie was having the property appraised or
How
a
much you want
property
to bet?
appraised. They didn't say which one. They said did you know that Maggie had an appointment with your appraiser for the following day?
Right.
And he said no. And then he said, well, did you know that the property is not in just Maggie's name? And he said, no. And he said, well, how do you know that? He said, according to the deed records of the county. I'm like, oh, so why would Griffin, like that questioning puts more on what Creighton Waters is saying about financial pressure.
Right. Yeah. Oh,
Because
absolutely. And well,
they did-
that's exactly why they brought it up. They need to mount all of that evidence of the pressure he was under and the money he was behind
They
with
did,
to
but
show it that extreme.
my point is both of those statements came from the defense, Beck.
Oh my God, that's right. They did say the other thing, didn't they?
Jim Griffin is the one who dropped that. And I'm like, why
Yeah,
would you?
you're right. It was Griffin dropped
was
yeah,
Griffin.
and they talked about both of them. You're right. You're right.
He did. He
Fuck.
just brought that. I'm like, that's my point. Like, what are they doing? I don't know if they're idiots or they're just really clever laying out the appeal as they watching where this is going. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, unless there's something else we're missing, and I have to go back and look, but I still want to map out the opening statements.
Yeah, I was wondering about that, Sandy, because at the very least, Maggie was getting very suspicious. Always Grateful said, in times of stress and concern over a loved one, a person is not careful about getting blood on them. Grateful, I have met,
That's right.
I have known 3 people in my life. No, 4 people in my life who have found somebody dead that they cared about.
Mhm.
Every single one of them grabbed their loved one and hugged them, even though their brains were out of their head. You're absolutely
it is.
right.
You're
If
right.
you're shocked and you love that person, you're going to go, no, my son, and jump on the floor and grab him.
Mhm.
None of that. Oh, I was afraid to, I didn't want to get blood on me, or, oh, I just checked their pulse. That's bullshit.
Exactly.
That was one of the reasons right away. That was one of the things right away that made me think, oh, this motherfucker did it. I mean, that's really was one of the big things. Oh yeah, they do, Sandy. Plenty of issues.
Listen, the destruction of his credibility is what the defense is trying to avoid. Now that brings up a really important matter of law that I'm sure you guys can check me later, but I would bet that every legal channel is talking about this. The lawyers out there. Okay, I'm not a lawyer.
Oh yeah.
But I can see patterns, and I do love this stuff enough, and I see enough of it. I'm not speaking as a lawyer here. I'm just saying the reason that Judge Newman is going to have he's got to be so careful about entering this is because although it can prove motive, okay, as to the financial property. If it doesn't prove the state of mind on June 7th, it is so destructively prejudicial to the credibility of the accused that there's an appeal or a mistrial heading right down the path. He could get overturned easily. They could say the admission of that evidence definitely turned the jury. There wasn't even a doubt in their mind after that, even though the evidence didn't show that he did the murder, because it is that highly damaging to his image, to his credibility. Like Liam says, that's the fine line that Judge Newman finds himself on. That's why he's listening to everything. He wants to make sure it's a slam dunk as to state of mind, not just that Creighton Waters thinks that Alex Murdaugh is a really shady dude and shady dudes can do murder. I mean, he needs
I
to
love it when
prove
you say
more than
murder
that.
for his last name by accident.
I've been doing that since I started covering this case. Am I back to doing it
you've
again?
done it twice
I've been doing. Oh
today,
my
and you were
god,
so good
It's
about
because
it till
I'm tired.
today.
I know it's because I'm tired, but always is probably cracking up because she knows the day I started covering this, which is quite a while ago, way back, when we started hearing about all of the financial crimes and the murders and all of this and putting it all together. I would say Murdaugh, Alex Murdaugh, Murdaugh, like over and over again, trying to get it right. Like I always said his name like 3 times. Okay. And I'm back to it because I'm tired today. I have to admit it. Everybody knows I'm just wiped. But I'm telling you, I think that the judge has got a really hard task here. He's doing it well. He's doing the best that he can. He does think that Creighton Waters does deserve to have the opportunity to present his motive, but it can't be prejudicial on the other end to credibility at the same time, because it is prior acts. It's bad acts from before that aren't murder or relative to it. But when the defense opened the door, it came in. It just came in. It's only fair. I know, right? Right? Always, I do. But I haven't. I've only said Alex. I refuse to say Alec because I'm not Southern. Like they say it. They say it so fast. It sounds like it's hard on the end of it. They say Alec, like that. And
Yeah, but
Murdaugh.
it's yeah.
Yeah, Alex
But
Murdaugh.
written it's X. Yeah, Alex.
It's written in X, right? But
yeah,
they
and
say
it's
it so
Murdaugh,
quick.
not Murdoch. I
It's
don't know
more,
why they
but
say
they
Murdoch.
say it in the court. They say it both ways too. Yep.
I know. It depends on where you're from, is what it is.
They do. They've been saying Alex. Some of them are saying Alex. Some of them are saying Alex.
Yeah, exactly, Sandy. 4 million
Liam,
reasons
I
to
get
kill.
that. 4
More
million
than that,
reasons to
Liam.
kill. Yeah,
More than
that's
that,
just-
Liam. I'm up to
yeah.
around 6 million now.
Yeah, but some of it came like after. You got to remember, on the 7th, what did he know? June 7th. That's why I want to know what he talked about Chris Wilson on June 7th. He said he spoke with him. You know, did
Yeah,
he
well,
say
even
so
if you
in his
take off,
alibi?
even if you take off what he owed after, that's still less than 1 million. So it's still at least 5 mil.
Well, we know that he knew of the 792,000 on June 7th. We know he knew that because he had that conversation in the morning.
Yep.
Okay. And
That
that
you're
was going
screwed,
that
buddy.
way. That morning in the partner's office with Janine Seckinger, okay? You know, the woman who just like, you know, F around and find out, you know, her. Like, don't mess with a forensic accountant. Don't. Like, they dot their I's and
Right.
cross their T's. She wasn't having it. She was like, this was wrong. He did it. Let me tell you
Oh,
about
you're talking
it.
about the
Don't-
lawyer's accountant? Oh, the
the
firm
lawyer's
account? Oh,
accountant,
yeah.
yes, it
Oh,
was like
she was
she-
not playing. She
she-
was pissed off at him. Like,
you know
hurt,
why?
Pissed off.
23 years of history with him and
And
finds out for
15
10
of it he
years.
stole.
He
Oh,
stole
whatever.
right on
Yeah.
from under them, from everyone involved, everyone they trusted. They've all done things for each other. They treat each other like family. There's no
And
doubt
they-
that everything was very close knit with everybody here, and a
And
lot
that's
of
what she
people
said
feel
is we
betrayed.
were, yeah, she said we were a family, is what she
That's
said.
right.
We were. I think she
Mhm.
said that. One of them said, yeah.
Mhm.
We
Yes,
were
and,
a family.
and Chris Wilson said he was my best friend.
My
Like,
best
no-
friend.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'm not going back. But that's how he did his best friend too, Dirty, in the same deal. So you know, on the morning of June 7th, okay, that he had that meeting there with her. So you know he spoke to Chris Wilson about it that day. And I want to know what that conversation was.
I know that killed me. Why didn't they ask him? I
He
thought for sure they
admitted-
were going to ask him.
He admitted to talking to him twice. Murdaugh did himself. Murdaugh said it himself.
I
and he said
know.
in his trial.
So
I'm
why
like,
didn't the state ask Wilson about it? Is what was killing me. I know he said that.
maybe it's
Hey,
still
did
the
it,
calm-
did his phone records reflect that? Because I know he deleted the ones for Maggie. Did he
You know
delete
what?
any other ones?
When it comes to Alex's phone, I don't recall much of what they found on there. I know they talked about it, but
Well, the 5 phone calls that Maggie's phone showed missed, he deleted
He
off of
deleted-
his log.
he
I do
deleted.
remember
Why
that.
would he do that? Why?
I don't know. That's stupid because that was part of his fucking alibi. And then he deleted him off his phone. I think he was trying to delete somebody else's number that he called, and he deleted her calls by accident. Like he was in a rush. Because I do that all the time. I'll go to delete a call, like a spam call, and get it out of my call log. Because
Well-
I use my call log to call people back.
Mhm.
And I'll delete the wrong one. Never mind, in a panic, I just
Mhm.
killed 2 people.
Well, I know during the opening statements that Creighton Waters had clearly said it would be up to us to decide if he was trying to create an alibi with all of these calls and all of these texts to people. He texted Maggie, tell Paul to call me. Okay. He talked to several people outside of Maggie and Paul. and he went to see his mom. Now that's not all unusual, but I do remember that statement in the opening. It will be up to us and the jury to decide whether you think he was crafting an alibi when he did all that.
If I were the cops, I would search every culvert and ditch between his house and his mom's house, and I bet you they'll find those fucking guns. He did not have time to go very far out of his way to get rid of those guns.
Didn't you love the testimony yesterday with Harpootlian challenging the very buff man on the stand about how far you could throw a phone? And he's like, I could throw it. It would easily. Goes,
about 50 feet.
Yeah. He said, what about with your left hand? He said, I could do that too. And he said, like, well, I could. And he said, well, most people could. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right. Right.
Yeah. It's like, I don't think.
Did you
that's a
measure
fair
how far it was from
comparison,
the
Mr.
road?
Harpootlian. Yes.
Did you measure
Yeah,
how far? No. Why would we? Well, would you know where
we
to find it? Yeah,
we
how?
had the
By the
phone tracking
pictures?
right to it. Like we documented
By the
it with the phone
pictures?
and the pictures, and it came right on the phone with the map. That's where the phone is. Like why he wanted them to do the old fashioned, like get out of the car and do the paces like it was this, I don't know what he wanted. He's just used to things a certain way, and granted, he's doing a really good job of mucking it up a little bit. That's his job, right? You got to muck it up. You got to make it not so clear. If they're making a point, you need to make it so that they don't understand.
Distract. Yeah, it's a distraction technique. Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely is. What time are they coming back? I don't want to.
No, I don't. I have the feed down below, and I don't see them
Okay.
yet. It still has the thing. They didn't even put. I'll just. Yep. See, they don't even have it up as.
Oh, I believe you. You didn't have to
Yeah.
show me.
They don't even. No. I have to get it ready anyway. I had to pop it back up because, like, you can only share one screen at a time. So, like, if I show something from Twitter or like I went to my presentation to show the footstep slide, they're all separate tabs, and you can only show one at a time. So, I had to bring it back up so it was ready anyway. Then I can just
Me too,
change
Liam.
the orientation. What
I
was
want
that?
them to throw a phone onto a padded thing in the courtroom to see how somebody can far they can throw it with their left hand. Me too.
I just want to see that guy out of his jacket to see if he's really like that jacket. He barely got himself.
Are
into
you
those
talking about the
arms.
guy that you guys were saying Quiz would be drooling over?
He would those arms. Yes, he was.
He
He
would
was
have.
quite buff. He was, and I was like, he barely got his arms in that jacket. Like it must be tough trying to find a suit to fit you like that when your arms
That's
are that built.
Look, I
Yeah.
always know a gay man and an insecure cis man because they both do that.
Do they?
They make
I
sure
see.
their sleeves are really tight so everybody can see their muscles. Yeah.
I don't know.
Gay
I
men
don't
and
know.
insecure cis men. I swear to
Oh.
God, I'm not kidding.
I'm just not into the overly built. It makes me nervous. I don't know why. I do believe healthy is great, and everything, and get as buff as you can if that's what you want. But like when you've got the muscle on top of muscle on top of muscle on top, like I'm like, what?
I just think they should get a hobby, a
Hey,
different hobby.
when they can't tie their own shoelaces because there's so much muscle in the way that you can't even like move
Yeah,
down
reach
that
it,
way,
yeah.
or you can't put your arms next to your body anymore. You're walking
Yep.
out like the walk I'm talking about, right? Where your arms are like out on the side of your body.
I
'cause
used
you're
to
so
walk like
overbuilt.
that when I was in the army because my freaking shoulders and my upper arms were so big. So yeah, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
so you know what I'm talking about. So then I'm like, okay, like that's different. This is a whole different lifestyle than me. It just me like for me, it's just like, I'm much more sedate.
Yeah.
Like I have never run a day in my life, not one step.
That's right, Liam.
Nope.
Aaron, I'm still wrecked over them explaining guns to Southerners. It's like explaining a dildo to a San Franciscan.
I get you, Aaron. That was kind of funny when you said that. I was choking over here. I was drinking my coffee and behind the mic, of course, because I didn't want you hearing all the snorting, laughing, and all the ridiculousness that was going on. Oh, but I was cracking up. I'm like, I can't believe he's like taking the time to just explain this all to them, and they're probably all just rolling their eyes, like, dude, like, do you know where you are? Like, this is us. Like, you too
Yeah,
much,
right.
too much.
Yeah, no, you're
Yep.
right, Sandy. You could outrun them.
Yep. See it
Yep,
with guys
exactly,
coming to clubs.
Liam.
They buying t-shirts 2 sizes too small for their shoulders. Yeah, that's not necessary. Yep.
Well, they have that one shirt company out there for guys now that makes t-shirts that are tightened up around your shoulders and chest to show off everything. And then it goes out at the bottom. So it doesn't, you see your guts not so noticeable. Swear to God.
Oh,
They're called True
see
Fit.
now, why build up that and not work on your core? See, core first, people. Core first.
Don't talk to
you know.
me because I got a chubby belly right now. Don't, we're not
You
even
know what?
going there.
Yeah, I'm probably the same. I'm not gonna, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that is the recommendation from doctors and everyone. If you do your core, it helps keep you aligned. It keeps every system in your body working appropriately and better.
Did you know that you can do almost any workout and work your core?
Yeah, the right way. You could. Yeah, but you got to.
I mean, literally, all you have to do is engage it while you're working out.
Yeah,
and
isn't
it will work your core.
True that core workout, you got to do those slow and steady, like really, like to make it,
It is
long.
best. Well, it depends on what. There's two kinds of muscle. There's bulk muscle and then there's strength muscle. If you want bulk muscle, you do fast reps, and that'll build up bulkiness. But the guy's not going to be very strong at the end of the day. But if you do slow, lower weight reps, you'll get more out of it. You'll become more strong, and you won't be like overly bulky and looking stupid. So.
Well, okay. I know for one thing, taking a look at that family and those boys ain't that gonna come up. They're not gonna be testifying as to how far they could have thrown those phones. Any of them.
Right.
Yes, the good old boys.
The mobile phone
boys.
throwing world championships have been held annually since 2000. They throw over 60 meters. That's like 200 feet in freedom units.
That is. Hey, congratulations. You get to start that again, Aaron. I'm happy for you. Yep, short muscles and long muscle fibers, Liam. I get you.
That's right.
I get you.
That's right.
Yep.
Short twitch versus long, right? That's
right.
right.
That's cool, but I noticed that our chat, like, we're so getting dead to the questions here. Like, we don't even have any. I have more questions than answers anymore, people. Like, the more, like, by Monday, like, my head gonna be. I hope some of this gets straightened out by Monday. But what do you think they're gonna leave us with? They're just gonna leave us with something that's gonna like blow us away for the whole weekend. Going like,
That's
what
I'm hoping, just because it's gonna make us itch for Monday.
I don't know. I'm hoping, but
I don't know.
Today has been rather tedious, but I'm glad that the judge kept it on point as far as what testimony. In the morning, he kept it till like 11:30. He didn't play around. He brought that jury in when he said he would, and we got real testimony back on trial. He's trying to keep on track. He's trying to do both at the same time. It's like a trial inside a trial. Like it's like two trials.
Yeah,
two trials.
Really it is. More like we're working on 3.
On 3?
Well, if you talk about the boat shit.
No, but that's part of the financial thing at the same time. I'm talking about judge.
Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, I'm talking about the judge.
Oh, he was splitting the jury off. Yeah.
Yeah, splitting the jury off and having to run like his analysis of the information that Creighton Waters wants to bring forward. That's like a whole nother trial. They're presenting witnesses, and he has to listen, and the defense gets to object, and they both go back and forth. So it is like a mini trial inside another trial, only without a jury.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. I did that just for you, Shill. I saw the comment earlier.
Hey, Mark Caesar, how you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah,
no, they're not talking about the shells, Sandy. They're talking about the shit they pulled, the shot and everything they pulled out of the bodies, matching the striations of the inside of the rifle barrels from the Murdaugh guns.
That is when they match striations. Striations don't change. So like that is to the gun specific, right? The barrel of the gun.
Yes, yeah, because every barrel will have different kinds of scratches in it. Is basically what it is.
And
so
and
when
that's
it
what I
goes
mean
out,
by
it leaves a certain
striations when I use
striation.
that word.
Yes, right.
Yeah, that's a CSI moment that you learn. Like that's repeated everywhere. That is unique to the barrel, not necessarily the gun. Like barrels can be changed on guns, and that's how they know when people change the barrels on guns, because what comes out of them is always marked some way the same.
Right. Right.
And no two barrels marked them the same, right? They can be marked
Nope.
similarly, but they will be unique in some way.
Oh,
They
it's
cannot
like a
be
fingerprint.
identical. It's like a
It is
fingerprint.
literally a gun barrel fingerprint. But like people said before, you can shoot somebody and switch out the barrel and just get rid of the barrel.
Exactly. And
Now,
that's
the
the
only thing they'd
extent
be able to find
of
on
my
that gun,
knowledge. Yeah.
the only thing they'd be able to find on that gun is new GSR. That's it.
Okay,
Otherwise,
well, let's
they
go
would
back
never
to
know if they
GSR.
switched out
Let's
the-
go. Let's go back
Okay.
to opening statements. Did not Creighton Waters say that there was GSR on the blue ring Cody thing that they found at the mother's that was hidden? That there would be a witness that testifies to him hiding evidence at his mother's house, and that there was gunshot residue found inside his vehicle. Now, I'm not so excited at the inside his vehicle thing because, like, it's a farm. And he has guns like all the time.
Yeah, but hold on though, Claire. GSR, you can only pull it for so long before it's gone.
Okay, well then that's a problem, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Mm.
They were saying, the guys were saying, Wrecker and them in the chat were saying when we were talking about that somewhere between like 2 weeks to a couple months max, depending on the material.
Mm-hmm.
The coarser the material, the more it'll hold the GSR is basically what I understood.
That's going to be very interesting because now we're getting to like an expert doing comparisons of what's left after the shots, casings in, fragments, pieces of plastic that was said, looking for the striations from the barrel, correct? Like all of that. Now, what is left in the body after this? Let's just talk about the blackout, right?
Okay.
What is left in the body from that? Is that like one of those separating kind of things where hardly
hold on.
anything can be pulled?
Let me do this. Hold on just a second.
I want to listen to the gun nerd too because I don't know enough, Sandy. But
I'm
I'm
gonna just
confused on what could be left in the body that they're testing. You know what I mean? Because I don't know how this particular ammunition, when it gets fired, what it does. There's so many different types now. And I've heard about ones that like make so many small little pieces that you can't really do much with it.
Right. Hold on just a second. I'm trying to find some basic.
They can't match it to a gun, but they can match it to what they think the gun was because they have the old casings on the property. That's what they're doing with those casings outside the gun room. They're finding them on the property saying they belong to Paul's gun. And if they can match that gun, Paul's gun was used in this murder because of the matching of the striations on them. They can, even if they don't have the gun, they can say what gun they know they're looking for.
Right.
And they've
Exactly.
clearly said that it was more than likely a Murdaugh-owned gun from the property. That's important. They don't have to have the gun to prove that.
I'm going to share in just a second here.
Okay. I'll take this down so that we can put that up. Okay.
So you guys can see my mouse. So you see where the brass looks more coppery on this end. There's brass back here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the brass, when they say brass, they're talking about these cartridges. Okay. The very end of these cartridges, this is what gets the striations on it, goes through the barrel and ends up stuck in whatever you shot.
Okay.
This stays in the gun and gets ejected.
Okay, so the tip part would be in the bodies, so to speak, not to be gruesome, but okay, so they could possibly be extracting those from the bodies. Yeah.
Yes, that's what they would pull out of the bodies. Is this now? If it's a shotgun, you end up with those little shots or the slug in their body, depending on what they had in the shotgun.
Okay, so the little parts. So when they talked about a piece of plastic, right? They're talking, if it was a piece of plastic or whatever, is it more than likely going to be a shotgun?
Yes, the wadding is in the shotgun shells. These are the shotgun shells like these. So this whole piece will stay in the chamber. And then there's wadding and some gunpowder, and then the slug or the shot on top. And the wadding is, I can't remember which order it goes in, but anyways, the wadding, yes, right, exactly, Liam. The shotgun has wadding. Anyways, some order of the wadding, and I want to say the powder's here, then it's wadding, and then it's the shot or the slug. And you know what I mean by shot, like little pellets. That's shotgun shell shot is the little pellets, like buckshot. Okay.
Right.
So
And Aaron says the shotgun pellets are insulated from the barrel by a plastic sleeve.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I see now. Okay. So they're mentioning that piece of plastic they took out of his body. That's why I'm,
okay.
curious.
There you go.
Mm.
This is
Thank you, everyone, because like I said, all I know is they go bang bang and people fall over. That's really it. And I'm not so sure I want to know
okay.
anymore.
Well, now you have a better idea of what they're talking
I have
about.
a better idea about the two that we're looking at. Even
Yeah,
though I
no,
saw
really,
those
Liam, brass
pictures.
is expensive.
Yep.
Brass is expensive. My dad used to load his own. See, there you go, Sandy. Flashback from loading thousands upon thousands of range ammo for the cops, right, Sandy? Yeah, Sandy worked in a little, she said she worked in a little, like mom and pop gun shop when she was a kid. And that's what my dad used to do. No brass stayed on the ground. It sat there like you'd shoot. If somebody else went to shoot, you'd pick up the old person's brass, leave yours on the ground, and then walk away, because you don't want to pick up the hot brass. But I mean, even as a kid, though, once it cooled off for a few seconds, I'd pick it up because I just didn't care. I'd pick it up and just throw it between my hands till it cooled off. Yeah, so my dad would pick it all up too, Sandy, and he'd recycle it all. He'd repin it and load it and everything. Yep.
Does anybody know that on that Fitz News website that I was sharing to you guys, it's a local independent right there in the area. They had these two polls based on the information on whether Alex Murdaugh was guilty or not guilty. And unfortunately, the number of people thinking he's guilty now has exponentially increased, like a lot. Like at least by
I agree.
Yeah.
Now that I found out how much money and the fact that Maggie was getting an appraisal and looking at divorce and all this shit, that changes everything. That changed everything.
And for those of you that wonder where I'm getting this, it's right here. Here's that feed. It goes to a website for Fit News. And when they do the live feed below it, like, because I'm watching, I always have 2 or 3 feeds up in case something happens with one. So I do use the Fit News. I've used it a couple of times, and I'm using the other one, KTX, mostly. But they do a live feed. They actually type underneath it as they go, because I also look there to see if they have the names of the prosecutors. But like the new ones from today, there are 2 people today that stood for the state and did the questioning. They did the directs, and I don't know their names, and I can't find them anywhere. And that's going to be so frustrating for me all weekend until I find them, because I like to keep everything consistent in the descriptions. And it says like who did the cross and who did the direct, because there's so many people involved, But they're both young. One was bearded, right? Bearded, mustache, dark hair, glasses. The other one was the young man in the suit, the dark gray suit, the last one who's questioning, who's doing the direct on Greer. They have no idea who they are.
I don't know who they are.
I know they work for the Colleton County District Attorney's Office. They're on the prosecution team, but I have no idea who they are. I knew Savanna Goude, and I've got her name. I know Jan Malinowski.
I'm wondering if those people aren't typically used in the trials, and that they brought them out because they needed extra hands. And that's why you can't.
There's a lot of evidence to present, plus A.G. Wilson being there. Everybody deserves a little bit of exposure to the boss. So it could just be the department, helping, like everybody who could help. There's a chance to stretch your legs, show, put our best foot forward as a department, So there's a lot of people involved. That's a busy table over there. They got 2 benches full.
Yeah, I know. But they're smart. They're smart divvying up here you take care of the evidence. Here you deal with the guns and the ammo. Like, that's so smart for them to do that. It really
They do.
is.
It
because
is.
You got one person concentrating on one big piece of the puzzle at a time. instead of trying to stick it all together themselves. Like like the other guy, what's it, Griffin? He does like 3 different things over there.
Yeah.
You know,
And then
and then on the other side,
Philip
they have
Barber
people.
was the tech guy. Like when it came to phone data and stuff like that, they brought Philip Barber in, because
Oh yeah,
like
okay,
he
yeah,
was
that's
more
right.
younger, savvy on that kind of information. But
Yep.
have you noticed, like, if there's a witness that Creighton Waters is actually directing himself, you need to pay attention. Like it's usually someone that the defense is gonna come for. Because he
Right.
quick on redirect or what? He's over there
Oh yeah.
making notes, and then he comes up and he goes like bam, 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 gets rid of it all.
And he's like, okay, I'm done.
Yep.
I'm done. Yep. Yeah, he is quick to jump up because he's writing it down and he's figuring out in his head. He's just waiting to redirect, waiting for it.
Even though they have
Yep.
frustrated me with the amount of evidence and some of the little delays, I have to say they're much more prepared than the defense. I have yet seen
Yeah.
the defense ready with anything that they're going to put forward. Like, no, and they also have witnesses on a list that they're going to present, and I'm interested to see their case, and how well
Right.
they are prepared for it at the end.
It's just going to be a bunch of people saying, "Oh, I love Alec. He's my friend, Alex Murdaugh."
They're
Yeah, that's
already
all it's gonna
saying
be.
that though, like like the friends of Paul are not going to discredit the family. They have a lifelong association with
Oh
them and
yeah.
all good memories. And whether Alex did it or not, they're just not going to take away from that.
Well, that's why it was so important to get his best friend in there, not just for the money evidence, but to show that his best friend of 30 years, that he'll stab him in the back over money and drugs.
Here's
And they
the
did
thing.
a damn good job of showing that.
You know what? You just ticked the memory in me. You just ticked an idea.
Oh.
The reason that they didn't mention the June 7th phone call with Chris Wilson is because they can call him back during live charge with Jerry anyway, as long as he's not doing the financials, to testify what they talked about.
Oh,
on
that's
the murder
right. You're
date.
right. Yeah,
Maybe
why hit
that's
that when the
why.
jury's not there? Yeah, exactly.
Right. Maybe that's
You
why
wanna
they
do
have to
that in
save
front of
that.
the jury.
You want that in front of the jury, and they can't keep that out because Alex brought it in as his alibi.
You're absolutely right. You're right. You're right.
Now I feel so much better, and I can
Yep.
stop with the why. Okay, I get a little
Shut up,
obsessive with that.
Liam. No, I'm
What did he
kidding.
say?
He said I pointed that out earlier.
Did you, Liam?
I guess we
I
both
wish.
missed
Did
it.
you really? Because I should have read that. I missed it, Liam. You should have DM'd me. You could have saved me hours of OCD. Like why in my head. I'm serious. Like when? I'm glad you did. I'm glad somebody got there.
Oh, I know. Well,
Okay.
Aaron, I can't
What?
even talk about that. That makes me
Just watch.
absolutely sick. The five
If
black
you want to
cops
see
that
the
beat up the
standard
black
of law
guy.
enforcement, the footage of the that's not cool. Yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah, he penalty kicked
suspect
him
face
while the guy
seal
was
thing.
holding his face in place for him. Yeah,
that's not
it was
right.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? And I'm saying, people were in my DMs. Are you going to cover that? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Because
Was that
first of
Tennessee,
all,
Sandy?
yeah, I think it's horrible that what happened, but that doesn't mean I want to give it a platform. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because
Yeah.
there will be people that come and support that, and I just don't have the time for those
Yeah,
people.
nope.
No. I
Nope.
refuse to give them the vehicle or the platform to air that kind of ridiculousness.
Because
You
you
know
know
what I
they're
mean?
going to go off because see, black cops kill
Mhm.
black people too. That's what it's going to be.
It
It's
is,
going to
and
be
it's
all
gonna
white
no,
racists saying
and
it.
it's gonna be like all cops are bad, which is worse for me because all cops are not bad. There are bad
No, I have
cops,
met
just like
some
there's bad
amazingly
people.
nice people.
Like
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
just because people murder people doesn't mean all humans are bad. Like, come on.
I mean,
No.
you think about it, CEOs, most CEOs are worse than cops because
Yes.
they take money from their employees and their employees starve all the fucking time.
Yeah,
So they
Aaron's
kill more
talking.
people
This
than
is
any
yeah.
cops would ever kill.
Yeah, but Aaron's trying to clarify that the one he's mentioning is not the current one that's in the news. This is an older one from way back, and it is a little different. Okay, this was a massive corruption crackdown, and it was the victim. It was the suspect's face. It was like they did them in just by showing their reaction to stuff. Yeah, I hear you, Aaron. Yeah, because it's not the same. It's not the same one. But I know what you're talking about. The one that just happened, Tai, like right, that one.
Oh, Tyree Nichols. Yes, that's
Yeah,
the one.
Tyree Nichols, I think is what
Yeah.
everyone was talking about. That's the one that was in my DMs that I wouldn't cover because I knew
Yeah, it makes me sick.
I knew it would give a platform to people I just don't want to have as loud a voice out there. Not because I don't think that they deserve to have an opinion, but just because of how damaging that kind of misinformation and rhetoric can be to everyone around them. I find it toxic. I find it absolutely toxic and non-productive because they don't actually carry the conversation. They don't try to have a reasonable conversation with you. And so I won't do it.
Yeah, it'll just be conspiracy theory shit, pretty much.
Pretty much, you know. You know, I know it happens, but it doesn't make everybody bad. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I mean, I used to know a bunch of cops when I lived in Virginia because my ex-girlfriend worked at the bank, and the cops would go in on their days off and guard the bank as like a part-time job.
Yeah.
So I knew, like, I don't know, I met like 4 to 6 of them just in that one little area of town. And they were the nicest fucking guys in the world. Just the police department didn't pay enough, and they made 3 times as much working at the bank. So their days off, they would work 7 days a week.
Yep.
And just to make their bills, you know. That's what they had to do. But they were out there getting shot and shit. One of the guys I knew, the bank actually got robbed while she worked there, and she called me, and they were all locked in the employee lounge. Thank God that locks, right? That's why. And they're all locked in the employee lounge, huddled down behind the wall where the guy can't see them. And she calls me, and she's like, I'm like, what? I can't hear you. And she goes, I can't talk loud. And I'm like, why? What's going on? So she's like, we're getting robbed. We're all hiding in the employee lounge right now. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? So I get in my car and I drive down, you know, of course, to the bank because I don't want her getting hurt. And she was my best friend before that. So, you know, I really cared about her. And so I go down there, and one of the guys I knew, the gunman shot him in his femoral. And they put him on the back of the police car. One cop held him on. The other one drove away to get him away so he wouldn't get shot again. And they drove him over to the ambulance. And there was they hit his femoral. There was blood all over the back of that car, like just covered in it. He was holding his leg and just you could tell like there was a huge scream about to pop out of him, and he was trying to hold it back. Yeah, it was ugly. So
no. Yeah,
lived,
I can imagine.
But it was really, really tight there for a minute. Like he almost died.
I'm glad he got there in time. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what the delay is. Weren't they supposed to be back in an hour and 15? And that was at 4. Oh wait, so 4:30. Yeah, they should have been back at 2:30, right? Wait.
I thought.
No, wait. It's 2:40. Any minute now, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm writing the times down by the time the stream started. The stream started a little after 9:15, like 9:16. So if it was 4:13, 4 hours in, that's 10, 11, 12. That's 1:15. And he said 2 hours in 1 hour and 20 minutes or 1 hour and 15 minutes. Yeah. They should have been back. Like,
yeah, he usually says 1:15 to 1:20.
Yeah, so they should be back because like that is 1:20 already, like 1 hour and 20 minutes already. That means that they're doing a matter of law without us, people. I don't like that. Like, I want to see the matters of law. Yes, they better. You know what? I think it's about Greer's testimony. Remember, there was a motion prior to this testimony that the defense tried everything they could to keep Greer from testifying. Okay. All right.
Oh,
and here's the other important statement that Greer made, that he doesn't have any information about this case except for the comparison of the bullets. That's all he did. And that's all he cared about. And that's all he's going to talk about. That's it. Just his ballistic setting. He doesn't know anything else that was going on. He didn't deal with any of the officers on any other level about any other thing. Now that's good because that means that his testimony here as an expert on this is solid, just encapsulated for what it is.
Yeah.
He doesn't know who they were trying to look at. He doesn't know who they were talking to. He doesn't know where things were taken from, except for what's on the envelopes, right?
Right. Yep.
He does. He's unbiased.
Agreed.
I want to hear they match the shells to any other shells they found on the property, especially that missing weapon. Yep, and I think that that's what they
Agreed.
have just done. I think that they just did start to do that with Greer's testimony. They're talking about the shells found outside the gun room on that little porch, you know, on the sides. They showed it. We saw a video of them collecting it. We saw them on the ground. They made a big deal about how many they were. We also had testimony from one of Paul's friends who said how they got there.
Right.
Wasn't that long ago before the murders that they were out on the porch there. It was like March or April, 2 months prior. They'd end that they don't pick up their shells. We all know they don't pick up their shells. That's why they're telling you there were thousands of shells all over this property. The defense, because if they can link it to a murder family weapon, meaning the weapon was on the property, it narrows the amount of suspects and people that have access to it. I believe that might be one of them. Okay. And it also makes it more convenient that it was someone who was already there, aka Alex Murdaugh. They've already shot
Who was
most of
right
his
there
alibi.
at the premium time to kill them,
and
then
apparently
had an
not-
hour to spare.
And apparently not sleeping, as he erroneously said during his statement.
So this is what I was going to talk. The other thing I was going to talk to you guys about, because, you know, I've lived in the South before, and usually in the South, as far as I know, 5 p.m. is dinner time, 6 p.m. if you're all working. So that means they had to be done with dinner by 7:30 maybe at the latest. But they were outside at 7, right? With the trees.
Exactly.
So
Previous
it sounds like to
conflict,
me he
yeah.
never took a fucking nap, did he?
I'm trying to read this, Aaron. I'm trying to, Liam, I'm trying to understand it. Harpootlian tried to imply that Greer may provide opinion, yet had declared earlier today that an expert should be able to opine within their area of expertise, even on hypotheticals, which he perused. Yes.
Yeah,
See?
opine.
Double-edged. Yeah, opine. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Definitely a double-edged sword. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Double-edged sword. I'm telling you. But and also the motions prior, like they filed paperwork to keep it out, but the judge declined. He denied their motion. He said it was pertinent, relevant. There's nothing, right.
Yeah.
He pursued a hypothetical. Yes, he did. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, he did. Snack time for Mr. Whitey.
Pursued. Yeah, pursued a hypothetical.
Pursued.
Not
I know.
Okay,
but
because that just didn't make sense, and I moved on from it. And
I'm sorry if I read it wrong. I should have known what you meant. I'm sorry, but I think we get the gist of it now. That Harpootlian was like doing both. He's trying to play both when
Right.
depending on who's up there. But I guess that's his job, like as far as defense attorneys go, it's because we're gonna do. And he's got a tough client. Like there's a lot of stuff going on with Alex Murdaugh. I mean, 100 financial charges of 18 indictments on criminal fraud, of money laundering, bank fraud, misrepresentation, filing false reports, everything you could think of. Like it's
every time he did a transaction, all those little even the little transaction, every single one of them's fraud. It doesn't matter if it's 3,000 or 3 million. So they got him for every single one he did. Yep.
Mea culpa. Okay, well, yeah. You know what? You're talking to the typo queen here. Like I make mistakes. I'm trying to make this nice, profound statement. It looks like gobbledygook when it gets out there.
Me too. I
It's
forget
messed
to
up.
spell check, and I'll send it, and I'll go, "What the fuck was that?"
Yeah, Twitter. We need edit buttons. Like I need an assistant to do all my editing.
Taxi, follow that hypothetical.
Oh, yes, exactly.
Nice
Exactly.
turtle.
Yeah.
That's great.
Where are they? Like, Beck, what are we gonna do?
12:48 here. I
Yeah.
know. They're like
They're
10
gonna come
minutes.
back and dismiss us for the day. What's going on? Is Friday lunch like a little more lubricated than usual?
Maybe there was a concert down the street, so the hot dog vendor out front was busy. I don't know.
I feel you, Marcia. Words are difficult. Words are difficult. Spelling words are difficult. Typing words are even worse. Yes. And if you ask me to pronounce things, like I get tied up on stuff like that too.
Every bill he paid, every plan he laid, every check he cashed, every purchase he made, they'll be watching him. There you go,
Yes,
Sandy.
it's true. Yes.
Oh,
I
shit.
heard that in Sting's voice, by the way. Thank you. Thanks for that.
You know, we were all talking about the Gucci receipt. I wanted to go back to that real quick because I just
Yeah.
thought about it.
Sure.
And somebody was saying, what are they trying to prove, that she was blowing money, blah, blah, blah. No, I think they're trying to bring up the bounce check.
I think so too.
I think they're leaning towards the bounce check, and they're trying to prove that Maggie knew they were in financial trouble because of the bounce check.
Perhaps.
That's what I think they're trying to lean towards. But I mean, you know, just a guess. What do I know?
Always creative. I hear you. I used to read medical documents and doctors' handwritings every single day, and you get really, really good at reading like a straight line into a word. It's really weird. Yeah, they have some of the worst. I'm so glad things got more automated. They have to actually type it in or do voice typing, voice transcription, rather.
Brain make work hard. Oh, wait a minute. Let me say it really stupid. Hold on.
Oh, wait. I got to put it up because nobody's going to believe it. Right. Oh, wait, they're back.
Brain make work hard. Not want make speak.
Okay.
You can bring the jury.
I can hear them.
All right, I'm out of here.
Okay. Why do I hear them, but I don't see them? Do I have to refresh this? Come on, guys. Come with this. Like, come on. This feed. Right, we can hear them, but they're not doing the audio, the visual yet. And it appears to be the same thing on the other feed. Audio is there, but okay, did it pop?
Jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may continue.
Okay, I am going to bring up the other feed
Beginning
because
with
this
items,
one is not
State's
showing.
Exhibits 11.
There we go. Here we go. Tell me you can hear the, okay, now this is definitely all the way up. There we go. Now we have both audio and visual. The only thing you missed was the saying they were entering in the evidence without objection from the defense side. That's the one thing they said.
66, 69, and 104. If you would, please let us know if you had an opportunity to inspect those items and analyze them.
Yes, sir, I did. State's Exhibit 112 is SLED item 66. That was determined to be 3 fired bullet jacket fragments and 7 pieces of lead listed as from Margaret Murdaugh at autopsy. State's Exhibit 11.
111?
Yes, sir, excuse me, I apologize. 111 is SLED item 69. And that is 1 combination wad listed as from left axilla Murdaugh autopsy. Exhibit 113 is SLED item 104. And that was birdshot pellet listed as found with Paul Murdaugh's clothing.
Thank you.
Let me know if you see this one blinking at all. Because this feed sometimes starts going in and out, and I'll switch right away. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 90, slide item 31. Did you have an opportunity to inspect this item?
I did inspect SLED item 31.
Is this the item you inspected?
This firearm is unloaded, safe to handle. Yes, sir. I see my identifying marks as SLED item 31 on this firearm.
Tell us what this is.
That was determined Browning model Auto 5 Light 12 semi-automatic shotgun, 12 gauge with serial number 03867NV2211.
And did you conduct further examinations on that firearm that we'll discuss in a little bit?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit and entered into evidence. State's Exhibit 89, item 30 on your report. Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 91. That'd be your slide item number 32. Tell me if you recognize that firearm, if you, in fact, were the one that received and conducted examination on it.
This firearm is also unloaded. I'm going to look again for those identifying marks. You can try this as my SLED item 32.
Lastly, I'll direct your attention to what's been evidence as State's Exhibit 91. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 88 and SLED item 33. familiar with that item?
This firearm is also loaded. Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this item.
Item that you conducted.
SLED item 30.
Your attention then to State's Exhibit 210, which would be SLED item 34. It's been entered into evidence collectively as State's item 210. Are you familiar with the contents of that evidence package?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what are they?
SLED item 34, State's Exhibit 210, was determined to be 1 magazine and 26 unfired cellular and billow 300 blackout caliber cartridges.
It was SLED item 34, but this State's Exhibit 210 included with the rifle we just took a look at?
Yes, sir. It was submitted in the same package as the rifle.
All right, moving on to State's Exhibit 143 through, State's Exhibit 143, 144, 150, and 148. Entered into evidence already. That would be SLED items 166, 167, 168, and 169.
Yes, sir.
And then what's been marked as those exhibits. Would you please take a chance to review those? Let me know if you're familiar with them and if you had an opportunity to analyze them.
Yes, sir. I believe I have seen these items.
Okay. Tell us what they are, if you would.
Each of these 4 items are 12 gauge federal shot shells, and they each all have the markings that are consistent with each other: a federal premium double-aught buck 3-inch Magnum.
Do your notes indicate where they were located?
I have an indication based on the packaging.
Okay, what did the packaging indicate?
The packaging for State's Exhibit 150, from what I can tell, says from red bin on workshop bench. For State's Exhibit 144 says from red bin on workshop bench. State's Exhibit 143 says from red bin on workshop bench. And State's Exhibit 148 also says from red bin on workshop bench.
All right, thank you. I'm now going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149. That would be SLED's number 162, 163, 164, and 165. Same as before. If you wouldn't mind, please
take a look at those and let me know if you are familiar with their contents.
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us what they are.
All four of these items are Winchester 12 gauge shot shells, and they all appear to have the same information on the shot shell of dry lock, 3-inch with the number.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 213, SLED item 45. Please take a look at that piece of evidence. Let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. This appears to be a box for ammunition in the 300 blackout caliber.
And does that box indicate the maker of that 300 blackout ammunition?
It does.
Who's the manufacturer?
Cellier and Billow.
S&B?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 260, which was previously marked for identification purposes only. State's Exhibit 260 contains SLED items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been now admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 260. Please take, if you would, please take a moment to review those items and let me know if you're familiar with them.
Yes, sir. I am familiar with this evidence.
And what are they?
These are SLED items 35 through 39. These were each fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases with the head stamp of Cellier and Bellow.
Thank you. What's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 261 for identification purposes only. This would reference SLED item numbers 108 to 135. Collectively. Agent Greer, these items now admitted under State's Exhibit 261. Please take a moment to review those items, and any notes or information you might have on them, and let me know if you're aware of what they are.
Yes, container AB was submitted to the laboratory, and it is to contain SLED items 108 through 135. I am familiar with these items, and this package appears to not have been tampered with since I sealed it last, as I see my initials and seal date there at the bottom.
And what's inside that package?
Inside this package, there are 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, as well as 12 gauge shot shells.
And did you have an opportunity to perform an analysis on these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
Mr. Greer, I'm offering you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 398. That would reference SLED item 22.4. And I believe without objection, we'll offer it as evidence. If you would, please take a look at that item and cross-reference with your report and let me know if you're familiar with what it is.
Yes, sir. This container contains 2 SLED items. That's SLED item 22.4, which is a swab of debris that I took, a reddish brown debris swab from the right side of the item 22 receiver.
Which item is 22?
Item 22 was the camouflage Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun. And it also contains SLED item 22.5, which was another swab from that same shotgun, and that was reddish brown debris swab from the left side of the item 22 receiver above manufacturer information.
And tell us a little bit about the swabs and what you're looking for with that.
Yes, sir. When I receive items of evidence, a part of my process in documenting the evidence and opening the evidence is to look to see if there's any foreign or trace material on that item. When I was examining this firearm and opening it for the first time, I took note of that. And when I did that, I noticed those two areas that I saw reddish brown debris. In order to preserve that prior to my examination, I swabbed those items so that way they could be collected and maintained.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 399, which references SLED item 22.7. State would offer that into evidence after you identify it, and I believe without objection.
Yes, sir. I do recognize this, and this package is still sealed with my initials and seal date. Item 22.7 was the unfired 12-gauge shot shell that was submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun. During my testing, I used that submitted ammunition that came with the firearm to test fire the weapon with, and that is represented here as SLED item 22.7, State's Exhibit 399.
Okay. Submitted.
All right, Mr. Greer. Before we move on to your analysis and your results, if you would, please tell me a little bit about the firearms identification process and the number of ways that you use to identify whether a firearm shot a particular projectile.
Sure. As we were discussing earlier, when I receive evidence into the laboratory and I begin my examination, there's a lot of documentation that has to happen. First, as we're opening the evidence, we're going to, one, make sure to preserve any of that trace or foreign material. We use photography to document the evidence as we're opening it and to photograph the actual item itself. and that trace material, foreign material. We also use a lot of departmental worksheets where I take notes on the firearm, the magazine, the fire components such as the cartridge case or the bullet, and also any other thing that we need to document throughout the process, or unfired cartridges. We take note of all of that, writing down all of these characteristics that we're seeing on the evidence. In order to do our examination, though, we have to look at these fired ammunition components, these cartridge cases and these fired bullets, and look at their class characteristics. So we're going to count on a bullet. We're going to look at its rifling, trying to determine its caliber through weight and measuring it, and counting those number of lands and grooves that comprise that rifling, like we spoke earlier. That's what gives that bullet that twist. We document that. We may also look at those cartridge case and look at those things that have the same class characteristic. That could be the caliber of that cartridge case, the shape of that firing pin, and any overall features. Items that share the same class characteristics will compare together. And it's kind of like climbing a ladder at this point. Those items that share the same class characteristics, we climb to the next step on that ladder, and we compare those items. We're going to look at those fired bullets with each other, those fired cartridge cases with each other, and we're going to look at all of that under high magnification. We use a comparison microscope in our laboratory to look at these items. And basically, if you think back to a biology lab that you may have had in school or some kind of science lab, when you look through a microscope, that's what we're doing. But we're using this comparison microscope to look at two things at one time. And we use, it uses an ocular bridge so we can look through like a set of binoculars to look at these things. We can change the angles that we're looking at, all these tiny little scratches and striations and impressions on the evidence that you can't really see with the naked eye. We're going to look at it under that magnification and compare all of that to each other to help us reach our final goal, which is a conclusion. If we have firearms that are submitted, we'll also have that documented. Those firearms that have the same class characteristics, for instance, if we have a gun that's the same caliber as our fired bullet and it shares the same rifling specifications, then that means we can compare that bullet with test fires from the firearm. So I'll make sure the firearm is safe to fire, and we'll shoot that firearm within our laboratory. We have several different ways to do that with a water recovery tank and a tunnel that we're able to shoot and recover those test specimens that I physically shot from the firearm. I'll compare those test specimens with each other to look at how those marks that I was looking for under the microscope that we were talking about, to see how they're reproducing on those test fires in whether that be a bullet or cartridge case. Compare that under the microscope, and then compare that where necessary to the submitted evidence. After looking at all that, I would reach a conclusion about whether this was fired by this item or not, or whatever that conclusion may be. I arrive at that, and I write that conclusion down. At that point in time, another qualified examiner within our firearms department will review the evidence themselves. They'll look at all the submitted evidence and compare that with each other and with those test specimens that I fired, and arrive at their own conclusion. If they're in agreement, then they'll sign off on my conclusions, and a report can be drafted. And that's how we get the information out to our customers through our report. At SLED, we have the 100% micro verification process, where everything that we're issuing a conclusion on is reviewed by another examiner. So that case file, all that documentation that I generate goes to that examiner or reviewer. It undergoes a technical review and administrative review before a report can be released. And in a nutshell, that's how we work each case. There are different parts, there's different items of evidence that we get in each case, but that's a quick overview of how each case has worked, and that process was applied to this case.
Thank you. Mr. Greer, speaking of the peer review process that goes on in the lab, is that conducted blindly, meaning the person reviewing your report doesn't know what your findings are?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you explain, so the subsequent reviewer doesn't know what you decided in your first prime opinion, is that right?
Right. I'll look at the evidence myself, arrive at a conclusion, and the second examiner will look at it and come to their conclusion on their own. Once they have arrived at their own conclusion, looking at the evidence with their own eyes on the microscope, they'll read my results to see if they're in agreement with what I have determined or not.
And that, and I think you just testified, but was that done in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Before we move on, please tell me what it means for a cartridge casing to be cycled through a weapon. What does that mean?
Sure. If you think back when we were looking at the cartridge earlier, an unfired cartridge, when we look at these items under magnification on the microscope, there are several different areas that we're going to be concerned with in looking at for those microscopic scratches and impressions, those little striations. One of those would be a firing pin, and that's what comes through the breech face of the gun to detonate the primer. Also the breech face marks on that primer from the gun. Ejector marks, that's what kicks that cartridge out of the gun or the cartridge case. Extractor marks, that's what pulls it out of the chamber of the firearm so that it can be kicked out. And also chamber marks, and that's on the body of the cartridge case, that cylindrical portion. So when we're looking at evidence, our ultimate goal is to say something was fired by this gun or they were fired by the same gun. And we do that, and we can rely on that those firing pin marks and those breech face marks, because that's what struck the primer and caused it to detonate and fire that cartridge. There's other things that we can look at just to single out, like extractor marks and ejector marks and chamber marks of such, that we can look at to say that a cartridge has traveled through a gun. For example, if you were to load a magazine, insert it into a semi-automatic firearm, pull the slide back, load that cartridge into the chamber, and then you decide you're not going to shoot or you need to remove that cartridge for any reason, you would pull back on that slide of the handgun and the cartridge would be extracted out of the chamber and ejected. Through that process, there can be marks left on the cartridge. That also would happen when you're firing it, but that's not what detonated that primer and set that off. Those ejector marks, those extractor marks. And that just means that that cartridge, we can say, has traveled through that firearm at one point in time. That's not to say it was fired by, but it's cycling marks that we're seeing as it's cycled through that gun.
So is it accurate to say then that the cycling marks are separate and distinct from the actual firing pin marks that when you're reviewing these under a microscope?
Yes, sir. As far as what we're looking at geographically on the cartridge case, those would be in a different location when we're looking for those ejector marks or extractor marks or chamber marks. That's not something that we typically would be seeing on the primer area that detonated that cartridge.
Thank you. If I could, beginning with your results, if we could begin with your examination of all the shotgun shells, so the actual shells that were retrieved as part of your analysis, beginning with SLED items 9 and 10, which would be states item 33 and 34. Could you tell me where these items were retrieved? Remind us where these items were retrieved from, first of all.
SLED items 9 and 10, that's States Exhibit 33 and 34. Item 9 was from marker 9, and item 10 was from marker 10, which is my understanding that it was at the feed or storage room.
And I'm going to put these on the film, but if you would tell us what your analysis of these items would be.
Yes, sir.
Objection to these opinions based on prior ruling.
Please proceed, Mr. Griffin.
Yes, sir. When I compared and examined those two shot shells with each other, I determined that those two shot shells had been fired by the same firearm.
And do you know the make and model of, or the make and manufacturer of those two weapons, projectiles or shells?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right.
SLED
Item
item
9.
9. Yes, sir.
Which item 9 is which item?
9 is the red and color shell, which is States Exhibit 34.
Okay.
That was a federal premium double-aught buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. SLED item 10 is the black in color shot shell, State Exhibit 33, and that is a fired 12 gauge Winchester dry lock number 2 shot shell.
All right, Mr. Greer, moving on to referencing item 22 collectively.
Yes, sir.
States Exhibit 399, 22.7 on your report.
Yes.
This would be States Exhibit 399. Did you have an opportunity? Could you tell us what that is?
Yes, sir. That was the unfired 12 gauge shot shell that was submitted originally with the item 22 shotgun, which is the camouflage color Benelli shotgun.
Could you go ahead and open that package for us?
Yes, sir. Do you have scissors or just?
Remind us again where that item was retrieved from.
This item was originally submitted with the item 22 camouflage Benelli shotgun that was submitted to the laboratory.
Meaning it was actually loaded into the shotgun?
When I received it, it was not loaded in the shotgun, but this was an unfired shot shell as it was submitted. This is the shot shell that I test fired in that shotgun.
All right. Thank you. Tell us, I'll put it on the Elmo. Tell us what the make and manufacture of this item is.
Yes, sir. A 12 gauge federal shot shell, and on the shot shell itself, it also says federal premium double lock buck 3-inch Magnum.
Direct your attention back to states item 34. Are those two items consistent with each other?
Yes, sir. It does appear that they are consistent in construction and their head stamp information.
If you would, since let's work through the number of firearms that were identified by you. Did you have an opportunity to test those firearms with the projectiles retrieved?
Yes, sir, I did.
What were your results for item 30, the Mossberg pump action shotgun?
In regard to the two shot shells?
Correct.
My results after examining that, it was determined that the item 30 shotgun did not fire the items 9 and 10 shot shells.
And could you move on to your item 31 states item, one moment, I'm sorry. And the item you just referenced was states item 89, the Mossberg shotgun. States exhibit 90, SLED item 31. Please tell us about that item.
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, I was able to determine that item 31 was not fired by, the item 31 did not fire items 9 and 10.
All right, concerning states exhibit 91, your SLED item 32, that would be a Benelli Super Black Eagle 2, black in color. Could you tell us your results of that?
Yes, sir. Based on my examination, it was determined that item 32 did not fire items 9 and 10.
Item 32 was, however, recovered with a number of rounds in it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those rounds?
Item 32, the Benelli model Super Black Eagle 2 shotgun was submitted with 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells, Federal and Winchester.
All right, did you have an opportunity to compare the shot shells with item 22, the camouflage color Benelli Super Black Eagle 3?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and if you would, please tell us your findings concerning item 22.
Sure. When I compared SLED items 9 and 10 with those test shot shells that I fired through the item 22 camouflage shotgun, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I was unable to determine whether or not items 9 and 10 were fired by item 22 or if they had been fired by another firearm with similar characteristics.
And were you able to eliminate item number 33 from this round of testing concerning the shotgun shells?
That's correct. The shotgun shells were not fired by the item 33 rifle.
Moving on to your results, moving on to your testing, or did you conduct an additional testing of 300 blackout rounds?
Yes, sir, I did.
And of the cases of the ammunition, both fired, spent, so shell casings or unfired ammunition, were the ones we examined today that were retrieved from the scene, what make and manufacturer were they of?
The cartridge cases were head stamped with the S&B logo and 300 blackout caliber.
Did you have an opportunity to test fire and examine SLED item 33, states exhibit 88? The 300 blackout rifle, black in color.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, could you please tell us your results from that examination for that weapon?
In regards to test firing the weapon?
Correct.
Yes, sir. When I examined item 33, I test fired using the item 34 magazine. That was the magazine that was packaged alongside the. During that test firing, the first available cartridge in the magazine, as I inserted the magazine into the firearm, it was fed and chambered into the rifle correctly and as I expected. The cartridge was successfully test fired, and then it extracted and ejected from the rifle again as I expected it to do. However, as the firearm cycled, meaning when that bolt was coming back forward to load the next available cartridge in the magazine, it failed to feed that cartridge into the chamber, and I had to manually cycle it to load the next cartridge into the chamber. That issue did not prevent me from test firing the firearm, and no further analysis to determine that cause was conducted.
Referencing your results, SLED item 128 in your exam, were you able to identify any cartridge casings that would have been fired by item 33 rifle? Your item 33 states exhibit 90, states exhibit 88.
Yes, sir, I was.
And just to be clear, we're talking about this 300 blackout rifle. Is that correct? We're talking about your item 30.
Yes, sir. That is SLED item 33 that I examined in.
What were you able to identify with the rounds recovered, 300 blackout rounds recovered? Please list their item numbers as well.
Yes, sir. So I compared all the 300 blackout cartridges that I received, and based on my examinations and comparisons, I was able to determine that SLED item 38, 109, 110, 121, 126, and 127 were fired by the item 33 rifle.
And those would be various items that were recovered that we've been through and identified in the state's exhibits. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So some of them you would say were fired by item 33.
That is correct.
I know you mentioned before with item 33, or sorry, state's exhibit 89. I'm sorry, state's exhibit 88. Mentioned properly. Is that in here?
No, sir. I was able to test fire that firearm and recover those test specimens that I needed in order to make those comparisons.
Do malfunctions occur in firearms from time to time?
Yes, sir. They can occur.
But nevertheless, you were able to simulate the fire. You were able to fire the weapon eventually.
Yes, sir. I was able to test fire the weapon and recover those test specimens that I needed.
All right, I'm going to reference slide 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120. Do you understand which items I'm referencing?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how did you compare those, or how did the analysis go when item?
Yes, when I compared those items, that was items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, and 122 through 124, and 128. When I compared those assessments that item 33, another firearm or characteristics.
Still on item 33, state's exhibit 88, the recovered 300 blackout rifle. Were you able to compare the ejection and extraction marks of various 300 blackout rounds recovered and casings recovered?
Yes, sir.
And what was your findings concerning some of those items? And please list the items, and we will go back and identify state's exhibits in a minute.
Yes, sir. In looking at the mechanism marks on items 111, 114 through 115, 115 through 119, 123, and 128, I was able to determine that those items had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the item 3 rifle. Excuse me, the item this time.
All right. Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you.
I'm going to renew my objection to the next opinion that he's about to offer based on our prior rulings, just for the record.
Yes, sir. It's not-
Prior arguments and understanding the court's rule.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Greer, I'm going to real quick reference on your chart, on your list, items marked SLED items 2 through 7, 35, 6, and 37, and SLED item 39. And that would be state's exhibits 63 through 68. And just please verify that I've handed you state's exhibits 63 through 68 and identify if they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your chart.
Yes, sir. These states exhibits 63 through 68 are SLED items 2 through 7.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as take the court's indulgence. State's Exhibit 260. State's Exhibit 250, which correlates to SLED items 35 through 39. Please verify that for me.
Exhibit 260, which is a container that is to contain SLED items 35 through 39.
Okay. SLED items 2 through 7. State's Exhibit 63 through 68. After review of the crime scene, where were those located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, it's my understanding that those cartridge cases were at marker numbers that were near or around the body.
And those would be 300 blackout rounds, is that right?
That's correct. They're 300 blackout caliber.
Or they were spent casings?
Yes, sir. Those are fire cartridge cases.
And State's Exhibit 260, items 35 to 39, what are those again?
Those were all fire 300 blackout cartridge hits S&B with and 300 blackout caliber.
Were those items recovered?
On the document, those were from the side door.
Have you physically been there to the Moselle property?
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you familiar with the ground at the side entrance door?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Is that the side entrance that leads into the pool table and the gun room?
Based on my understanding of the scene, yes, sir. I believe that is where those were collected from, near that door that goes into that room.
We have 300 blackout round casings collected from around Maggie's body, and we have 300 casings collected from the house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any notes? Did you take any contemporaneous notes on the condition of your items 35 to 39, those collected at the side of the house?
Yes, sir, I do believe so. I'm going to reference my case file here to confirm.
Would referencing your file help you refresh your memory on that matter?
Yes, sir, it would. During my examination, when I looked at items 35 through 39, which were recovered near that door area, I did note that they were tarnished and weathered in my case file.
Mr. Greer, tell us what you found concerning those items.
Based on my examination, it was determined that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, and 39 had matching mechanism marks, and it was concluded that those items had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So if I understand it correctly, the items collected right by Maggie had been loaded into, extracted to, and ejected by the same firearm that were identified that items were picked up by the side of the house.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Additional items were collected as well, and did you have an opportunity to analyze those?
Yes, sir, I did.
And identify the SLED item numbers, and then we'll identify the state's exhibit number.
Those were SLED items number 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122.
Handing you what's been marked as state 61, which includes various items. And what are they again?
Yes, sir. This is a container that contains multiple 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases and fired 12 gauge shot shells.
And in that in that collective bin include 300 blackout rounds of the items you just listed?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, tell us what your findings were for those items. And
Um,
where were these collected?
Based on the submission documentation, those were collected from areas such as of a shooting chair near field, from a right corner near field, from in front of a shooter's chair under a table. Would you like me to identify each location?
For those items, have you had an opportunity to review some body worn camera footage and evidence and kind of identify what that actually meant?
Oh, yes, sir.
And generally, when it says left leg and right leg and near the front or back, what is it talking about?
It appears some type of shooting area that those were collected from.
Okay. What were your findings concerning those items?
It was determined that those items, and to include items 108, 113, 116, 117, and 122, also had those same matching mechanism marks, to conclude that they had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm as those at the crime scene around Margaret Murdaugh's body, and those several recovered from the home.
So the items collected around Margaret Murdaugh's body matched the items collected outside the house, which matched items that were collected in the field at the shooting range.
Yes, sir. I was able to identify that cartridge cases recovered items 2 through 7 near the body did have matching mechanism marks with several of the items from the area around the home and those in the shooting field, and several of those in the shooting field, to conclude that some of those had been, that those had been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
So I'm going to reference slide item 8. That would be states item 250, states exhibit 250. I'm going to put it on the screen. What is that item again? Remind us, please.
SLED item 8 was one fired bullet determined to be 300 blackout caliber, listed as near tire impression at marker 8.
Recovered from the scene?
Yes, sir, at marker 8.
Is that a fire projectile?
Yes, sir, that is a fired bullet.
Is that, how much does that bullet weigh?
According to my notes, when I weighed that projectile, it weighed approximately 147.4 grains.
Handing you what's marked as exhibit 213. Remind us again what that is.
States Exhibit 213 appears to be an ammunition box marked cellular and bellow and 300 blackout caliber.
What are the grains indicated on that box?
On the side of this box, it has information about the projectile, and it says 147 grains on the side.
Is state's exhibit up on the Elmo, is that consistent with a 147 grain projectile?
Yes, sir. That bullet appears to be intact, and based on my fired bullets as a part of an examination, I would say that would be consistent with being 147 grains.
You have an opportunity to inspect SLED item 12.
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us your results of that.
SLED item 12 was one fired bullet, determined to also be 300, most consistent with being 300 blackout caliber, and it was listed as from bedding house.
And did you have an opportunity to weigh that projectile?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was the results of that?
When I weighed that projectile, it was approximately 106.8 grains.
147 grain unfired ammunition?
Yes, sir, I would say that would be consistent with 147 grains.
Agent Greer, last, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state and entered into evidence as states exhibit 148 and 150. Could you please remove those collectively and let me know if you are familiar with the make and manufacture of those items?
States Exhibit 143 is a 12 gauge federal shot shell. It says Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum on the shell, on the side of the shell. States Exhibit 144 is also a 12 gauge federal side of it. It says Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum. States Exhibit 148 is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell. On the side of it, it says Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum. And States Exhibit 150 is also a 12 gauge federal shot shell with the same information of Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum.
Are all of those 4 exhibits that you just reviewed of the same manufacturer and same make and model?
Yes, sir. They appear to have the same information and also in their construction as well.
I use demonstrative purposes, all the rest are the same?
Yes, sir. They appear to be all consistent.
Showing you what you just identified. This would be stage 3. Is this the item you just looked at, Mr. Greer?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 34. Remind me again which item that is. SLED item 9.
States Exhibit 34 was SLED item 9. That's correct.
What's the make and model of that?
SLED item 9, States Exhibit 34 was a fired 12 gauge shot shell with the Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum, red in color.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 399. This would be, yeah, where's item 9 from?
Item 9 listed as from marker 9. And again, based on my understanding of the crime scene document, that was near or around the speed room.
It's marked as States Exhibit 399, SLED item 22.7. Where is that item from?
SLED item 22.7, States Exhibit 399, was the unfired 12 gauge shot shell that was originally submitted with the camouflage Nelly shotgun.
States item 4, you reviewed this. Exhibit 422 for you, is that the you're referring to?
sir, this is my item 22 shot.
Camouflage Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And all those items are of the same model and manufacturer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they all appear to have the same head stamp information and information on the side of the shell, and their case construction all appears to be consistent.
Reference your item 10 now. Well, first, let me collectively what's been marked as State's Exhibits 144. Sorry. State's Exhibits 145, 146, 147, and 149 collectively. Please take them out individually, review them. Let me know if you recall what they are. Make and manufacture is what I'm interested in.
State's Exhibit 145, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge with dry lock 3-inch and a 2 on the shell. State's Exhibit 146, it's head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the shell, it says dry lock 3-inch number 2. State's Exhibit 147 is head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the lock 3-inch number 2. In State 49, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the shell, dry lock 3-inch number 2.
You know, to indicate where those items were recovered.
Based on the packaging.
What is the packaging? Where does the packaging indicate those items were recovered?
The packaging for State's Exhibit 145 says from a state box on bookshelf in gun room. State's Exhibit 146 says from Kent box on bookshelf in gun room. State's Exhibit 147 says front in Paul's room. And 149 says from a state box on bookshelf in gun room.
And hand you what's been marked and identified as State's Exhibit 33, slide item 10. Where was that located?
Sled item 10, again, was a fired 12 gauge shot shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge. On the side, dry lock 3-inch number 2, and that was located at marker 10, which again, based on my understanding, was near that feed room.
Identify, please, the make and manufacturer of that item.
Yes, sir. It was head stamp Winchester 12 gauge, and on the shell it says dry lock 3-inch 2.
Is that consistent with the make and manufacturer of all the other items you just reviewed?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are those all the items you just reviewed, Mr. Greer?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions from the state.
We'll take a few minutes break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not discuss the case.
We are back on break for a few minutes. As tedious and hard to follow as that was very important testimony to the state's case. They have been trying all along to tie all the spent casings that they found everywhere on the property, trying to locate the gun, trying to find out if the gun could have been on the property or used by someone, to what was found near the bodies, in the bodies. And they did. They are saying they were actually expelled from guns that were located and used on the property prior. Now, they don't have the guns, obviously. That's an issue. But they can prove that they were fired. The ones from Maggie's body, I believe, they said they found the casings by the range. And the ones from Paul's body, they found by the back door, the gun room, around that porch area. That makes the testimony of both Paul's friends, Rogan Gibson and Will Loving, very important. They both testified where Paul and everyone would shoot the guns. They both testified how some of those casings got there and what types of weapons were used. Not fired, loaded, and ejected. Okay, well, technical. I'm not the witness, so yeah. That's where the challenge should be for evidence and expert testimony. I do believe so. It's going to be, I expect Cross to be pretty fiery, like pretty much. I expect us to see some pushback here. They fought very hard to keep this testimony out. There was a lot of, in the pretrial hearing, there was a lot of objection. There were motions before the trial went live. And there was motions before the trial went live, actual with the jury, the week before. I'm sure the defense wants to claim that the 300 blackout rounds could have been fired from the missing gun and that an unknown third party had it in their possession. It's true, because the unknowns are great in this case. There are no fingerprints. There are no guns. There are no weapons. They have speculation as to the weapons. They can say that they were Murdaugh property weapons or weapons that were shot on the Murdaugh property previously. Basically, that's what they just firmed up now because of all the spent casings. They know the type of gun it could have been based on the casings that they're finding. Both guns are missing of Paul's, but Paul's wasn't missing prior to the murder. There was no statement that it was missing prior. The one previous to that was missing prior, and that was replaced. I mean, there's a lot of speculation going on Twitter back and forth. There are lawyers making tweets. There's media making tweets. There's even articles being circulated around that the judge has already decided that this evidence is going to be presented. The financial crimes evidence is going to be presented. I'm not sure. I think that they're putting misleading headlines. He said he would hear it and that there is an in-camera testimony going on for the judge, not the jury. Not entered into that case as evidence yet. It is, so much. Anyway, everybody needs some coffee. Everybody should be taking a nice stretch right now while we have a few minutes as they get ready. I'm sure the defense is going to come in with something. This is why we're having a little bit of a break here. They needed a moment. I'm wondering who. I believe it'll probably be Jim Griffin who comes forward. He did almost all the objections prior. But the judge did tell him prior to stop objecting, because he said anything you're going to do now has to be done at cross because, I've already allowed it in. That's it. So, I don't know that much about guns, and this is way heavy on guns. I do agree with you, Liam. That's where the challenge should be. Absolutely. Absolutely. I thank all of you that are still hanging out. What a long day, you know. We're winding down towards the end of it now, the last hour and a half. I'm sure they're going to bring it up, Sandy. I'm sure they will. I'm sure you're correct. They're going to push back because definitely the farther they can get Alex Murdaugh the farther away from the murder weapons they can get him, the better, right? Especially since they don't have one to put in his hand. But I'm wondering with the witness of the fingerprint expert, what do you guys think about that? Like, there wasn't really a lot there. Yeah, long, I hear you, Tina. A long week, and I'm sure you can hear it. Like, a winding down, you know? Yeah. Was Paul involved in any of the drug business? Not that been documented, Sandy, that I saw, and I followed the drug cases. And by the way, Curtis Smith, who was tried for all of that, and is the one who was hired by Alex to shoot him in the head, he's on the witness list. So is Lafitte. He's on the witness list. All of these people that have gone to court have trials and indictments against them for being involved with Alex Murdaugh and this whole thing. Alex Murdaugh, I'm sorry, I did it again. Alex Murdaugh had so many people involved, like everyone he touched with this financial thing, everybody's up on indictments on him. Several cases have already come forward. Lafitte was in court, and so was Curtis already, Curtis Smith. And they're both on the witness list. And just in case I haven't dropped it enough, here is the witness list. Not everyone on it will be presented, but there are quite a few of them. Oh, wait a minute. That link's not gonna work. I'm sorry. Because that one's actually from my drive. I have to get one from the other description. They did some quick rapid fire entering of entrance on the buckles. Okay. Well, one of those women that testified, she done the buckles on the Mallory Beach, on the two of the attendees into the boat trip that they had, the whole boat incident for all of this in the death of Mallory Beach. Two of those buckles were from those two people. She tested, the Horney, I believe that was. Oh, but the good news is, and this I'm very excited about. You guys maybe not so much, but me, I did find the names of the other two prosecutors who presented today. Who you heard doing Greer was David Fernandez, okay? And the one I was excited about was prior to that, when Carson Burney was on there. That was John Ellis James, and he was very energetic, was he not? Like, he had pep in his step. He was glad to be there and well prepared. And he's actually from the state grand jury. Like, he's from the grand jury part of the prosecutor's office. So yeah, he was excited. I don't know. Questions? Smelly fishy stories. Oh, wait. What is this? They have tried to lay foundation on what little gun evidence they have. I do agree, Sandy. Anna, Paul's original gun was stolen or misplaced, and Paul's replacement gun was missing after the murders. Exactly. No one said it was missing prior. Exactly. Alex said Paul lost it, but friends say it was stolen from the trunk. That was the previous one, the first one that he ordered the Christmas before. And then if you want to know more about the second gun, you need to go to Will Loving's testimony. They went into great detail about him having it just as recently as the month before, the scope, everything. Like, they went into great detail about when they were seeing this gun a lot. so that it was the one that he had was very much like the first one and was not lost. That the first one was lost by Alex Murdaugh's testimony, said it was lost, okay? But Will Loving said that Paul clearly reported it stolen right out of his truck. Someone stole it. That's a nice little what if too. What if someone who stole the murder weapon, but they'll have to steal two though, wouldn't they? Maybe they did. How did they not know the other one was missing? I think what we're going to see is that perhaps with all of this technical information, the phone data, you know, I'm just thinking here about how to present that the best to the jury. It's mind-numbing for us, and we're fascinated, right? And they're really trying to do a good job. I can imagine it's going to be very difficult to kind of go through all of that. All that photo data, what does it mean? The steps, the messages answered or not answered, the orientation of the phone. Did the phone get opened? Did the phone get found? What happened? You know, all of that's going to be important in how Creighton Waters, in closing arguments, presents the picture to them on what the evidence means. They can only use that evidence in their decision. They can listen to what he says, but they can't use that as evidence. Yes, the second one is that's the camo one, because Will Loving identified it, the unique camo pattern of it, in a photograph. And I believe that was the second gun that he used all the time. That was the one, because at that point, the reason I think that is because at that point they were identifying the shells next to the house. We're back.
Sir, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Greer. Good afternoon. Just want to see if we can agree on one thing, and that is you're not here to tell this jury that any of the weapons in this room were used, in your opinion, to murder Maggie or Paul, correct?
Based on my examination of the evidence, was able to identify that there were matching mechanism marks in items around, as mentioned, the body of Maggie Murdaugh and other areas of the property. And in regards to the two shot shells in comparison, items 9 and 10 were inconclusive with the item 22 shotgun.
So that means you cannot, and you did not, and you are not offering an opinion that item 22 shotgun was used to murder Paul Murdaugh, correct?
My result was inconclusive. And what that ultimately means is I'm not able to determine that. It's it's a possibility that it could have been fired by that shotgun, and it also could have been another firearm with similar characteristics.
Meaning it's just equally possible it wasn't that gun.
That's possible.
And this 300 blackout. We know a 300 blackout was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
Based on the evidence that I received, I did have several projectiles that were 300 blackout caliber that were most consistent with that, as well as several cartridge cases that were head stamped that caliber.
And you're not here to tell this jury, in your opinion, that this 300 blackouts laying on the floor here was used to murder Maggie Murdaugh, correct?
The results of the comparisons of those cartridge cases, items 2 through 7, with test fires from that item 33 rifle were also inconclusive, meaning I was unable to determine if those cartridge cases were fired by item 33 or they've been fired by another firearm.
Well, how many cartridges were found at the murder scene of 300 blackouts? Do you remember?
Based on my understanding of the crime scene, I believe I was only submitted items 2 through 7. So that would be 6 500 blackout caliber cartridge cases. And again, I was not at the scene to recover those. That's just what was submitted to me and based on my understanding of the.
Okay. I'm gonna stay on the 300 blackout for a moment. I'm gonna show you what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 69. Excuse me?
Just what I previously.
Yeah. And you have your file there, but take a look at Defendant 69 and tell us if you recognize that document as coming from your firearms file report, excuse me, extended report.
Yes, sir. This State's Exhibit.
Defendant's Exhibit.
Excuse me. Yes, sir. Defendant's Exhibit 69 does appear to be a copy of 2 pages from my case file.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move Defendant's Exhibit 69 in the evidence, I believe, without objection.
Not objection.
Submitted.
Yeah. This is page number 67 and 68. We're going to pull it up on the screen. And while we're doing that, Agent Greer, is this your worksheet for the 300 blackout that's here in the courtroom and SLED item 33, which bears State's Exhibit number 88?
Yes, sir. That would be a copy of my worksheet for SLED item 33.
Okay. And this is the item that you're not prepared to tell the jury here that, in your opinion, was not used to murder Maggie Murdaugh.
Based on my examination of the cartridge cases, or several of those cartridge cases that were recovered from all the locations, the results of those comparisons were inconclusive. I'm unable to determine if they were fired by that firearm or by another firearm or firearms with those similar characteristics.
But you did test fire this item 33, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And on the second page of Exhibit 69, Doug, if you'll pull up the description of what happened, and if you'll tell what problems you encountered when you test fired item 33, which is State's Exhibit 88.
During the test firing, I loaded the magazine with cartridges. That was SLED item 34. And I inserted that into the magazine well of the SLED item 33 rifle. I chambered the first available cartridge into the firearm and fired it. That went as expected. The cartridge was fired. It extracted and ejected from that firearm properly. However, as that bolt was going back forward, I would have expected it to pick up the next available magazine. However, it didn't. And I had to manually cycle that bolt again to load the next available cartridge from the magazine. That issue did not prevent me from test firing it, and I was able to collect those test specimens that I needed. And no further analysis to determine the cause of that was conducted.
So when you say you had to manually, it says as a firearm cycle, the next available cartridge in the magazine failed to feed in the chamber. So then you had to manually do it. How do you manually do it?
Yes, on the top of the firearm, there's a charging handle. I had to pull back on that charging handle, which turn back. And when I did that, and
you had to do every time you fired Exhibit 88, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I believe so. During my test firing, I did have that phenomenon occur.
So is it fair to say Exhibit 88, item 33 was malfunctioning when you tested it?
It did not work as I expected it to. I would have expected it to fire and load that next cartridge as it should. However, when we're test firing these firearms, we're holding them in different ways because we're test firing them in a bullet recovery tank, which at the time was a vertical tank filled with water. So I had to hold it in kind of a strange position. But through all my test firing, I did have this situation occur. But again, no other testing to determine why that was happening was conducted. And I was able to test fire that gun and collect those test specimens.
And is it fair to say you were not able to rapid fire, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, pull the trigger, and shoot bullets in immediate succession?
During my testing, I had to manually load that next cartridge in. So it just took the amount of time that it would take me to do that step, if you will. Instead of the firearm performing that function for me, I had to do it. And that's what I did in this case.
Okay. And then, all right. Were you able to get the projectile out of the water tank and compare it to the two projectiles found at the murder scene, I believe? I don't know if it's item 8 or no. As part of your analysis, did you compare projectiles from item 33 to the projectiles found at the scene?
Yes, sir, that is correct. I did collect those test fired bullets from our water tank, and I did compare that where appropriate with the fired projectiles that were submitted.
And did you reach any conclusions based upon that projectile comparison?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were those conclusions?
Based on the observable physical characteristics of items 8 and 12, those are SLED items 8 and 12, I determined those to be most consistent with 300 blackout caliber. Item 8 may be suitable for identification with other evidence, and item 12 sustained damage, and it was unsuitable for identification with other evidence. That means that due to the damage that it had sustained, there were no identifying features that I saw under the microscope that I would use for identification purposes. I also received several other projectiles and fragments that I compared to the item 33 rifle. Due to damage in their size, the calibers items 11, 66, and 137 could not be determined. They were just too small for me to make any determination about their due to damage, and like I saw on item 11, specifically the fired bullet jacket fragment, item 66 fired bullet jacket fragments, I was concluded that those may be suitable for compare those later on to the rifle. Based on that, no marks of value that were displayed on the item 11 bullet jacket fragments, item 11 piece of lead, and item 66 pieces of lead, I determined those were unsuitable. So again, due to there being no marks of value for me to compare, I was unable to compare those with those test bullets. Item 137 marking, I was unable to determine the origin of those marks and use those for an identification purposes. And it was determined that it was also unsuitable. Lastly, the three items that did compare with the test specimens that fired from those rifles were item 8, the item 11 fire bullet jacket fragment, and the item 66 fire bullet jacket fragments. The results of those comparisons were also inconclusive with each other and with those test specimens. And that was just due to damage and just instant markings for us to base our opinion on. It could not be determined whether those items were fired by item 3 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics.
So Exhibit 250 is the projectile that was found by marker 8, I believe. Just confirm that for me, please. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State's Exhibit 250 was at item 8, near tire impression 8. That's correct.
And I believe you, as you're reading from your report, told the jury that you couldn't make any conclusions about the projectile seized at the scene from the projectiles fired in a water tank from this 300 blackout laying on the floor here. Is that right?
That's correct. The results of those comparisons were inconclusive, so I'm unable to determine if item 8 was fired by the rifle or by another firearm with similar rifling characteristics.
Well, aren't the rifling marks on a projectile as it goes through the barrel more reliable when making firearm identifications than most any other tool marks that you rely upon?
I wouldn't say they're more reliable. You rely on rifling in that barrel to mark those projectiles, and that's what gives those markings on or puts those markings on those bullets. So we're able to look at them and do a firearms identification examination on them. Tools, firearms, all mark evidence. Again, I was unable to do that in this case, and my results were inconclusive. I mean, that's due to the damage that these may have to just fish markings that were on the tag. There were markings on there to determine if they were fired by item 33.
But item 8, Exhibit 250 there, do you recall whether there was human organic matter on that projectile when it was recovered?
Let me refer to my notes. I don't have documented in my notes that there was any foreign material or trace on it as I received it.
But we know that that projectile was recovered at the murder scene at marker 8. Is that right? To the top.
Yes, sir. Near the tire impression at marker 8. That's correct.
And you made comparisons of of shell cartridges, the back end of the full bullet that were collected at the shooting house on the property at Moselle. Did you not? I don't have the numbers, but we went through them a moment ago. You did. You remember? Let me ask you to take a look at details that were found. I believe they're items, well, nope. They are items 108 through 125. I'm not sure what their state exhibit numbers are, but but if you look at one of them, I've spent 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
SLED items 108 through 125 was determined all to be fired 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases.
And in your report, it references left of shooting chair near field, right front corner, et cetera. Maybe you don't know, but or are you aware those were collected at a gun house at a firing range on the property?
Yes, sir. And I'm going back up. I misspoke earlier. It's 108 through 124 are the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases. But based on understanding of everything, yeah, there was some type of shooting field or stand that I believe those were collected from, and that kind of seems to coincide with the item descriptions, which is what I'm familiar with.
Okay, and were you aware that when you're sitting in the shooting house and you're target practicing, that there was a earthen berm that the shots were fired into?
No, sir, I've never seen this area.
Okay. Would it have been helpful to your analysis if investigators had dug out items from that earth berm, the projectiles, such as what's sitting in front of you as State's Exhibit 250?
We're able to look at bullets that are submitted. We don't have any type of restraint. It may have been helpful. Bullets, as we've seen here, come to us in all shapes and sizes due to their damage that they may have sustained. So I'm unable to really answer that question without seeing the evidence and determining if it would be helpful.
Okay. I want to ask you a little more about the conclusions as documented in your report, and I've particularly focused on item 128, and I'm still talking about the Buster 300 blackout that's laying on the floor here in the courtroom. And just so we're clear, there were items, the cartridges that we talked about, the back end of the bullet, that you were able to conclude that they were fired by this gun, right?
Yes, sir. I was able to determine in looking at the totality of the marks on those cartridge cases that there were items submitted to me have been fired by that firearm.
And your conclusion that they've been fired by this gun, and we're talking about the cartridges. One is cartridge 38, which is up by the residence, correct?
Yes, sir. SLED item 38, that's my understanding. And it was submitted as being recovered from near a door.
Well, and that's the door that you testified that you saw when you went on the property.
Yes, sir. I believe so. That's my understanding.
And so it's been a long week, 2 weeks, but there was a SLED agent early in the case who had body cams going around picking up spent shell cartridges. You believe?
Yeah, outside that gunroom door.
And you concluded that item 38, along with some other items found at the shooting house, which would be well, 109 and 110, you conclude. Where 109 and 110? Yeah, that's the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. As submitted to the lab, collected item 109 was collected from right front corner near field, and item 110 was in front of under table near field.
Okay. And so one spent cartridge found next to the door up at the main residence at Moselle, and then you've got 5 found at the shooting range that you say, in your opinion, were fired by this gun.
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
But then you've also matched other cartridges. According to your report, items 111, 114, 115, 18, 19, 123, and it says 128 in your report that you say were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from this rifle.
That's correct.
But you don't say they were fired from this rifle.
That's correct.
But there were spent shell casings found at the shooting range, correct?
Yes, sir. And those were fired cartridge cases in it, and it's just plain term. They had been fired. When I'm looking at the totality of all these markings, again, we go back to those 5 areas that we're really going to look at. The marks that I saw that were in agreement that I made that conclusion and based my opinion on were those ejector or lug and extractor marks. And that's not what detonated that primer. So that's the difference there. So we know those marks can occur when that cartridge or fire cartridge case is cycling through there, but that's not what detonated that cartridge. And that's the difference in that result. Yes, sir.
Well, let's look at it from the other side of the coin. So you're saying that the breech marks on the primer, where the firing pin hit the primer, did not match up. Items rifle 33, the breech marks on the firing pin didn't match up on these spent cartridges. 111, 114, 15, 118, 119, 123, 128.
No, sir. When I did compare all of these cartridge cases to each other and with those test cartridge cases fired from it, those items 111, 114, 115, 118, 119, 123, and 128, due to insufficient corresponding markings on that primer and in those breech face marks, I was unable to determine if they were all fired by item 33 or by another firearm or firearms with similar characteristics. I did examine those, and the results of those comparisons were inconclusive.
So you're saying you didn't, you're not telling the jury they don't match. It's just you couldn't match. They're inconclusive.
My results of those comparisons were inconclusive. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you also in your report reached the same, you conclude that it's inconclusive on whether item 33, State's Exhibit 88, are you saying it's inconclusive whether item 33, Exhibit 88, fired 2 through 7?
That's correct.
Are you saying it's inconclusive? Exhibit State's 88? Loaded and extracted from my.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, we just talked about there's a difference between firing and then cycling and extracting.
Yes, sir.
Tool marks.
Yes, sir.
Did you look at State's Exhibit 88 to see if the extraction marks matched up to items 2 through 7?
Based on the evidence that I received, I was able to determine that items 2 through 7 had items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122, to conclude that those items have been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
But you can't identify the firearm, the gun.
Correct. In terms of being fired by, I was able to determine that several items have been fired by that rifle, and the results of those comparisons with the other items, SLED items 2 through 7, 30, 104, and 128. Those comparisons with each other and those test cartridge cases fired by the item 33 rifle were inconclusive.
And so let's see if I can understand what you're talking about with regard to your conclusions on that items 2 through, which were shell casings found near Maggie's body and other spent cartridges found around the Moselle house and at the shooting range. You conclude that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
That's correct.
And for those, I guess we have the same issue. You looked at the primer, the breach marks on the primer, and you couldn't make any conclusions on those, right?
When I looked at the primer area where those breech face and firing pin impressions are, results of, including fire by result, were inconclusive. And that is the results for items 2 through 7, and 35 through 37, 39, 108, 111 through 120, 122 through 124, and 128.
And again, aren't the breach marks in the firing pin, aren't those more reliable than extractor marks when you're doing an analysis?
During the marking of these specimens, if you will, through firing, the machining process to create those firearms, we full marks on fire cartridge cases and fire bullets from multiple different processes. I can't say that one's more reliable to mark than the other. It's all due to the machining process and also due to individual wear and tear of that firearm through use of it in repetitive use or abuse of the firearm. That can also add to the markings in each of those locations that we're looking at, whether it be something from the breech face, from the firing pin, those extractors and ejectors, or even the rifling in the barrel. All of those variables can play into those markings and how we see those and how they reproduce on our evidence and how individual they are to each gun.
Well, that does bring me to another point. Isn't your opinion based upon conclusion that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world, whether it's put together by John Bedingfield or mass assembled at Palmetto State Armory or here in the world, that each one, when they cycle a bullet through and eject it, will produce its own unique, like no other in the world, its own unique tool mark? Isn't that what your opinion is based on?
Again, during the manufacturing of these components.
Is that a yes or no?
I would like to explain it a little more.
Your Honor, can I get a yes or no and then an explanation?
You're objecting, you can answer the question.
Restate the question.
Isn't your opinion based upon the presumption or the basis of your opinion is that every 300 blackout manufactured in the world produces its own unique set of tool marks when it cycles a bullet through? Yes or no?
I would like to answer that with a little bit of explanation if possible.
Your Honor, I would appreciate a yes or no, and he can explain all day long.
If you can answer yes or no, you must answer yes or no, then explain.
Can you repeat the question one more time? I apologize.
Is it your opinion, in this case, about the shell cartridges being fired from the same 300 blackout? Isn't that based upon your presumption that each 300 blackout manufactured in the world makes unique tool marks when it cycles a bullet and ejects it?
It's hard to say. I have not looked at every 300 blackout that's in the world, so it's hard to answer that question. But again, based on my knowledge of that process and how they're made, I'm able to support my answer without answering it in a yes or no manner, I suppose.
But you're saying you found shells here, cartridges here, cartridges there, cartridges at the murder scene, and they all have very, I mean, not all the marks are identical, but enough marks are close enough to being identical. In your opinion, they were fired by one weapon in the world.
It's my opinion that those had all been cycled through the same firearm at one point in time. Yes, sir.
But not fired by the same firearm.
No, sir. That's not what my conclusions say. As far as being fired by that firearm or by the same gun, those results are inconclusive.
So that means that the markings on the breech, because they were all fired, the fire pin and primer, you call that breech markings, correct?
Yes, sir. Those are breech face markings that we would see on the primer.
And there were similarities between those where you couldn't reach a conclusion.
That's correct. Those shared, again, those same class characteristics. So we compared those to each other. Based on our comparisons, that's correct. There were not enough agreement. There was insufficient agreement there for me to reach a conclusion based on my training and experience in all of these cases that they were firearms, and that's how we arrived at that conclusion.
And can you say when those tool markings were made on or when scratch that. Is there any way to determine, for you to determine, when the shell casings, cartridges were cycled and ejected in this one firearm that's unique to all others in the world?
I cannot date when those were fired or when those were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from a firearm. No, sir. I cannot. The timestamp if you.
2016 given for Christmas gift, or if it was a replacement given in 2017 or 2018. I mean, you don't know what year the gun was that cycled and ejected?
That's correct. I do not have knowledge on the year of manufacture of these firearms.
Okay. Now let's move on to the shotguns. You were clear a few things up. You were shown a lot of items that were taken, unfired shot shells. And this is 12 gauge. I'm going to show you exhibit 143, 144, 145, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way to 50. And I'm not going to ask you to take these out, but I want you to take a look at all those. And when those were seized or taken into evidence in this case.
I do see a date on the packaging. Some of these packages are ripped right through it. That states 9/13/20.
Okay. And so you understand that is June, July, correct?
Yes, sir. That September 13th will be several months after the murders. Yes, sir.
And that those were seized at different places around the property?
Yes, sir. According to the information here, it appears they were from different locations where they were collected from. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess you don't know whether property of Moselle was open to Alex Murdaugh, I mean, from June till September, you know, right?
I have no knowledge of that. No, sir.
And if he had the mind to, he could go out and remove it every shot on the whole.
Knowledge of how the scene was maintained.
Well, it would appear that no one removed any shotgun shells since you have them there in your lap, right?
It does appear that these were collected from these areas listed on the package on September 3rd, or I assume it's September 13 as it's dated and labeled by the person who collected these.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Exhibit 63 and 60, what I marked is exhibit 63, 64. These are pages 55 from your report. And will you just confirm this for me? 63, 64, pages 51 and 55 from your report.
Yes, sir. I do recognize Defendant's Exhibit 63 appears to be a copy of an item 10 worksheet for the fire shot shell. And Defendant's Exhibit 64 appears to be a copy of my worksheet for SLED item 14, which were 24 birdshot pellets.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce in the evidence Defendant 63 and 64 in this time. Doug, if you pull up 63, which is page 51 of the report, and Agent Greer, will you tell the jury what this is?
Yes, this is just a copy of one of our standard worksheets that we use to document evidence in the laboratory. So this is an ammunition and cartridge case worksheet, which is why I utilized it when I was documenting the item 10 fired shot shell. And this contains my notes that I took on that item.
Okay, and just so that we're clear, are we talking about Exhibit 33? This is the black colored shot shell that was found in the feed room where Paul Murdaugh was murdered?
Yes, sir, that is correct. State Exhibit 33 is the item we're discussing.
And you have a name under notes. It says on shot shell, it says, quote, dry lock 3-inch 2. You see that?
Sir, I do.
You see that, Doug? Can you highlight that? Thank you. And again, the exhibit there, and that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And number 2 is the size of the pellet?
Yes, sir, that would refer to the size of the pellets or birdshot that was that we would believe to have been loaded into that cartridge or that shot shell, excuse me.
Okay. And then if you'll go to Exhibit 64, page 55, Doug, and it's 55 in your report, Agent Greer. And are these the pellets that were provided to you to analyze the number 2 size pellets?
Yes, sir. SLED item 14 I determined to be 24 birdshot pellets, and those were listed as being from dog food storage.
And look under the caliber, it's number 2, steel. These were steel pellets, were they not?
Based on my examination, based on my observation, yes, sir, they were magnetic. So that would provide that they had some steel in them, yes, sir.
And birdshot can either be steel or lead, I suspect. Maybe there's a third kind.
There can be multiple different metals used in making pellets. Lead is one, steel is one. There are also other metals that can be used in making pellets, yes, sir.
Have you analyzed any of the Winchester dry locks that were seized in September of 2021, whether they're steel or lead?
No, sir, I have not their contents.
Okay. Now, here you've got Exhibit 64. You've got grain weight, and won't you explain what you're referring to? I guess I needed. I'm missing a page for that. So if you'll look at your page 54 in your file, because it says continued from weight, and I guess that's on page 54. Is that right?
No, sir, that's just referencing from the weight category. That's kind of at the top portion of the page.
Okay.
I just continued my thoughts down below.
Well, so help me out here. You say there's 5 pellets weighed 3.4 grams, and then 18 pellets only weighed 3.6 grams. How does that work?
I weighed each of those pellets in weighing grain, weighed those on our scale. That is what I documented. 5 of them weighed 3.4, and that should be a piece. 18 of them each weighed 3.6 grains, and 1 pellet weighed 3.8 grains.
Okay.
So the total of them altogether was approximately 86.4 grains.
Great. Thank you for explaining that. You also weighed the grains of the 300 blackout projectile. I have that in front of us right here, but did you not weigh the grains there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And if you got it, tell us what they were. I have my notes here. I believe you said 147 grains. State's Exhibit 50, which is your item 8 on your report.
Yes, sir. When I weighed SLED item 8, which was 1 fired bullet, it was approximately 147.4 grains.
And are you familiar with how 300 blackout ammunition is sold? What weight classes there are?
I don't know all of the different weights that are within that caliber, no, sir.
Do you know there's like a subsonic and then supersonic?
Again, I don't know everything about that caliber. There are various weights that bullets are sold in for each caliber. So I would not be surprised at other grain weights, but I don't know all of them off the top of my head today.
So as far as you know, the only weight you could ever get is 147 grains, right?
When I weighed these items, item 8 and item 12, they weighed approximately 147.
You mentioned in your testimony that item 32, which is Exhibit 91, had a Winchester and a Federal 12-gauge shotgun shells in here. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. They did have 2 unfired 12-gauge shot shells submitted with it. That's correct.
But you did more than that when you testified shortly ago. You said one was a Winchester and one was a Federal, I believe.
Yes, sir. One is a Federal premium heavyweight TSS, and one is a 12-gauge Winchester Longbeard XR, I believe.
Oh. The Winchester is not a dry lock, correct?
No, sir. The markings on that shell said a Longbeard XR.
Okay. And the Winchester found in the murder scene is a dry lock, correct?
The item is 10 shot shell, which was recovered from Marker 10, which I do believe, my understanding is around the body of Margaret Murdaugh was a Winchester 12-gauge shell, and it says dry lock on it. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And then item 22, which is the gun that Alex Murdaugh came down, was holding or was leaning up against his Suburban when Deputy Daniel Green arrived. That was, if you understand, loaded with a 12-gauge and a 16-gauge shell, correct?
When I received it, it was unloaded, but I did receive a 12-gauge shell and a 16-gauge shell. That's correct.
And if you fire a 16-gauge shell and a 12-gauge shotgun, what's likely to happen?
That's something that I have not done, so I'm unable to answer that question.
Is it dangerous to do such a thing?
As a firearms examiner, I would recommend shooting the ammo that your firearm is chambered for. I can't predict what would happen if you shot that shot shell or attempted to.
All right. You spoke of this review process at SLED with regard to your tool mark analysis, and you said you do your analysis, you look at things under a microscope, and you type up a report?
Yes, sir. I look at the evidence, reach a conclusion, and write or type those.
And then a reviewer, someone, and in this case, what was the name? Initial CW?
The reviewer was Chad Smith, another examiner within our department.
Is he on the same level with you at SLED?
He is also an examiner. I don't know his classification, but he has been employed in the department longer than I have, completing firearms examination.
Okay. And then he looks at it, but does he prepare an independent report and then flips the two over and see if they match, or does he just take a look at it, come up with his thoughts, and then look at your document to see if he agrees with it?
He does not prepare an independent report. No, he does look at the evidence and arrive at those conclusions, and he would read my results. If he agrees with them, then he will sign off on those conclusions. If he disagrees with them, then there's also a procedure for that to happen.
Now, you mentioned that in order to make an identification or a match, or you have to have a certain number of similar, or is it similar or identical characteristics?
In order to make an identification, we want to see sufficient agreement between the individual characteristics. There's not a certain number that I use, as we use a method called pattern matching. And we're looking at, on a microscope, all these tiny striations and impressions, and looking at the surface contours of those two tool marks with each other. And we're looking at those individual peaks and ridges and comparing those under high magnification in order to make an identification. And based on that, through our training and experience at doing this job, we look at thousands of comparisons conduct thousands of comparisons. During that time, we look at things that match each other that we know have been fired from the same gun or made by the same tool, and we look at things that have been fired by separate guns and see if there's any agreement or disagreement. And we look at thousands cartridge cases and bullets and tool marks in order to learn what that sufficient agreement is to make our identification.
Okay, and you gave this jury an analogy like a ladder, and that you have to get up so many steps as you reach. The first step, I guess, would be rifle or shotgun, right? And then the second step would be caliber of rifle, if we're talking about a rifle, and then you keep going up the ladder.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're going to look at those class characteristics. So we're going to determine if, one, if they're the same caliber, do they share the same rifling specifications if they're a fired bullet? If they are, then we can compare those. If, for instance, if a bullet has 5 lands and groove and it's going to the right, and we compare that to another bullet that has 6 lands and grooves and it's going to the left, then we know those did not come out the same barrel. So there's no need to do it in any type of comparison there. However, if we look at 2 that have those same lands and grooves, those 5 grooves, and they're all going to the right, they're the same caliber, then we'll go up that ladder, if you will, and compare those individual characteristics to see if they were fired by the same firearm or not.
Tell this jury how many steps of that ladder you have to go up before you can make an identification.
As far as making an identification, it's based on the marks that what we see under the microscope. When we're looking at all of these marks, we want to see that sufficient agreement. Again, we want to see enough agreement so that what is there is better than any agreement that we've seen in tool marks that have been created by different tools. And that's learned on the job, doing this, doing practicals that I did in training, looking at thousands of comparisons of things that I've test fired, that I know are fired from the same gun, looking at things that I've test fired from different guns and looking at that. It's also done through studies that I participated in training. I'm looking at things that help us know what that sufficient agreement is within all of those features and looking at the totality of those markings. So we're not going to base our opinion just on one little mark. We're going to look at the entire surface area of that bullet, the entire surface area of that cartridge case in order to make our conclusion. We're not just looking and making an identification. So we have to think of the totality of all the markings that we see under the microscope.
So the short answer to my question, there is no set number of steps on the ladder you have to reach before you can make your decision.
We use a method of pattern matching again, and that's how we do it. And that's a widely accepted method throughout all firearms examiners in the United States and the world, really. That's what we've been using for years to complete firearms identification, and that's what's been widely accepted, looking at these patterns and comparing them in order to make our identification and reach our conclusion.
Well, now you say it's been widely accepted, but isn't it true that that your field of expertise has come under criticism by the scientific community?
There has been criticism, but again, there's been research completed to support firearms identification, if you will.
Well, I mean, the National Academy of Scientists issued a report and was pretty critical of the objectivity of your work, that it is more subjective because you don't have a set number of ladder rings on a ladder you got to reach. It's based upon your experience, your training, and your opinion, but there's no objective criteria by which to measure whether something matches or not. And that you're aware of that criticism by the National Academy of Scientists, right?
I'm aware of the criticism, yes, sir. However, the process of making the identification is subjective in nature, but it's based on some objective data that we're looking at. There's, again, lots of information that we're looking at, the contours of those tool marks, the individual peaks and ridges of those tool marks, and looking at it, it's not just looking to see is this a match and it looks good. We're really looking under high magnification at all of these features to see what agreement or disagreement that we can determine. And again, that's based on some objectivity, how we arrived to that situation.
But you agree that your chosen field is part art as much as science, right?
Our field is an applied science, really. We do use lighting and angles to look at these features under the microscope, and it's important to know how to move those items around and move those lighting and those different stages on our microscope in order to see some of these markings. It can be difficult to do, and there is a special technique that you have to learn in looking at this and doing it and using that microscope to really become familiar and efficient.
You agree with me previously in this courtroom under oath that this profession you're in is part art?
There is some art to it, and that's just anything. For example, we have to look at that, and we have to use that oblique lighting in order to make some of those striations show up. Again, these are tiny little looking at under magnification, but the field itself is not art. It's an applied science. We're using scientific processes to reach these conclusions. With your research to submit.
You back in one, right? The one that Alex Murdaugh had that was taken by Deputy Green, right?
Yes, sir. Item 22 was a Benelli model Super Black Eagle, and I did receive that item in June. Yes, sir.
And when did you receive? I'm not going to pick it up again, but and it's almost past 5 o'clock on a Friday. I don't want to create a bit more of a delay, but when did you receive the 300 blackout?
Is that the item 33 rifle?
Yes, sir.
Referring to? I received item 33, which was inside SLED container K on June 10th.
And when did you issue your preliminary opinions on item 33 and item 22 to your agency, SLED?
I released some results to our agents and investigators on June 10th. Yes, sir.
Are you aware after June 10th that SLED dive teams have been going out in Colleton County, diving the waters, trying to find murder weapons?
I'm not aware of what all our dive teams were doing. No, sir.
You certainly didn't report to the folks who were relying on your work that we found the murder weapons, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You didn't report to the folks at SLED who rely upon your analysis that, hey, Eureka, we got the murder weapons.
No, sir, that's not what I reported.
And you've never received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare.
Objection, Your Honor, ask and answer.
I haven't asked my question yet. Have you ever received any projectiles from the shooting range at Moselle to compare to the projectile item number 8?
Yes, sir. Based on my understanding of the scene, I do not believe I received any projectiles from that shooting area. But that's based on my understanding of where I believe the other projectiles were recovered from.
When you got item 22, the shotgun, do you know whether it had been swabbed on the inside of the barrel?
I believe it had been processed by other departments. However, I I do not know what those swabs entailed.
If a shotgun has been recently fired, does it leave evidence in the barrel that soot stuff?
Yes, sir. It's possible that we would see some type of residue from firing in that barrel.
And are you aware that Agent Worley swabbed the top before she removed the 16 gauge shell from it?
No, sir. I do not know what Agent Worley did in this investigation.
Can you see residue with the naked eye of a shotgun that just recently been fired?
Sometimes, yes, sir. And that is something that we also document as part of our examination of the firearm. And when I looked into the barrel and looked down the bore of the item 22 shotgun, I do have in my case file circled that I noticed some fouling or residue in the barrel.
Was it recent fouling or residue, or was it just a dirty gun?
I can't date when that fouling was placed there. That residue was placed there. No, sir, I can't put a time on it.
What about the 300 blackout? Was it? I think you have a note there's some fouling there, but maybe I'm confusing it.
Yes, sir, that's correct. On the item 33 rifle, I did note that there was some fouling or residues in that barrel.
The opinion that you have provided this court as to the shell casings from the murder scene, which are items, SLED items 2 through 7, and that your opinion is that they were loaded into, extracted and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time with items 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116, 17, and 122. And those are shell casings that were found around the house and at the shooting range. Your opinion that they were loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm. Are you going with 100% certainty?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion. That is the conclusion that I reached.
Did you ever tell Agent Owen that you could not forensically state with 100% certainty?
No, sir. When I arrived at that conclusion, that was my conclusion. And it was also agreed upon by the reviewing examiner.
So if there's a note in Owen's report that you couldn't reach it with 100% certainty, then someone has made a mistake?
I don't know the contents of the agent's report.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Oh, I suggest we all stand too. I think everybody needs to take a nice stretch. Maybe get a drink of water. Move around a little bit. Wow, this has been mind-numbing. Redirect with David Fernandez.
Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 400. Could you kindly review that very, very quickly and let me know if you're familiar with what it is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
This appears to be a copy of my report.
It's an accurate, complete copy of your report?
Yes, sir, appear to be.
All the things we just discussed today?
Yes, sir.
State would move to admit item four, State's Exhibit 400, I believe. Mr. Greer, please, because some of the questions concerned your field. Please tell us, how long has firearms identification and tool mark identification, how long has it been around?
In its current form, I would say the early 1900s is when this really became popular, and firearms identification was born with several important cases. It was as early as the 1900s that they started looking at those individual characteristics through microscopy. So ever since that time, it's just evolved and grew with further research and support, advances in technology, but it's been around for several years.
And are you familiar with any studies that were done utilizing what would be called consecutive barrels?
Yes, sir.
Firearms. Explain to us what a consecutive barrel study would be and what's done in those.
Sure. When we're looking at those characteristics under the microscope that were imparted onto a fire bullet or we're looking at all those tiny little features. A consecutively manufactured study takes into the account of the manufacturing process. So all those marks that we discussed are coming from that gun being produced by a manufacturer. Metal scraping and removing metal. So we have tools cutting and tools spinning and really working on hard metal surfaces. So when we look at a study that has consecutively manufactured things, that presents an opportunity for a worst case scenario for us as examiners. If those tools were going to leave markings on other firearms, so if you had this breech face being made by the tool and it made the next one, it made the next one, those are consecutively manufactured. If there's any carryover of those characteristics from one to another, that's what that study does. It highlights that and it puts that as an emphasis part of that study. And we as examiners and looking at that, that's our worst case scenario. If we're going to see any carryover of that tool making that item or that breech face, we would expect to see. There's several studies that are out there, and I've participated in several of those as part of my training, where we're given samples that have been fired by consecutively manufactured barrels. So if we see any agreement between each of those barrels, we should see it. Or studies where we have consecutively manufactured breech faces. Again, those are breech faces made by the same tool, one right after another. And if we see agreement, and we should see it in that study. I've participated in those studies, in those research projects. Some of them have been studies prior to me becoming an examiner. And I was able to clearly distinguish and accurately distinguish between those projectiles. So I was able to determine those projectiles were fired by this barrel, this barrel, this barrel, and this barrel, or that cartridge case was fired by this gun with that breech face, this gun with that breech face, and this gun with that breech face. So we are aware of that in our community, and we do things to be proactive on that. And that's just an example. And that's something I participated in and was able to successfully pass as part of my competency in determining what was fired by what in those consecutively manufactured studies.
Were consecutively manufactured, one after the other, right after the other.
That is correct.
And just for clarity, we're talking about, I'm referring to items 33 and 22 on your report. That would be the item 33 being the blackout rifle, and then item 22 on the camouflage Black Eagle 3.
Yes, sir.
Your results for some of those were, when you say inconclusive, what does that mean? Does that mean that they could have been fired, or that you just can't determine?
That's correct. Inconclusive is one of our conclusions that we can issue when there's not enough agreement or disagreement there in those topic characteristics. So what inconclusive means is it's possible it could have been fired by that gun, and it's possible that it may not have been fired by that gun.
attention to states, to your item number 165, States Exhibit 147. Remind us again what that item is.
Could I see item 165?
You make me find it.
Sorry.
It's fine. Would you be able to find it in your report and if you have it?
No, sir, I'm not sure that I would be able to find it. Be here.
Unfortunately. All right, I'm handing you what's been entered into evidence of States 147. That would be SLED item 165.
Yes, sir.
Did you identify what it is again and where it was located when it was found, more importantly?
Yes, sir. This was a Winchester 12 gauge shot shell. And on the side of the shot shell, it's stamped dry lock 3-inch 2. On the packaging for States Exhibit 147, it says from nightstand in Paul's room.
Now, I know counsel asked you a question about, you're feeding in applied science, just so we understand what an applied science is. Are there any other examples of fields that are applied in that general realm of applied sciences?
Yes, sir. A lot of what we do as firearms examiner is learned through our process of training and looking at samples and learning the job. It's kind of like, if you will, a physician. They go to school. They learn a lot in their medical school, but they still do a residency program, if you will. So they're on the job, doing on-the-job training.
Comparing what he does to.
Overruled.
Yes, sir. So they learn things in school. Firearms identification is not something that you can necessarily go to a school and learn to do. You can't get a 4-year degree and become a firearms examiner the next day. There are universities across the nation that have firearms identification as part of their firearms program, and they're teaching that component. But in order to achieve your competency at this, you need on-the-job training. You need the experience in looking at these samples and knowing how to evaluate the markings that we're looking at on these ammunition components.
Lastly, Agent Greer, Mr. Greer, I'm going to refer you to States Exhibit 400. I'm going to put that on the screen. I'm going to direct your attention to item 128. Can you see that on your screen, Mr. Greer?
Yes, sir, I can.
Specifically, your findings concerning 2 through 7. You see where my pen's pointing?
Yes, sir, I do.
Which items were 2 through 7?
Those were from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, respectively. And from my understanding of the crime scene, those were the ones that were located around Margaret Murdaugh's body.
Okay. And again, we're on what page now, Mr. Greer?
That's on page 7. Yes, sir.
Items 2 through 7 found around Maggie's body. Items 35 through 37 and 39, where were those located?
Those were from the side entrance door, which would be the door, I believe, coming out of the gun room area.
And items 118, 116 through 17, and 122, where were those located?
Those were from various areas, thought to be from the shoot field or from the field.
And tell me again what your conclusion was.
I was able to determine that based on matching characteristics in the mechanism marks that items 2 through 7, 35 through 37, 39, 108, 113, 116 through 117, and 122 had all been loaded into, extracted, and ejected from the same firearm at some previous time.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Further examination.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. And while he's preparing to step down, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the remainder of the day and the weekend, and we'll need you back at 11:30 on Monday morning, 11:30. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, so judge is stating that he is bringing the jury back at 11:30. Jury at 11:30, which means we're going to hear more, as he stated prior last night when he left, more Rule 404B, I suspect. I will plan the stream for 9:15. If they don't come on, we'll just take a break and I'll put another stream up and we'll come back at 11:30. But I do believe that that's what he stated yesterday. That was his plan, that if they didn't get to it at the end of the day today, they would do more on Monday. Oh, and he is back. Hold on.
Which witnesses will you have?
For Monday.
Your Honor, if we're talking about the in-camera hearing, we'll have Mark Tinsley. And we do have another issue, which I believe I had indicated to Your Honor perhaps in a pretrial conversation as to a conversation that took place a few days after the crimes occurred, in which there were a number of individuals present. Mr. Murdaugh was present. I don't know the contents of that meeting because I've been out of an abundance of caution, have stayed away from that. And I believe that we may have a little bit of testimony just on whether or not there is any attorney-client privilege to that conversation. I've been careful throughout this investigation preparation not to be privy to that, but I do believe that it is not an attorney-client privilege conversation, but I'd like the court's ruling on that before I came privy to the contents of that. That's the only other issue at this time that I would be interested in camera that morning.
Your Honor, and sort of a surprise here, were those conversations recorded?
No. And I mentioned this in our picture.
I know what you're referring to. Neither one of us know what the contents of those conversations are.
I believe Mr. Griffin was present at this meeting, which is exactly why I wanted the court's ruling before I became privy to the contents of the defendant's statements at that meeting.
We're not quite sure, but we'll wait with bated breath to hear whatever it is.
Can you be more specific as to what you're talking about, Mr. Waters?
From my understanding, there was or sort of in which Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh and then a number of other individuals were present, in which the defendant's statements, the contents.
Individuals?
No. I think some of his partners and other individuals, maybe some family, to which I have never been privy to the contents. However, I would like to know the contents, but I've been careful out of an abundance of caution not to ever become privy until I had a ruling from the court that there was no attorney-client privilege because of the presence of third parties to that conversation. So I would like to address that with the court, and if the court believes that and rules that there is no attorney-client privilege, then I may, at the appropriate time, examine people who were present at that conversation as to what the defendant said.
And is that in relation to financial crimes or?
No, sir. That would be in relation to the murders of Maggie and Paul. But it is an in-camera matter that if we have the time available, I wanted to raise that with the court. Maybe we can go ahead and knock that one out as well.
All right. Any thoughts by the defense?
Your Honor, what he's referring to is, it was on Thursday, Ed came to John Marvin Murdaugh's hunting property to interview Alec, to interview John Marvin Murdaugh, Randy Murdaugh, Buster Murdaugh, and and I was there to represent Alec for purposes of that. Before SLED got there, we were all in the house. I have no idea what beyond that he's talking about. I mean, what was supposedly said or heard, or I have no idea. But beyond that, don't know of any conversations that he's trying to find the substance of and who he's going to get them from.
Your Honor, I think that's just it. We would have a witness as to the circumstances of who was present, and in the event that Your Honor rules that because of the presence of third parties, it was not a protected conversation, then I would then, become privy or asked to become privy to the content of that. And again, that isn't
Asking by inquiring of who?
well, the witness who were present, and so I'm going to call one of those, which
Law
could be
partners.
exactly. And again, I wouldn't even have to do that on the stand. I would just want Your Honor's blessing before I did that because of an abundance of caution and protection of the attorney-client privilege. At that point, I'm become privy to the content of it. It may be nothing. I've just been told that there was that meeting and the circumstances of it, and I don't believe it's protected. And so I'd like to know, what the defendant said at that meeting.
Sounds like he's asking for a deposition, Your Honor. And he's got no right to a meeting in the course of a trial. He's got no right to compel people to come testify so we can find out what was said. That's discovery. I mean, state grand jury allows him to do that, but there's no rule that permits him to conduct a deposition, whether in court or out of court. And that's what he's trying to do.
Not asking to conduct a deposition, Your Honor. I've actually been doing this out of abundance of caution and protection of the defendant's rights and making sure that we didn't cross a line without the court's input. And again, the content may be something that's useful or not.
Well, if you'd like to brief or send a memo or cases to the court regarding statements made in the presence of counsel and third parties, whether that's protected by attorney-client privilege or not, then the court can address the issue.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. I'll be happy to address that myself. I do have a case, Marshall v. Marshall, 320 Southeastern 2nd 44, which just generally, of course, states the rule that if attorney-client privilege communications are related in the presence of third parties, then the protection is lost. And I can go ahead and hand that one up to Your Honor, and I certainly be prepared to address that in any greater detail. Let me go ahead and this case, and obviously, if we prepare additional ones that we can provide those to Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
In defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 9:30.
Oh, okay. Well, that was quite interesting. In the last point that I would want to make on that, that it appears that that meeting happened at someone else's location, but SLED investigators were coming to interview people. And Griffin, who ended up representing Murdaugh throughout the trial as a suspect and became his attorney of record, was present at that meeting, and he was there for Alex Murdaugh at the time. But because there were third parties there, attorney privilege may not apply. However, it's going to depend on a few things. It's going to depend on actually what was going on, whether they were individually asking questions to everyone or they were doing it in a group. That's different. Okay. If it was casual or if it was formal. But it does sound like it was casual. It really does. But this was in regards to the investigation. Oh, hold on. Oh. I'm getting a lot of feedback from the feed. I hope that didn't come through. I hope you didn't hear the horrible end of stream signal that sounded like there's a bomb warning going off in my ear. Now, hopefully that didn't go through. Oh, well, it is definitely, definitely going to be something for Monday morning. On that, I'll leave you all. We're still going to be doing Rule 404B testimony in camera for the judge at 9:30. We'll be here at 9:15 on Monday morning. That's about it. I mean, the meeting was on the 10th of June, Anna. June 10th. Turtle, that would be something if they called Griffin to the stand. I understand. That would be a little bit different. Listen, everybody, do the YouTubey things. Listen to Shill there. Don't forget to like, comment, and onto the video. Subscribe if you haven't. Hopefully I'll see most of you back here on Monday morning. Keep me company, keep me awake, bring the coffee. And I don't know what else to say. This has been a long day. I don't want to numb your minds any more than the rest of that testimony that was. But in a few hours, all of the witnesses will be time-stamped on this video, like all the prior ones. If there's things that you brought up in the chat that you wanted to check, that people said, or what came forward, you can do that. The timestamps are there by cross and direct. Also, who crossed and who directed. So you got the right ones. Timestamps are as close to second as we can, just so that you can follow up yourselves also. Thank you, Brilliant. And I'm sorry about your ears if you were wearing headphones. I had no idea that was going to all blast through like that. Kira, thank you very much. Halko, Anna, Shill, Turtle, Brilliant, Liam, Anna, Beck, thank you so much for coming up and keeping me awake and company and having good discussion. Liam, for all the great questions. Sandy also, always createful. And Mrs. Cassandra and Shill, thank you so much for modding everybody else who was helping out. If I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but thank you, everybody. I will see you soon.